through the 2029-2030 season, making him have the highest annual extension salary in NBA history. Booker's annual extension salary surpassed OKC's NBA MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's $285 million Supermax extension, carrying a $71.25 million average annual value for the richest ever. So Devin Booker clearly is the future of the Phoenix Suns. The Nationals beat the Cardinals 8-2 last night to give interim manager Miguel Cairo his first victory. Gore earned the win against the Cardinals, gave up just 1 run, 5 hits, and 1 walk in 6 innings of work, striking out 7. And the Yankees have designated veteran infielder DJ LeMahieu for assignment. That means the Yankees are eating almost $22 million in exchange for getting LeMahieu off of their roster. But he wasn't doing that bad. He's batting .266 and spent most of his time at second base. Just saying. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good morning and happy Thursday. It is B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. Brian Mitchell going to be in with me in just a little bit. Going to get into some Nationals talk at the top of the show. Want to talk about the Nationals win last night, as well as some interesting comments from Ken Rosenthal not that long ago talking about a potential trade superstar the Nationals could have on the block. I don't necessarily agree with that, but we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. Coming up at 11, Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post going to join us. He's been out in St. Louis, I believe, for the opening series for Miguel Cairo in his tenure as the interim manager. So we'll talk to him about that, as well as get his thoughts on the new uniforms. Gary Clark, Redskins legend, going to join us coming up at 11:30. And, of course, at 1 o'clock, we got Bleep You Thursday. Got plenty to get into with the Commanders as well. And we'll get back into the Nats here in just a second, but I got to start. So last night, I've started watching the quarterback series on Netflix, and it didn't really dawn on me until I was watching this full thing that every single quarterback that's featured in this had a signature win from the Commanders against them. Every single one of them. And it was cool to see through that lens, to see the other sideline, the devastation, the frustration, wives crying, the annoyance of losing these games because Jaden Daniels was just too good. It was cool to see it through the other side. So if you don't know, Quarterback Season 2 just dropped on Netflix, I believe Monday. I can't remember exactly what day, but it was earlier this week sometime. And I think there's 7 episodes. I watched a couple the other day. I got to the last one last night, and I was like, screw it, I got to finish this thing, and watched the rest of it last night, 4 or 5 episodes of it, and it was awesome. It was really, really good. The guys that they were following, Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, and Jared Goff. And so it was cool to see. I need to find the exact quote I texted it to some guys the other night when Joe Burrow talks about playing in the game in week 3. It was the coming out party for Jaden Daniels. We all remember that Monday Night Football game and how awesome that game was. And Joe Burrow, after the game, was like, pretty tough when you play darn near perfect and lose. And that they did. They played really, really well. And it's crazy seeing how well Joe Burrow played last year. Shows you how bad that Bengals defense was and why Lou Anarumo no longer has a job with them. But it was crazy to watch how good he was playing, and yet on the other side, he gets outdueled because Jaden Daniels is that special. So that's signature win number 1 against Joe Burrow. You get to see it through the lens of the Cincinnati Bengals. Then you advance further on into the year, and you get the whole saga of Kirk Cousins getting benched and Michael Penix taking over. And they don't spend as much time on this one because obviously the focus is on Kirk Cousins. But you get to see the playoff clinching win, Sunday Night Football at Northwest Stadium against the Atlanta Falcons. Jaden Daniels finding Zach Ertz for the game-winning touchdown in overtime. You get to see that. And my favorite one was getting to see all the hype around Jared Goff, because he's the one that lasted the longest in this quarterback series in terms of his team continuing on into the playoffs. And it was so cool to see the anticipation and how excited they were and the expectation that they were going to win that game so they could go to the NFC Championship and maybe go to the Super Bowl and being the top team in the NFC. All that stuff, the wives and the girlfriends and just the family and the trainers and everybody, just the excitement going into that game. Just for Jaden to step up and rip their heart out in Detroit in that playoff game, divisional round. 3 signature wins for Washington, all featured in the new Netflix series Quarterback, albeit none of them were focusing on Jaden Daniels. None of them were focusing on Washington, but you get to watch it through the lens on the other side, and you know what's coming. And so you get to that final episode, you know that win against Detroit's going to be in there, and it's as good as you could think. It's as good as you could think, because you really like these guys. Like, I really like Joe Burrow. I already really did like Joe Burrow, but you get a little more of understanding of who Joe Burrow is, and he's kind of a little dorky in some ways. He really likes history and different things, and I thought the series was really, really good. We've had this already with Kirk Cousins. I think Kirk does a fantastic job of marketing himself, and so you get to watch him once again go through an NFL season and Goff. And I think it was interesting to see peel back the layers and get to know Jared Goff a little bit. But it was really, really cool on the other side to be able to see Washington just devastate every single one of these quarterbacks, because we got the better one here in D.C. in Jaden Daniels. But getting into the Nationals, last night they get the first win in the Miguel Cairo as interim manager era, Mike DeBartolo as the interim general manager era. They win 8-2 last night, and it was nice to see. So Mackenzie Gore has been one of the best pitchers in the National League, one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball this season. Another great outing last night. 6 innings, only gave up 1 run, gave up 5 hits, only walked 1, struck out 7. Now, I would have considered going with him in the 7th inning. It was his last start before the All-Star break, but they ended up pulling him at 89 pitches. You've got a sizable lead, and that's something that Mackenzie Gore hasn't really had all season. When they pulled him from the game, they were up 7-1. He's not. I don't know the last time he's had 7 runs of run support in a game in a long, long time. Matter of fact, if you just look at his last couple of games, chances are 7 runs would have been as many as he's had the last 3 or 4 games in terms of run support. He just doesn't usually get any. That's why his record is 4-8, despite having an ERA of 3.02. He's been really, really good this year. But it was good to see him go out there and play well and actually have some run support and this team be able to get over the top and win one. So some things that were interesting about last night. Nats Twitter was freaking out, which they do a really good job of. And I'm glad to see they're invested in the team, but it's not always the smartest group in terms of some of the things that are being said on Nats Twitter. So a lot of fans were freaking out because Andre Pallante was starting for the St. Louis Cardinals. And if you remember back when the Cardinals were in town, Andre Pallante, who has an ERA just under 4.50, coming into the game yesterday at an ERA of 4.10, got raised up a little bit because he gave up 7 earned runs. But coming into the start, when the Nationals first saw him on May 10th, he came in with an ERA of 4.75, and then he proceeded to go 7 1/3, give up only 2 earned runs, 5 hits, gave up 1 homer, and struck out 7. He was really, really good when he pitched here. And it was interesting to see the way that Miguel Cairo, and I don't know if this is different than how Davey would have done it, I'm not sure. But Miguel Cairo, because of the way that Andre Pallante pitches, decided to go with a righty-heavy lineup. So generally, if you've watched this team this year, you understand that they are a very left-handed, heavy-hitting lineup. It's something that I can't remember exactly what team it was, if it was the Rangers. I can't remember exactly who it was. There was a road series the Nationals were playing, and that specific team in their history had only faced an all left-handed lineup twice in their entire history. And when they played the Nationals, all 3 games, they trotted out an all lefty and switch hitting lineup. So needless to say, this is a very left-hand dominant batting order. But yesterday, with a right-hander on the mound, Miguel Cairo decided to go righty heavy and get a lot of guys on the bench involved. And I saw Nats Twitter freaking out. Part of the reason they go with this, Palante throws a nice fastball with a little bit of cut. The Nationals really, really struggled against that when he was here. The Nationals changed it up. You get Ahmed Rosario. People were complaining that Ahmed Rosario was in the game instead of Luis Garcia. Ahmed Rosario hit one of the farthest home runs you'll see for the Nationals this year. Absolutely crushed one. Had a little fun with it. Stared at it for a little bit. James Wood also homered in this one. But I think overall you saw Nathaniel Lowe also with a home run. I think you saw a lineup that had some excitement again. And I don't know. Maybe they still are able to get to Palante if they have the lefties in there. But Miguel Cairo definitely pulled the right strings last night in the way that he constructed that lineup. Not to say that I'm always going to be an apologist for Cairo, but I don't mind sometimes thinking outside the box, especially when what they've been doing most of this season hasn't been working. So I don't mind trying different things. But the thing that I thought was most interesting about last night, with the way that game last night, was after Ahmed Rosario and after Nathaniel Lowe and after James Wood hit the home run, there was something that we saw that we haven't seen in quite some time. And it wasn't anything crazy. It wasn't anything really on the field. But we saw them throw on the Uncle Slam hat. Remember last year they wear the big old Uncle Sam looking hat. They called it the Uncle Slam. Ahmed Rosario threw on a nice jacket. And you saw exuberance in that dugout again. And I don't know where that went. I don't know if that was a Davey thing saying, hey, we're not going to do this anymore. We're not a good enough ball club. I don't know. But I'm not quite sure where that went and why that ever was not a thing. Because every team has one of these things, seemingly. You watch a Red Sox game, they hit a home run, they throw on the stupid mascot head that you have, I don't know if the Angels still do it, but they would throw on like a samurai helmet. I don't know exactly. It's all dumb stuff. It's nothing that ultimately changes the way that the game is played. But there should be an excitement. There should be an energy. And it seemed like this team hasn't had that for quite some time. And I don't know how much of that is Davey. I don't know if that's the players. You need guys to step up, because that's one thing that I think has been interesting throughout the discourse of the whole, were they right to fire Mike Rizzo? Were they right to fire Davey Martinez? Something that's been really interesting to me about that whole discussion is a lot of the blame has gone on Davey. And I fully understand that in terms of the way that this team is played, the lack of discipline at times, the same mistakes being repeated over and over. That stuff, to me, I can understand being Davey's fault. What I don't get, though, is where is that veteran leadership in the clubhouse to step in and make some of those things happen? I mean, B-Mitch and I have been talking about this week, where the best teams in professional sports are player-led. Not to say that the coach doesn't get involved, doesn't help lead the ball club, doesn't help lead the football team, basketball team, whatever it may be. But the players keep each other accountable. The players provide the energy. The players provide all of that. Where the heck did that go? Where did that go? And I think you're missing probably their main guy in terms of energy in that clubhouse, because you think about some of the top dogs in that clubhouse. James Wood, love the guy. No one would claim that he's the most exuberant individual in the world. And that's fine. I'm not saying he has to be. But his personality isn't, overly rah-rah. Totally fine. He's our nonchalant prince. We love him. C.J. Abrams, very quiet. He has some aura to him. He has some swag. But again, not a rah-rah guy. Mackenzie Gore, he's got a fire to him, but it's not always like an outward fire to rah-rah the entire team. He's got enough burning inside for him. He's not necessarily providing that for the entire ball club. And think around the rest of the club. Not like Josh Bell's like that. Nathaniel Lowe's a fun-loving, goofy guy, but it's not as if he's got that. I think Dylan Cruz does provide a lot of that. I think he does. I think he provides that energy to the ball club. I think he's a winning ball player. I don't think it's any coincidence that the losing streak and this bad streak has all come after Cruz was out. And I know Landfill's not the biggest Cruz fan. You go look at his numbers. His numbers aren't exactly great, but he makes winning ball plays. He's a winning ball player. And I think that's something that numbers can't quantify, that you can't necessarily break down with a percentage or a number of any sort. But I do think that he has an impact on this team. Even a guy like Nassim Nunez, when he was around the ball club, his energy, his upbeat, the way that he goes about his business is infectious. And I think they were lacking a little bit of that. So to see last night, they hit home runs, and I'm not saying they're going to rattle off a bunch of wins in a row now because they're wearing the stupid Uncle Slam hat. I don't know. No idea. But I don't know where that went because this is a young ball club, and you got to go out there and play like it. You got to go out there and have some fun. Because if you take that away and it becomes just such a grind, especially in Major League Baseball where you're playing 162 games, it does get monotonous. There has to be some excitement. There has to be some energy brought to the ballpark every single night by the guys. I don't know. It just felt like there wasn't a lot of that. And maybe some of that falls on Davey, but I think in terms of the energy, that's not necessarily on the manager. And I think that's been lacking from this team at times. And so it's good to see that stupid little things like the Uncle Slam hat after a home run are back. Now, again, I'm not defending Davey Martinez because, frankly, I was not really ever a fan aside from the 2019 postseason, the way that he managed in games. But I'm curious to see if there's going to be differences in the way that Cairo and Davey manage because I don't know how much of an imprint that Cairo can leave in his time as the manager that Davey didn't have. They obviously worked together. You heard from the introductory press conference of sorts that, Cairo was emotional talking about how much Davey meant to him. So I don't think they're going to have super different philosophies. You're not going to see anything crazy. But I am curious to see DeBartolo. And I think he's actually auditioning for this general manager job. He's got the leg up on the other candidates that may be interviewed in the offseason, where he's got an opportunity to go through a trade deadline and he can make moves that can set this team up for the future. Like, look at last year with some of the guys they were able to get for Andres Chaparro, for Dylan Floro, who Dylan Floro was DFA'd by the end of the year by the Diamondbacks. Look at Lane Thomas, who is on the trade block again and hasn't been as good with Cleveland as he was here. And you get an Alex Clemmy, who's in the futures game in Atlanta coming up in just a couple of days. Like those sorts of moves, Rizzo was really, really good at. Let's see if DeBartolo can do something similar to that while also, and it's tough to tell in just a half year, but is he going to nail this draft? Let's see what it looks like. And I thought it was interesting yesterday with Joe Doyle being on the show talking about whether you'd go Holiday, whether you'd go Anderson. And he talked about Cade Anderson being the pick, and not necessarily because of the talent. And it's there. I think the top two guys consensus would be Holiday and Anderson. And I don't think there's a wrong pick there. So if you're team Holiday and they pick Anderson, I don't think it's something where you're going to be incredibly frustrated and vice versa. But do you go with the Cade Anderson to say, hey, we got him to Double-A this year. Look how well he's pitching. Give me another shot at this. Let's see if I can stick in this job. Because to me, Cairo is very unlikely to stick around as the full-time manager after this season. But I think there is a good shot that DeBartolo is going to stick around as the real general manager of this ball club. You take away the interim tag and becomes the general manager of this ball club going forward. If that's the case, he's got an opportunity to set up this team and himself going forward. So it's going to be interesting to watch those guys. One of the things that DeBartolo's got to make a decision on, though, is what he's going to do at the deadline and going into the offseason with some of the names on this team that are available. I think Michael Soroka, we understand that he's available. Kyle Finnegan, Nathaniel Lowe potentially, even though he's under contract next year. I know that he's a numbers guy. The numbers people over at Nats Park didn't necessarily love the Nathaniel Lowe trade. Could he be on the move? I don't know that anybody's in on Josh Bell. Maybe someone's in on Ahmed Rosario because of the way that he crushes lefties. But there's another name that Ken Rosenthal brought up that the Nationals could consider trading. I hate the idea. I think it's incredibly stupid. But it seems like this idea has been floating around a little bit more. We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Big 12 Media Days are underway and Colorado took center stage. It's been a largely quiet offseason from Deion Sanders. He's stayed out of the public space for much of the spring and summer amid health concerns. He reportedly missed a speaking engagement in May and lost about 14 pounds during his break from the spotlight. He was asked about the situation at Big 12 Media Days, but he shot down the question from The Athletic. He said he's there to talk about his team and not about his health, but you can't blame the reporter in this situation. Sanders had previously said he would provide an update upon his return to Boulder. So technically, both of them are in the right. The Athletic wants to know if he's feeling okay, but they're not technically in Boulder yet. The AD believes he will be in Boulder in the next week or two for starting practices. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Just a couple of weeks away from the MLB trade deadline, and some interesting names could be available. ESPN had just put out a piece today. I think maybe Passan had written it, and we're coming up not that far away. And some of the names that are being mentioned, like a David Bednar from Pittsburgh, could go to Detroit. Could Jarren Duran from Boston be on the move to the Padres? Josh Naylor from Arizona on the move to Seattle, or some of the guys that are mentioned here. What's interesting is there's another name that has been thrown around from the Nationals that could be available. And I don't really believe it. I don't tend to buy into it. But Ken Rosenthal, one of the most respected baseball writers that you got here in the game, had this to say the other day on, I believe, the Foul Territory podcast.
They don't really have a lot to trade. Kyle Finnegan would be their most interesting guy on an expiring contract. Mike Soroka would have some interest to teams, perhaps. As for the others, Nathaniel Lowe is on a 2-year deal, expires after 26. He's not performing that well. There isn't that much that they necessarily would want to do. The one guy that I find very interesting is Mackenzie Gore, all-star left-hander, who is at the same level of service that Juan Soto was when the Nationals traded him to the Padres at the 2022 deadline. Now you might say, well, why would you trade Mackenzie Gore? Well, he's represented by Scott Boras. Scott Boras generally likes his clients to establish their values on the open market. An extension would appear unlikely, especially with the Nationals not spending the way they once did. So that would be admitting that the team needs to go backwards before going forwards again. And maybe the Nationals don't want to admit that, but their system is not in a place to support Gore and James Wood and CJ Abrams. They've got those three guys from the trade, and they might get a few others from that trade as well. But it will be interesting to me to see if they are willing to entertain Gore, because that guy, if he got out there, then we're talking a monster package in return. And let's face it, they need more players.
If they were to trade Mackenzie Gore, they would get a lot in return. There's no question about it. But if you were to trade Mackenzie Gore, see if anyone shows up to the ballpark the rest of the year. See if anyone wears Nats gear around the DMV ever again. Seriously. At some point, you have to put a reasonable product on the field. And one of the few things that is worth watching on this ball club, especially on the pitching staff, is Mackenzie Gore. He's about to represent your team in an all-star game. He's turned into the guy that we all thought he would become when you traded for him in the Juan Soto deal. He was once the top pitching prospect in all of baseball. He was once that guy. And if you watched him the last couple of years, you saw that he had immense potential. You saw that he had this kind of potential. You saw that. The pitch mix was always there. He's got elite stuff. There's no question about it. It was just about continuing to get better each and every year and grow in his arsenal, sure, in his command, sure. But I think the big thing for him was growing in his mentality on the hill as an ace. And you've seen that this season. He's taken that next step. So when you look throughout his career, he's improved every single year as a starter. So going back to 2022, when he first made his debut with the Padres, he finished with a 4.50 ERA. 2023, slightly better, First year with the Nats, 4.42 ERA. Stuff was better than that, but a 4.42 ERA. Last year, had a really good stretch to start the year, finished well. There was a stretch in the middle that he struggled. Still, though, improved by half a run, down to a 3.90 ERA. This year, in 19 starts, 3.02 ERA. That's improvement every single season. And by the way, each year, the strikeouts have gone up. 72 in 13 starts in 2022, 151 and 136 innings in 27 starts in 23. Last year, 181 strikeouts and 166 innings in 32 games started. And this year, 138 strikeouts so far and 110 innings in 19 starts. He's getting better year after year after year. You're seeing improvement. And I don't think now's the time to move on from him. You've still got him under control for at least a couple more years. Now, I think having a discussion about maybe moving him in the offseason, even though I would absolutely hate it, I think that's more reasonable. But at the deadline, you think Mike DeBartolo is going to take over this thing on the interim basis and then just suddenly decide that now it's time to move on? I can't get on board with that. I can't. I just don't think it would make much sense. Yeah, you could get some really, really good players. There's no question about it. If you were to trade Mackenzie Gore, he would be the belle of the ball in trade deadline talks. There's no question about that. He'd be the top dude on the market. And so you could get a lot for him. But for every single Juan Soto trade, which, by the way, there's only been one ever like it, where you end up with so many good players, 3 all-stars in the same trade, 3 building blocks in the same trade, which, by the way, that's what they should be. Building blocks, not trade bait, not guys that stick around for a few years and then you flip again. Building blocks. James Wood should be a National for life. CJ Abrams should already have been extended. Mackenzie Gore, you should be working to extend him right now. Those guys should be sticking around. You don't have trades like the Juan Soto trade pop up very often, because for every single one of those, which again doesn't happen often, there's the Mookie Betts trade. Go find how many Mookie Betts players that the Red Sox acquired are doing anything for them. One of the dudes' names was Jeter. Imagine the Red Sox trading for a dude named Jeter. And how'd that go? Jeter Downs was playing for the Nationals not that long ago, and he wasn't even playing for the Nationals. He was just on the roster. It's terrible. So for every one of those where you feel like you get guys, they don't turn into anything. Because what if you trade Mackenzie Gore and you get a top prospect and you get Carter Kieboom? How'd that work out? Right? How'd that work out in terms of what Carter Kieboom was supposed to be? What if you trade top prospect, or you trade Mackenzie Gore and you get one of the top prospects in baseball and it's Victor Robles? He had some okay time here. Is it worth Mackenzie Gore for 2 years? I don't understand this idea that the team should move Mackenzie Gore. I just don't think it would make any sense. I don't think if you're a Nats fan, it would give you much to care about on this team. You'd still have James Wood. But then I question, if we're doing this bit where anytime someone has value, we should just move them, then why the heck wouldn't you entertain Wood? Why the heck wouldn't you entertain Abrams? What's the point where you stop? Because as much as he wants to say that there's nothing in the farm system and doesn't have the system to back this thing up, let's go around the diamond real quick and see where they could use real improvements. Left field is set. James Wood, cornerstone, superstar, no question. Center field, likely set. Not talking about Jacob Young, but talking about Dylan Cruz, and we can have a discussion about his value there. But Dylan Cruz is your center fielder, likely. Corner outfield spot, that could be either Lyle, that could be Robert Hassel. I would like for that to be a bat that you go sign. But okay, you got one corner outfield spot open. You got your 4th outfielder figured out in Jacob Young or Dalen Lyle or Robert Hassel. By the way, you've got 3 guys for 2 spots there if you're not going to spend money. So one of those dudes could get traded in the offseason to bring in someone to help out this ball club. At third base, Brady House. All right, you like what you've seen so far. You want to see that power start showing up, but he's a prospect. It takes time to adjust. And so we'll see if he can get to that spot. But third base, feels like a pressing need right now because you're still evaluating House. Shortstop, CJ Abrams. Obviously, we know how good he is. First base right now, Nathaniel Lowe. I think you could use an upgrade there if they're going to spend money. But if not, that's a guy that's on pace for 20 plus homers and near 100 RBIs, plays decent defense. Okay. Reasonable, even though it's not the power hitter, even though it's not the big time formidable bat in the middle of the lineup. Okay. I can understand if you want to improve there, but it's okay. Second base, I think you can use improvement. No question about it. Luis Garcia has been horrible defensively, one of the worst, if not the worst, infield defenders this season. And specifically at second base, he's been atrocious. So, okay, maybe you want to improve in second base. Catcher, I don't think I need to have a discussion here. They have to improve a catcher. There's no question about that. So you've got catcher and you've got second base, really, for me. And I'd like them to spend at right field. But I think I can make some things happen with that lineup, especially if they can fix some of the errors in terms of base running and we can figure some stuff out. Okay, better there. Starting pitching, that's an issue. By the way, if you trade Mackenzie Gore, you have no one that you can rely on in this rotation. And this team might not win much at all if you move on from Mackenzie Gore, and then you're probably trading Soroka as well. Trevor Williams is out for the rest of this season. He has a partial UCL tear. He's probably out until, at best, early next year. And also, Trevor Williams wasn't even that good when he was pitching, so it's not that big of a deal. But, okay, you need to improve in starting pitching, and you need to improve in the bullpen. By the way, bullpen is when you can actually bargain hunt. You just got to do a better job than Poche, Sims, and Lopez. That's where you can actually spend some money, but don't have to spend as much as you maybe think to build a decent bullpen. So I don't think they're close, but I also don't think they're as far as Rosenthal's making them sound. And when you look at their top prospects, you've got guys that are coming down the line, maybe not right away, but you've got guys coming down the line that can help this team out. Travis Sakura, the timeline on Pipeline says 27. He just got shut down for a little bit longer, but he's all the way up to AA. Susana has been injured as well. He's in AA. We'll see about Seaver King. I talked about Alex Clemmy, someone they acquired, a pitcher that they acquired in the Lane Thomas deal. Seaver King being the shortstop and can play the outfield, kind of utility-ish guy that they drafted in the first round last year. Like, I'm not necessarily saying any of these guys are particularly close, but their system is not as bad. Maybe it doesn't stack up with the Dodgers. I don't know that any of these guys, with the exception of Sakura and Susana, maybe Clemmy, are big-time impact guys, like stars or dudes that you can build around. But I still don't understand the idea that you would move on from Mackenzie Gore when you know you have a superstar in place. And I get his point that he's repped by Boris. He's likely to hit free agency. The chances of them signing him are very, very low. But I just don't think that now is the time to have that consideration of trading Gore. In the offseason, I think it's another discussion, and I think it's something that we could probably mull over, even though I wouldn't love it, because at some point you do need to create a winning ball club. And I hate this idea that you're just going to create this vicious cycle of trading every good player for prospects over and over and over again and hoping at some point that your timelines match up to create a winning ball club again. But I just don't think at this deadline it would make any sense to me to move on from him. I just don't. I think, especially with everything that you've gone through this past week, with moving on from Rizzo, moving on from Davey, there's already a lot of turmoil with Nationals fans. Do you think it's a good idea to go ahead and throw a match onto the gasoline in terms of what this fan base is right now and trade Mackenzie Gore? Because that return would have to be incredible. I would need to get a couple big-time guys that I could see in the big leagues relatively soon, because your timeline is still whatever James Wood is here for. And that's still a few more years. That's still at least through 2030 in terms of control that you have for him. So now's not the time to move off of all this stuff. I just think it would be incredibly foolish for them to decide to do what Rosenthal had suggested and move off of Mackenzie Gore. And I don't think, frankly, if I were ownership too, I don't think I'm giving an interim general manager like Mike DiBartolo the option to trade him in the middle of the season, when who knows if he's going to be your general manager going forward. In the offseason, if I remove the interim tag and you want to make a move, sure. But an interim GM trading the ace of the staff and a superstar in the sport and someone that's still incredibly young, that I don't think there's a likely chance that you could sign him, but there's still at least a chance. I think that would be incredibly stupid. So I just don't see that happening. Talking about guys that are in some turmoil. I don't know if you saw this morning with Terry McLaurin. So he put something on his Instagram story, and I don't know what to make of it. He put out, "I wake up and go get that cake. I ain't the type to relax." Jeff, you're big in lyrics and everything. Does this mean anything? Are we getting a Terry contract soon? Is he trying to stir up? What are we getting here?
My man just saying he wake up and grind. I wouldn't look too deep into that.
And I don't think I'm not. Terry's not one that's been a diva. He's not one that's throwing crazy shade or anything. But really, that's the first thing we've heard from Terry is, "I wake up and go get that cake. I ain't the type to relax." Regardless, Terry McLaurin, the contract situation, we got a little more of an update from James Palmer yesterday. We'll play that for you next. Sounds like there's still been some contact despite the issues with the contract. Is it going to get resolved? We'll continue talking about Terry McLaurin next here on The Fan. Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP all week. Brian Mitchell going to join me in just a little bit. Coming up at 11 o'clock as well, Barry Svrluga, the Washington Post, and 11:30. Redskins legend Gary Clark going to join the program. Right now, talking about another receiver in the burgundy and gold, Terry McLaurin, dealing with the contract situation. We got an update, not necessarily on the contract situation itself, but that Dan Quinn still staying in touch with Terry McLaurin. Here's James Palmer with that report.
He held out of OTAs, held out of minicamp. Let's remember this, though. Dan Quinn has stayed in constant contact with Terry McLaurin throughout this offseason. It hasn't been contentious in that sense to where he's separate from the organization. Is there distance? Is there frustration here as well? Certainly. Did they make really any headway through the entire month of June? To my understanding, no, they really didn't. And they were pretty far apart in really making any sort of progress. Now, he has comparable numbers to some of the players that have been paid. Obviously, that's part of Terry's argument. Does he want to reset the market? No. We understand Jamar Chase at that $40 million. But what he's looking at, in my understanding, more importantly, is that there's 7 players making 30 or more. And you look at a guy who's a number 2 wide receiver in T. Higgins that's making it about 28. Terry understands that he should be, and I agree with this, in those 30s numbers.
And I think he should be in those 30s numbers as well. Now, how far up into the 30s is a question that I think needs to be answered. To me, I'm willing to go as high as necessary because what's an extra 3, 4, 5 million at this point? If Jaden Daniels had been paid and he's getting the ridiculous contracts that quarterbacks are getting now, then yeah, we can have a discussion about maybe needing to penny pinch a little bit. But right now, I don't think is the time to look at it and say, oh, okay, I can't give an extra 2 to 3 because we got to make sure that we're really careful. And I get that you have to set yourself up down the line, but I'm not all that worried about giving him an extra couple that's going to lead to, quote unquote, an overpay. So it's good to hear that there's at least still been contact. I was never all that worried that there's some sort of contention or any sort of narrative around that. I'm not worried about that. The thing that has me a little bit concerned going into training camp is I would just need to make sure that he's there at some point in the first couple weeks of training camp. Because I think if you're getting into the middle of August, if you're starting to play football games, just preseason games, but specifically if you're actually playing games and Terry's not there, you're getting to a point where could this affect the beginning of the season? And that's what I don't want to get to. Right? I don't want to, because think about, we were talking about Brandon Ayuk, someone who San Francisco kind of had this back and forth with. Are they going to sign him? Are they going to trade him? What are they going to do? And what do you see that happened with Brandon Ayuk? The injury, I don't know if that's avoidable because that's something that's long-term. I think he tore his ACL, right? Like that was something that I don't know that that's necessarily something that happens because he was late to training camp or anything of that nature. But remember watching Brandon Ayuk early in the season, he wasn't good. He just wasn't. Plain and simple, he was not. And so I don't want something that is suddenly going to affect the first 5-6 weeks of the season where Terry's getting back into football shape. Because as much as you go out there and you do play, and I don't doubt that Terry is working his butt off so that as soon as he shows up to training camp, that he's getting everything done and he's able to hit all his markers. He's able to go out there and still play at an incredibly high level. I'm not worried about any of that. I think Terry's going to come in shape. But there's a difference between working out, doing all your individual exercises, and getting out there and playing football and being in football shape. And so I'm not that worried even if he misses the first week of training camp. Now, the conversation then is going to pick up much more because I would assume he's going to hold out. So, or maybe he's going to hold in. He'll be in the building, but he's not going to participate. So I can understand that the conversation will pick up then. But even if we're getting to the point where they report on July 22nd and we're July 26th, July 27th, July 28th, wrapping up the month of July, and you still haven't signed Terry, okay. The conversations will be very, very prevalent. But even then, I'm still not massively worried. I'm not panicking yet. I would get to that point, though, if maybe the deadline for me is, I think they have a joint practice. Is it the 2nd of August? I think their joint practice with the Patriots is right around then. Maybe that is the cutoff point for me. Where if you get to that joint practice which, okay, takes place August 6th. August 6th in Foxborough, and then I believe they play August 8th, maybe? Yeah. So August 6th is the joint practice. August 8th is the first game. I think that's kind of my cutoff point. If Terry McLaurin hasn't signed a contract by that joint practice, then I think we can have a real discussion about hitting the panic button. Until then, your concern level may continue to grow, but I'm not going to break glass in case of emergency and slam that button. I'm going to wait until we get to that point. But my big thing about this is you have to find a way to get this guy paid. He just means too much for the organization. Joel Corey, a Cap guy, former agent, writes for CBS Sports, wrote something interesting. So he talked about, this is from his article, which he, I think, just wrote yesterday. He says, another data point that could be useful in adjusting McLaurin's existing contract for salary cap inflation. The salary cap has increased by 34.1% since McLaurin signed in 2022. His deal is a little less than $31.125 million per year when factoring in salary cap growth. So if you just did that and you said, hey, all right, Terry, we're going to sign you for around that number, would be just over 3 for 93. I think I'd be fine to go to 3 for 100, maybe a little bit more, depending on the guarantees and what you're doing. But that's why I think it's a little bit crazy that some people are saying that, oh, he's not a $30 million receiver. The salary cap has gone up and up and up, and it goes up every single year. And so if you're just going off of the same percentage of the salary cap that he signed for in 2022 to what he could sign for now, he'd get over $31 million. So I get the idea that he shouldn't get 30 is a little bit wild to me. And I get the age thing, but to me, that's the only thing that's the holdup. That's it. And I know it's a big factor because when you sign contracts, obviously a big part of it is your production, injury history, age, all those things. But that's the only holdup for me. The production is there. The injury history has been basically squeaky clean. He's played a lot of football and had no issue doing so. By the way, I say he's played a lot of football. He's played consistently in the National Football League, but in college, it's not like he was the number one receiver. It's not like he was getting excessive amounts of hits in college. I wonder, we talk about this with running backs sometimes, right? You get a guy like a Derrick Henry who has proved to be incredibly durable, but he ran the ball a lot in high school. He ran the ball a lot in college. He's now run the ball a lot in the pros. Does that factor into contracts with those sorts of guys? Does it play the other way at wide receiver when Terry McLaurin theoretically doesn't have the mileage and hits on him like some of these other guys because he wasn't getting the ball as much at Ohio State? I don't know. I don't know how much that plays in. But to me, age is the only thing that is the holdup on Terry McLaurin's contract. That's it. And so to me, you look at the way that he's played. He had a career year last year. And generally, when you look at a guy's prime, specifically at the receiver position, you're looking around that 26, 27 to right around the age 30 timeframe. And that's kind of when you start to see a little bit of a fall off. But that's changed. That's changed in terms of seeing guys kind of fall off a little bit. And to me, even a diminished McLaurin of sorts is still a good enough receiver that, yeah, maybe in 2 to 3 years paying him $30 million in overpay, but I'd still be willing in 2 to 3 years, probably just banking on the talent that he has. I still think that you could make the argument that by then he's still a 23, 24, $25 million receiver. And again, since it doesn't coincide with Jaden getting his massive payday, I think that's when you can make these sorts of deals and live a little bit with, well, maybe we did slightly overpay. I think that's when you can do it. I'd have no issue with this contract negotiation and being a little bit more frugal and being very careful about pinching every penny and making sure that you're being extra careful not to overspend if Jaden Daniels was already cashing in as one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league, because that's what he's going to be. But this Terry contract, to me, doesn't coincide at all with Jaden's timeline. Matter of fact, it works out perfectly so that Jaden's going to get his big payday as McLaurin's contract is coming off the books. So to me, just figure out what that number is. I would assume for me, if I'm Terry, I'm starting around that DK contract, 33, the increased number, like we just talked about, is a little over 31. I'm starting somewhere in that range. And if the Commanders aren't willing to come up there, then it gets interesting. But I would think that they're willing to get a deal done. I don't think they want to see Terry leave this building. Coming up next, Barry Svrluga, the Washington Post, going to join us. Want to get his thoughts as he's out in St. Louis covering the first series for Mike DeBartolo and for Miguel Cairo as interim GM and manager. Get his thoughts on that, as well as the Commanders' new uniforms that were unveiled yesterday. Barry Svrluga joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. The Washington Nationals beat the St. Louis Cardinals 8-2 last night to give interim manager Miguel Cairo his first victory at the helm. Gore earned the win against the Cardinals, giving up 1 run, 5 hits, and 1 walk in 6 innings of work. He struck out 7. Those 7 punch-outs were Gore's most since his June 4th start, which is crazy seeing how hot he started the season with all those strikeouts. Nathaniel Lowe made sure that Gore got some run support, which he has not gotten recently, by smacking a 3-run homer in the first. Ahmed Rosario hit a solo homer, his 5th of the year, in the 5th inning, and James Wood followed it up with a monster home run in the 7th inning. I mean, this thing was crazy. An exit velocity of 115.9 miles per hour. It traveled 433 feet to center field. He was basically just previewing the home run derby for all of us. Both the Cardinals and the Nationals need a win today to clinch that series victory. The Nats could actually use one before they head over to Milwaukee, but we will see 7:45 p.m. right here on The Fan. First pitch. Make sure you tune in to listen live. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside's only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, there is no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP. Brian Mitchell going to be joining us here shortly, just a bit. But it's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in our friend Barry Svrluga from the Washington Post. Barry, how's it going today?
What's up, Toby?
How has it been out in St. Louis? Have you noticed any differences around the ball club with the new manager and general manager?
So I was just there I went in for game 1 on Tuesday because it was, Mike DiBartolo was going to speak and was kind of the lid lifting. So I left before last night's game. And I think, you've probably discussed what my takeaway would have been. I'm much less interested in Miguel Cairo. I don't think he is the person going forward. I think the manager job is really, really the secondary story here. And I think the striking things were that Mike DiBartolo, who sat alongside Mike Rizzo for a long, long time, clearly thinks that there's a better direction for this franchise. And I think he began his audition for the big job on Tuesday, or really on Sunday when he addressed the team, but on Tuesday in a forward-facing way by saying, very clearly before he was even asked the question, that they need a new direction, that just stepping up their game is not enough. They need real change. And I think it's interesting when you hear that from the guy who had been riding shotgun to Mike Rizzo for so long, but it also is instructive that the person who's in the big chair is ultimately the person who decides on what the direction of the franchise is. And that doesn't mean everybody there is in lockstep. Mike DiBartolo is clearly somebody who values a more modern approach in using data and using technology and using innovation. How much of an imprint he can make in that regard in a few months remains to be seen. But it's my belief that they have to go out and talk to a wide variety of candidates. That being said, only one person gets to make an imprint on the franchise right now, and that's Mike DiBartolo. And with the draft and the trade deadline, he's got 2 big opportunities to say, look, here's why I'm doing this. Here's the moves I'm making. This is why, and this is why I'm the person who has the best interests of the Nationals going forward. You should hire me.
Talking with Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Toby Altizer in for JP on B. Mitch and Finley this week. That's what I thought was so interesting, hearing some of the comments, reading the article with some anonymous sources after the fact, talking about the front office and the excitement, I guess is maybe the right word, or the changes that they're looking forward to in the front office. Do you think it's just, hey, we're going to make changes because we got a new guy in charge? Or some people kind of read it as, man, maybe there was some disdain for Mike Rizzo in the organization. Did you get any of that?
I don't know that disdain is the right word, but I think that there was frustration that they felt behind. They didn't think that the processes that Mike used, and to be fair, that Mike used to build a winner for 8 years, and that stretch from 2012 to 2019, they essentially played only a handful of meaningless games, because even the years that they didn't make the postseason, they were contenders to get there. But I think that if you were in that front office and you go to winter meetings and you have colleagues at different franchises around the sport, you have an understanding that the Nationals were not outfitted with all the tools that most teams have, and that's in technology, that's in bodies, analysts, that kind of stuff. And you could feel that they felt behind. Now, a lot of that is on ownership, and I think we can talk about Mike Rizzo and Mike DeBartolo in the front office and the differences between their approaches, and that's really, really important. But I think that so much of this goes back to how supportive are the learners in building a championship team again. That's going to be in money for payroll for sure, but it's really going to be, I think anybody who's coming in for an interview is going to have hard questions for ownership about, look, are you all in on building out a modern front office? Because that's going to take resources too. So I think, I don't think that's, going back to your original question, disdain for Mike Rizzo. I think it's kind of an exhale of like, okay, we really did need a fresh start here. We are behind in a number of areas. Like, is this a real opportunity to catch up and move forward?
I think that's part of the excitement that I have for this move is, look, Mike Rizzo has a great track record in terms of what he's been able to do to create a winner. Hasn't necessarily been as good recently. The draft and develop stuff we could spend plenty of time on. I think everyone understands that. But when Ken Rosenthal wrote his piece kind of saying that the Nationals are a bottom feeder and kind of going in, some Nats fans were frustrated by it, understandably so. You don't want to see your team trashed like that. But my point coming out of that was they have to make a real decision talking about ownership and the front office of how they're going to operate. Because if they're going to continue to spend like this, then maybe they need to start operating like a Tampa Bay Rays, Cleveland Guardians, Milwaukee Brewers, and spend resources on that. Do you get a sense that they'd be willing to make that sort of change, even though I'd still prefer that they act like they're in a big market, like they're in the nation's capital? But if they're going to continue spending on the Major League payroll that is bottom 10 in the sport, bottom 5 in the sport, then maybe they could go full in on the analytics and try to win that way.
Well, I think both can be true. I mean, why can't you go all full in on the analytics and spend on Major League payroll? I mean, you don't have to be the Dodgers to do that. I would just say that right now, I think there are important people in the organization that think that spending the right way on resources that would help in player development and scouting in Major League analysis is more important than going and signing Zach Gallen or a major big free agent signing, because they're not quite there yet. I think they can't continue to never spend at the major league level. But I think that I asked Mike DeBartolo in that media availability when he started talking about, look, we need more reliance on data analysis and technology and innovation. I asked him directly, like, well, that all costs money too. Do you feel like ownership is in on spending for that? And he didn't say, yes, they are going to spend it on that. He said, every conversation that I've had with ownership, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously, it has been that they are committed to building a championship team again. They want to do that soon, and they understand that that takes some commitment. So I think if you're Mike DeBartolo, and again, you're the person in that chair who has the chance, has ownership's ear, and ownership already personally, you're spending this early part of your time on the job, not just on the draft, but in really kind of coming up with a organizational chart that says, this is who we have, this is what everybody does, this is what we need to supplement that, and really build it into a juggernaut so that we have all the information at all levels of the organization to implement and make the players better and help us make better choices in what players to acquire. I'd be shocked if he wasn't doing some version of that to show the learners and say, we haven't had enough in these areas, and this is what it's going to take.
Talking with Barry Svrluga from the Washington Post, Toby Altizer in on B. Mitch and Finley today. How far do you think this team is away? Because Ken Rosenthal also had just recently said that they should look into trading Mackenzie Gore, which I think would be crazy, at least at this deadline. I'm not going to let an interim general manager trade away my ace and potential future superstar if that's going to be the case, if maybe, the team sells or whatever it may be. But how far do you actually think they are away? Because, talking before the season, you had Davey and Rizzo talking about being competitive this year. And I don't think that the actions in the offseason in terms of what they were given to work with, I don't think that said that they were going to be competitive, but I think they seemed to believe that they were going to be much better than they were this season. Do you think that maybe a change of a voice and cleaning up some of the base running errors and little things here and there and some of the things that they can do this offseason to improve the team, that they could be in a spot where maybe they're approaching 500 next year?
I think they're further away than I thought they were. And I think that part of the disconnect and part of the issue is that Davey and Riz did think that, and we're saying that. Look, we're sick of rebuilding. We want to play meaningful games in September. This group has been up here for a while, most of them, and it's time to go. And I think that was a little bit of a misassessment of where they were. They have a burgeoning superstar in James Wood. They have potential Cy Young candidate in the future in Mackenzie Gore, and they have a really good shortstop dynamic player who, if he gets a little more consistent, will be a star in CJ Abrams. But after that, we'll see what Dylan Cruz is over time. Where are they? Like, Jake Irvin's a good, fourth starter and a really good rotation. Maybe Mitchell Parker develops into a 5. Like, Cade Cavalli did not get called up to make that start the Sunday of the Red Sox game because he's kind of a mess right now. Like, they have Alex Clemmie on the way. They have Travis Sikora on the way. But you're really cherry picking more than I think I thought they were. And so that leads to that hard question about Mackenzie Gore. And I just don't think it's crazy to consider trading him. I mean, you have to get the right package back like they did for Juan Soto, but he's in the exact point in his service time clock that Soto was. Any contender who trades for Mackenzie Gore at this deadline gets him for 3 postseasons or potentially 3 postseasons. And that means that the package you would get back is more than you would get at next year's deadline, and certainly more than you would get in a rental situation in 2026, which what Mike DeBartolo has to ask himself and has to show ownership at this deadline is, if we keep this guy, where are we going to be at next year's deadline? Like, are we really going to be realistically a contender? And if the answer is no, then the only responsible thing to do is to explore what you could get in return for him, because he's got 2026 and 2027. He's a Scott Boras client. It's really unlikely he's going to sign a team-friendly extension, given not just that he's a Boras client, but given that he's sick of losing around here and it's hard to see the light. Like, I think that's not just a flippant, oh, they should consider trading Mackenzie Gore. Like, I think Mike DeBartolo, when he gets through the draft, his most significant conversations are going to be with ownership about that and with other teams about that.
Talk with Barry Svrluga, the Washington Post, here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Switching from the negative about the Nationals to a positive, on Monday, MLB Home Run Derby, James Wood going to take part. How good do you think that is for James to be taking part in that for himself and also for the Nationals?
Well, I think it's, you have very few opportunities for these guys who are part of our local programming every night during the summer to truly have a stage that is national. And I think the Home Run Derby, in a way, is even a better stage than the All-Star Game itself, because, the guys that advance are around for multiple rounds and you're kind of talking about them more, and you're seeing, James's power to all fields. And baseball is kind of a local sport at this point. Like people who are, in any market, Kansas City, Seattle, wherever, are really into the Royals, the Mariners, the Nationals, and don't always have as great an understanding of like who's really good from elsewhere. And this is a great opportunity for James and the Nationals as a brand to say like, wow, this guy's like really, really talented. Look at how tall he is. And I know you don't run in the home run derby, but if he gets to go from first to third in the game on Tuesday night, people will kind of, latch on to like, oh, okay, this is a guy I need to watch. And this is his first full major league season. What a talent. And yeah, I just think that's a real positive for him and for the club.
Barry, yesterday the Commanders unveiled some new unis, which are really just throwbacks to kind of the 80s era Redskins uniforms. What'd you make of that?
I mean, I think it was coming, and I think it makes sense, and it's just another indication that Josh Harris and his folks are kind of in tune with the fan base. I mean, obviously they're not exactly the same, but it's the right color, it's the right design. I would not be surprised if they go from being, alternate uniforms to the full uniform in the next few years. There's a way to be modern in how you put your roster together and how you manage the salary cap and how you coach these guys and improve these guys. But there's also a way with all the extra stuff to tip a hat to what everybody agrees is the most important and positive era for that club, for that franchise. And that's, the 80s through to the 91 team with 3 titles and the other Super Bowl appearances, and just every Sunday being a thing. Like, bring back as much of that nostalgia as you can.
Talking with Barry Svrluga, the Washington Post here on B. Mitch and Finley. Final one, Terry McLaurin. Seems like we're getting different reports. We've heard from James Palmer last night saying that Dan Quinn and company still in contact with him, but there's maybe some frustration about the contract. We've heard other reports saying similar of the frustration with the contract. Where do you stand with the McLaurin contract? Are you confident that this thing gets done? And at what point do you start to maybe worry a little bit more about whether this is actually going to get done or not?
So just, in full disclosure, I'm not like reporting on this stuff day to day, so I don't have any real inside knowledge. But I would say that the time I would get worried is if training camp is opening and Terry's not there, because these things have a way of playing out. Obviously there's time now, so there's really no reason for either side to kind of give in. The thing I would be concerned about is if the Commanders are really going to be hard line about a 4th year, then that would be, or if Terry's going to be hard line, that this has to be 4 rather than 3. It's not, the dollars to me aren't as important as the term. And if, that's the thing that I would be concerned could get it going into training camp or even further.
Well, Barry, appreciate the time. Great stuff, though. Make sure you check out his work in the Washington Post. You can follow him on Twitter at Barry Svrluga, Svrluga. Barry, appreciate the time today, man.
Thanks, Toby. Appreciate it.
That was Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. He joined us on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Brian Mitchell's here. Also, we're going to talk to a former teammate of his, Redskins legend Gary Clark, joins the program next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Demarcus Robinson pleaded no contest this week to a misdemeanor DUI charge and was sentenced to 3 years probation. Robinson is also subject to possible discipline from the NFL under the league's personal conduct policy. Last season, Robinson started all 17 games for the Rams, led the team with 7 touchdown receptions. He was 4th on the team with 31 receptions and 505 receiving yards. In March, Robinson signed a 2-year, $9.5 million contract in free agency with the 49ers, subject to see if the NFL has any further discipline for him. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. Ryan Mitchell has made it to the studio, ladies and gentlemen. B. Mitch has made it.
I'm here.
Doing some flag football stuff this morning?
Yeah, I was over at St. Agnes St. Stephen's Upper School. That's it. Yeah. It was right there in Alexandria, Arlington area. Flag Star. They had like eight boys, 8 or 9 boys teams, 4 girls teams. So I mean, the flag football thing is huge these days, especially for girls. So out there with them, having a little talk.
Some of those kids are crazy good.
Yeah, and like the guy was trying to let them know, you can get a scholarship in this.
Well, I mean, heck, it's an Olympic sport.
Yeah. So, but it was fun. Had to give a little speech with them, do a Q&A, and then take some pics and watch them do their thing.
I was starting the show earlier today talking about, so remember we were talking about Netflix releasing the show Quarterback?
Yeah.
I get so wrapped up in these things. When I start one, I basically got to finish it as soon as possible. I just can't stop thinking about it.
You watched the whole thing?
I watched the whole thing in the last 2 nights. My favorite part about it, B. Mitch, was the quarterbacks that were on are Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, and Jared Goff. All 3 teams that Washington beat last year. And 3 signature wins for Washington last year. So it starts off.
So you got to see Washington.
Yeah.
Basically.
So my favorite thing was to see, like, Burrow's like, man, it sucks when you play darn near perfect and lose, talking about week 3 against Washington. They didn't spend as much time on Kirk because he'd been benched by the time that Atlanta was in town. But my favorite one was Detroit. They're all talking about, oh, man, we're planning week to week. We're excited. You're thinking we're going to go to the NFC Championship. And, his wife is obviously, Jared Goff's wife is obviously excited and thinking ahead, like, oh, what are we going to get together? And it's weird. And they're talking with just out to dinner and all these things. And then you get Washington roll into town. They show a video of Jaden standing there.
That ass.
And Jaden and the boys just go up there and find a way to win that thing.
See,
It was awesome.
They were planning. They were like I was when I was in Philly. They had already spent their money. And they had to change their plans.
Yeah. No, it was awesome to see all those things through the lens of the other side.
Now you're going to make me go watch it because I would just skip to the part.
Even if you just watched the last episode to see, how excited that team was for where they were, and then Washington to just step in there. And
how long is each episode?
About 50 minutes.
And you watch how many?
7 of them.
I'm not watching 7 in one night. see, this.
I didn't watch all 7 in one night.
2 nights. This is my
5.
issue with that, Toby. We already talk about how much there's not anything to watch per se. Why you watch everything that you could watch? You could make that a 5-night thing.
I can't space it out, man. I can't. Once I start watching
now
something,
you're gonna be complaining about it, nothing to watch. I'm gonna say, well, if you wouldn't watch all the damn things at one time,
I'm not going to complain about it. Well, I might at some point.
Yeah, you will. I know you. I will probably go watch that. It'll take me about 7 to 10 days to watch all of them.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the ups and downs of an NFL season.
Well,
also,
maybe quicker because I'll run through the Atlanta Kirk stuff.
It also made me miss football.
Yeah.
No, it's funny because the Kirk stuff, I could hear your voice the entire time I'm watching it, because Kirk's like, man, I got hit in the Saints game, and then my elbow and shoulder and my ankle still. And he's like, but I don't want to make excuses. And I'm like,
Well, stop making them.
I like you, Kirk, but dude, you're making excuses.
See, and this is the thing I so love about Kirk. Kirk always tells you what he is not doing while he's doing it. Like when he was here, I knew a long time he did not want to stay here. But he always said, "Yo, I'm trying my best to show." No, you wasn't. You knew as soon as you got when they ran out of options to franchise you, you out. He knew that the whole time.
I was just thinking about some of the other guys. I'd love to see Josh Allen on this. I'd love to see what his preparation is like.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the most interesting dude that would be fun to watch is Baker Mayfield.
Well, we know Baker knows how to play up. Baker was the best commercial guy out there.
There's no question about that.
So I know Baker would play up some stuff. The people I want to see are the people that I think are a little bit different than what we expect quarterbacks to be. Lamar.
I'd love to see Lamar
I'd like to see Lamar do some stuff. We get Gary. We'll finish him up. But I'll tell you, Jaden. But
yeah, of course, and they're going to be fun to watch on Hard Knocks this year. It's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in Redskins legend Gary Clark. Gary, what's going on? How you doing?
Well, how you gentlemen doing today?
Hey, man, we're doing good. I was at the place I think they say you were there yesterday. Did you go to the little flag football thing yesterday?
I did.
Yeah, they were like, he was asking me who I thought were like the best speakers and motivators on the team, and I was like, well, Gary Clark. He was here yesterday, and then I said Kendrick Gosens. Yep, he was here too. He's good. So I named the guys that I know that they have to pick from, and everybody I picked had been to one of those camps. Darnarian, Kendrick, you. I told him if you can get Rock Cartwright to start talking, he won't stop, but you got to get him started, And he said, well, we're going to see how you are today. I was like, well, damn, y'all just put me on the spot. But it was fun, man. It was fun.
They do a good job with the kids.
Yes, they do. They do.
So, Gary, we wanted to talk to you about these uniforms that were released yesterday. It was fun seeing the gleam in B-Mitch's eye. I'm curious what your thoughts were when you saw these unis that were released that are kind of a throwback to that 80s and 90s era of the Redskins.
I'll tell you what, you can never go wrong with anything that happened with the Washington team in the 80s and 90s. So I'm a superstitious guy, so whatever's going to make you win football games, put it out there. I'm just that way.
Hey, when you go ahead, Jay.
No, go ahead.
Hey, so I was telling Toby, when I started looking through videos and stuff from that time, it's like we were in the white uniforms, the white jersey, I would say 90% of the time. And they wasn't just necessarily our home jersey. Hell, we was in them on the road and all the time too.
Joe's a little superstitious too. We won a lot more in those jerseys, so superstition goes across the board.
So,
oh man!
Obviously, you had a lot of success here in Washington. You saw Super Bowl victories. You were part of Super Bowl teams. What was it like to see this team for the first time in my life, this team won more than 10 games. This team went to an NFC championship game. What was it like seeing this team get back to that level of football again last season?
It was great. It was awesome to see the change in the fan base. Like, we went from having 50-50 fans in the stadium. By the end of the season, it was 90 to 95% Washington fans in the stadium. And that's a huge benefit for your team, because there's nothing worse than playing at home and then you hear crowds, the other team do something good, and you hear the fans just roar. So for me, it was awesome to see that the Burgundy Gold was back to where it had been years ago, what me and B. Mitch was used to. We were just used to seeing. It was an everyday occurrence for us when we played. But to see that they got back to that and seeing that people were coming out, people were wearing more gear, people were really supporting the Burgundy Gold, because, winning allows you to do those things.
Yeah, and I think it's cool just to see the fan base because for me, I'm only 26 years old, and growing up, it
Little
wasn't.
baby, Gary.
I didn't.
Yeah, you
I
didn't get to see any of it.
No, I didn't. I didn't. And so, my family indoctrinated me, and I'm glad that they did. But, a lot of my friends didn't grow up fans of this team, but it was cool to see for the first time really in my life that it was like you're walking around just going to the grocery store and people are wearing Jaden jerseys and you're walking around and shopping, doing whatever, and you see people out in the burgundy and gold. It was cool to see that fan base kind of re-energized and see plenty of people that had left the team for one reason or another, whether it's because bad play or other stuff off the field. At least you're starting to see some of this fan base come back and be what it once was.
Oh yeah, and you're going to see in the players how the players play as well, because there's nothing like having a 12th man, truly having a 12th man, and we haven't had that for a long time. We just haven't, unfortunately. But now, in the last year, we did have a 12th man, and it makes the players play better. I mean, I love playing at RFK when I was playing, so I know for now for the Redskins at Northwest Stadium and for the Washington Commanders at Northwest Stadium, they're going to feel that too, because there's nothing like showcasing what you do best in front of the people who appreciate it most. So, I mean, I'm excited about the year coming up. I'm sure that the team is, and I guarantee you the players are. I guarantee you they're going to play much better football than they had in the past. Winning cures a lot of things.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned RFK and playing there and the possibility of them going back. Do you, in your mind, feel that this thing is going to happen, Gary? I know I do. I think we going through the hemming and hawing of politics, but I think ultimately at the end you'll have a stadium at that site.
I think so too. I mean, for the district itself, it's nothing but, honestly, it's nothing but the support, especially the revenue that it's going to generate for the city itself. Just in those different weekends that happens for the stadium. Not to mention that I'm sure that they'll go bring entertainment portions to the stadium as well. So DC will get a much needed revenue boost. And I don't know how you can say no to that. And in terms of like fans, some fans will complain. It's one day out of the week.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only 8 to 10 days out of the week,
mm-hmm.
out of the year. So, I mean, I'm almost certain it has. I mean, we've been doing some, how do I put this? Politicking ourselves and supporting out to different businesses.
Lobbying, all the fun stuff,
and, allowing them to see, I mean, what it means to have the excitement of their patrons, just what, with the alumni coming in and the excitement with the patrons. So imagine when you have, these guys who play in the city now they'll come into DC more often as well. Just the players will come into DC more often now because it's the city that they play in.
One thing that you mentioned there is with the alumni and some of the relationship, talking with Gary Clark here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Obviously, we've heard B. Mitch's opinion and his experience and the difference in the change since ownership has changed in the relationship that the team has with the alumni. How have you felt that change?
Well, me and B. Mitch, we're pretty fortunate because of the way that we played. I mean, B. Mitch being the best return guy in NFL history, B being one of the more recognizable players back in Washington's heyday. We've always been treated pretty nice by. I've never been treated bad by anybody. in the
and wouldn't let it happen.
So,
yeah, and you shouldn't be, by the way.
I've always been treated extremely well by all the ownership that we have, from the Cooks to the Snyders to our current ownership. But there's something about the current ownership that gets everybody excited. Those guys are true gentlemen. They understand the pull that the alumni do have with the city, with the fans. They've been nothing but spectacular to all of us, so I'm a big fan of the current administration, but I really have nothing bad to say about the old administration either, because at the end of the day, players win football games, not management. Coaches help as long as they have a good strategy and a good philosophy, but players win football games. Like Brian Mitchell returns those punts and kicks, not the coach, not the owner, not the fans. So players win football games.
Yeah.
Let's not get it twisted. I hate when we start to blame other people when we lose. You know, we lost against that Giants game in 1986 in that freaking championship game that I sucked in. They had nothing to do with me sucking. I sucked. Ownership had nothing to do with it. You know, fans had nothing to do with it. I sucked out on that day. So, you know, I mean, let's keep, you know, it where it belongs. The players win football games. That's what they get paid to do. We get paid to do a job. If we don't do a job well, you can blame us, but you can't necessarily blame. You can't blame the ownership at all because they really don't play. All they do is pay the players.
Yeah.
Well, there's one guy out there.
They pay the players.
There's a guy out there that's looking to get paid, which I think he should. I have a lot of respect for him, Terry McLaurin, a young man who been trying to get a new deal, an extension. Doesn't have guarantees on his contract right now. Your thoughts on Terry, you know, as a player and, you know, moving forward? Do you feel he deserves to get that?
I'm a big fan of Terry McLaurin. I mean, I think Terry is one of the best leaders that the organization has had in a long time. He lets his play do the talking a lot. You know, you don't see him. He reminds me a lot of Art Monk, to be quite honest. He reminds me of Art. He has hands like Ricky, passionate about the game like me, but he doesn't. He knows when to keep his mouth shut. He's not like me. He doesn't run his mouth to get anybody in trouble. So he's more disciplined than I was. But I literally think he may be one of the best receivers we've ever had in Washington. That's including me, Ricky, Art, Charlie, Bobby Mitchell. It's including Charlie Brown. It's including all the guys that play there. Like, he could hold his own with all of us. And I'm hoping that they get something worked out because I think he is a true, I mean, even at his age, he's not showing aging, you know. And his game is continually going up. You don't see his game going down at all. So I hope they get something worked out. I mean, because I think he is a true asset to our offense. I think him and Jaden, you could see their chemistry is off the chain. That boy comes down with pretty much anything. If it touches his hand, he's coming down with it.
There you go.
And that's, I mean, when you have like a 95 to 98% touch rate, they touch the ball, you come down with it 95 to 98% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard to argue with. I mean, I don't care what age you are, you know. And I think he's one of the best receivers in the league today, and I think he'll probably be one of the best receivers in the league for the next 3 to 5 years, if not longer.
Gary, I got to ask you.
He takes great care of himself.
Sorry to cut you off. Got to ask you, though, on the way out here. You were teammates with the man to my right for a couple of seasons, I believe 3 seasons. What's your best Brian Mitchell story?
What?
Which one? I mean, I think the best one that I've had is seeing him as a rookie in training camp. You know, we're in training camp, you know, and this guy's, you know, we come in, he's a quarterback, you know. So I've never seen a quarterback quite honestly act like B. Mitch before in my lifetime. They typically don't try to have any controversy. They definitely never want to fight anybody. B. Mitch's rookie training camp, he wanted to fight everybody, and won most of them. He even fought Jumpy Gathers, and I don't know anybody who wanted to fight Jumpy Gathers, but B. Mitch did not back down from him. I think what people love most about B. Mitch is he's 100%. He's 100% all day long, every day, any day, 100% effort, 100%. You better bring it because he's bringing it 100% all the time. Practice, he's bringing it 100%. Games, he's bringing it 100%. So you can try to go in there like at 50%, he's going to like smash your ass. So excuse me, I'm sorry, I'll say ass on the radio.
But, that's one you can say.
Yeah,
I use it all the time.
He is the closest thing to me in terms of personality that I think the Washington team's ever had. I think his personality surpasses mine, and I had a big one. I think his surpasses mine. But it comes out in his numbers. Numbers don't lie.
Mm-hmm. 100%. Gary?
Numbers just don't lie. And what gets me, though, because I was a return guy throughout my whole career, pretty much, you know, from high school, from youth league to high school to college, you know, the all-purpose guy. And for B. Mitch to come up there, never in his life return a kick or a punt in his life and have that immediate success and then longevity success, that's unheard of. I mean, that's why that gentleman definitely belongs in the Pro Football Hall of Fame without question. Unfortunately, they just take their time in putting special team guys in, but without question, he is the best I've ever seen do it. And I've seen a lot do it. And he's the best I've ever seen do it.
Well, Gary, appreciate the time, man. And if it makes you feel any better, B. Mitch still is ready to fight anybody around here anytime.
100%. I know that already. That's why I was like, I never gave him any crap as a rookie. I was like, he's crazy. I was like, that rookie's crazy. I'm gonna leave him alone. I ain't gonna make him sing. I'm not gonna make him do anything. I was like, he's crazy. I'm leaving him alone.
But Gary, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, G. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a great day.
You too, brother.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
That's
it.
Washington legend Gary Clark on the Rude Guest Hotline. Coming up next, Brock Purdy had some nice things to say about another Washington receiver. We'll talk about that next here on The Fan. Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. So we saw some audio from Bussin' with the Boys, former Washington linebacker Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. They had Brock Purdy on.
Yeah.
And Brock Purdy had some nice things to say about Deebo Samuel, saying he's going to miss having him in his offense.
What was it like losing Deebo this offseason?
I mean, it sucks, dude. He's my boy. You know, I love Deebo. Day one, he's always had my back and believed in me when I got in. I didn't really know, how the guys were going to take it. When I did get thrown in, Jimmy went down. I was like the last quarterback, and Deebo, man, was nothing but just great to me, dude. Building me up and just giving me confidence, man. In games, we fed off each other's energy and building each other up. Like, it was awesome. And over the last couple of years, same thing. So when you lose, we created just a great relationship. He's my brother. But again, that's just how this business goes. And I hope he goes to Washington and kills it and does great. I mean, anytime you get Deebo the ball, man, you never know what can happen. So
yeah,
he's an explosive player, exciting to watch. He's got a lot of great ball in front of him too. So
yeah, and what I take from that is this: if you want to tell me that a player is great, show me the fans of the former team he was on knocking him, or the fans from a team that he beat knocking him.
Mm-hmm.
But you go talk to the actual players that were in the locker room with him, you find out what you're looking at. What I recall, every time I saw San Francisco play, and they were showing their walk to the stadium, it was two people leading the way: Deebo Samuels and Trent Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And they had their little boom box.
Yeah.
And to be totally honest with you, Deebo seemed like the big dog, and Trent was the little brother following him. Trent's older than Deebo. But when I saw that, it told me a lot, because I know Trent Williams. And if Trent giving you that level of respect, you're badass. Listen to Brock talk about him. And then when we saw him running an install period and the 49ers fans started trying to knock him, you know what that tell me? Damn good player. Because the former team that you don't play with anymore always try to knock you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you think about the team that you might have beat. How we always hear the Chicago Bears talking about Jaden because he whipped that ass. Okay? So I know we got a player. I've seen him play. And let's be real. JP has said all the time, if I give somebody credit normally, they must be real good, because I don't just give credit just to give it. I see a guy catch a ball, fans lose their mind. I'm like, okay, he's supposed to catch that damn ball. He's an NFL player, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I've watched this dude make play after play after play, and I watch him put his body in positions and situations. Well, his coaches put him in positions and situations that he probably shouldn't have been in. And he went into that thing full speed ahead like a damn fireman attacks a fire. That's how he would attack it, running inside the tackle. What I love about him now, being here, Cliff likes to get him on edges against smaller people. I think success is going to come with him. So I'm looking forward to it.
I thought it was cool to hear that from Brock Purdy, because you kind of know the player that Deebo is. I think we all understand who he is in terms of how he plays on the football field. You know you're going to get that bulldog mentality. You know you're going to get a really versatile player that can make things happen after the catch. You know, you kind of knew what you were getting there. But to hear Brock Purdy talk about him taking him under his wing, I mean, that doesn't sound crazy now. But think about what Brock Purdy was when he started.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant, probably not even supposed to make the roster.
Yeah.
He's the last quarterback there. And then pretty soon, he's your starting quarterback.
Think about it. The receivers' success and production directly goes back to what you can do for him. And if this guy is sitting here like, yo, dog, you're going to be all right, trying to give you that confidence, you'll never, ever forget that guy. You know what I mean? Man, come on, bro. You the last player picking the draft. All of a sudden, they throw you in there, and instead of the guy looking at you like, oh, Lord, hell, I got to deal with this crap. Nah, dog, you're going to be okay. I'll be there for you.
Well,
that's confidence.
And
that's a hell of a confidence builder.
That's the thing is, he doesn't explicitly say this, but I'm sure it was something that it wasn't oh, now Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback, so let me go over there and chat him up. I'm sure this is
No, no,
something that
no.
started from day one, and that's something that I think is special, and you learn a little insight into Deebo Samuel, because I've never thought of him as a bad teammate, but when I heard Deebo was coming to DC, my first thought wasn't, oh, great teammate. But from the sounds of that from Brock Purdy, that sounds like that's someone that's awesome that you want to have on your football team, someone that's building someone up. Because for the Commanders equivalent, that'd be like him creating a great relationship with Sam Hartman, and Sam Hartman has to step in and finish the year, right?
Yeah.
And that's the sort of thing that you don't necessarily always get in the National Football League, because who cares? I mean, that's the third quarterback. He's never going to play.
Well,
Next thing you know, he's playing for you.
What happens is there are veteran players who will go out their way to ingratiate the guys that they see has the potential to help. When veterans step up to younger players, it's not necessarily because they want to. It's because they say, this dude can help us win. And the first thing they know that young player wants is the confidence a booster. When a veteran comes to you, it changes your whole mindset. When I got here in 1990, I remember sitting on the opposite field trying to do what those guys were doing. I would never go bother them. And Coach Gibbs say, they'll invite you one day. Just keep doing what you're doing. And it was Raven Caldwell and Kelvin Bryant started inviting me to go have lunch with them and go hang out with them. Ernest Biner invited me over to his house. And I'm like, yo, man, why y'all didn't invite the other guys over? They're like, man, we saw something in you. And then when I got older, I began to do it to other guys. Because when you don't want guys on the team that can't help you. I mean, you might like the dude, but if the dude can't help you win football games, to hell with him. That's how it is. So for him to go straight to Brock, he saw something early. Kyle said he saw something. But you know what Kyle also saw? Veteran players giving that guy love. And that right there, if a coach thinks, okay, this guy could be a guy, and he see the veteran players giving him that love, he know he made the right decision.
Yeah, the players understand right away.
There you go.
You can tell right away.
Yeah.
Whether this dude's going to be able to play with me or not. And so, yeah, that's kind of a cool thing. And just to hear that sort of a story from Brock Purdy, someone that now has gotten paid and now is a big-time quarterback. But when he was drafted, he was Mr. Irrelevant. Somebody that, I mean, frankly, if you're talking about this in San Francisco, you're wondering, he's probably not making the roster. It really doesn't matter. And he turned into be, your franchise quarterback. So that's a cool story to have. Now Deebo here is going to do the same thing with Jaden, I'm sure, and hopefully he has a great season this season. Coming up next, I want to continue talking about the Commanders. Yesterday, they unveiled the new uniforms, which are just a kind of a throwback look to the 80s style Redskins uniforms. Are there any other changes you want to see? We can also get into the piece that Mike Florio wrote. Not necessarily a fan of what he has to say.
I don't buy what he's selling. I don't buy what he's selling. I haven't been buying what he's selling even when I was working for NBC, and they would tell me, don't really, knock him and don't go against him. Well, I'm like, if I don't believe in what he's saying, I'm not going to agree with it.
Well,
to hell with y'all. You pay me for my opinion, not for me to go along with a dude that's just trying to start some ish.
Yeah, I don't necessarily buy what he's selling, but we'll talk about that next. If you want to hop in, feel free as well. 800-636-1067. Also, Bleep You Thursday comes up at 1 o'clock.
This sports update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Amanda Anisimova upset number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka at Wimbledon to reach the first Grand Slam title of her career a little more than a year after taking a break from tennis because of burnout. Now, the 13th seeded Anisimova was playing in her second major semifinal after losing at that stage in 2019 at the French Open at age 17. For Sabalenka, this is preventing her from becoming the first woman to reach 4 consecutive Grand Slam finals since Serena Williams did it a decade ago. And moving over to the NBA, Mark Walter and the Buss family are in the process of closing the most expensive team sale in professional sports history, with the Lakers valued at $10 billion. However, it's been established for a while that Walter is going to be the new owner. Jeannie Buss will remain with her role as the team governor for the foreseeable future. Well, what does that mean? Yesterday, The Athletic reported that the Buss family agreement with Walter stipulates that Jeannie will remain governor for at least 5 years, so basically well into the 2030s. But not long after, Front Office Sports put out the exact opposite report, saying that she will remain governor for 5 years at most. No one has clarified from either side, so we don't know the future of the Lakers, who will be governor and when. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. Open up the phone lines, 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. So, Commanders make some changes to their uniform. You saw the alternates that were revealed yesterday. Spent plenty of time talking about that yesterday and how cool they look. Going back and looking at the 80s style uniform, which that's what it is, because there's no word mark on the front. It doesn't say Washington. Obviously, doesn't say Commanders or Redskins underneath there. It's truly a throwback more so to the 80s with the serif font on the back for the nameplate, those sorts of things. So it's kind of cool to see that throwback. But with that change made, what other changes would you like to see? And now, B. Mitch, I know exactly what's going to happen when you open up the phone lines on this, and people are immediately going to. It's open a little bit of a can of worms. But I'm curious.
Let's just put some guidelines on it.
Can we go ahead and put some...
We're talking about colors and things of that nature. We're not talking about some name, and because that ain't happening.
No.
Based on what Josh has said and what he's done, it ain't that. So let's not even go there. Well, let's not waste our time on something we can't control.
Well, and let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room, too, with the Mike Florio thing. That ain't happening either. So Mike Florio recently wrote an article, I believe it was last night, talking about the way that this team is going back into kind of the older era, the way that they're taking the throwbacks to that era with the 80s, trying to go back to RFK. And he wrote an article last night. I'm trying to find the exact article of what it said. It said, Commanders seem to be laying the foundation for potential return to the old name. No, they're not. They're not. They're not going back to Redskins. They're not going to put the logo on the side of the helmet.
So why are they going back to the area where they used to play? It makes sense.
Yes.
It's not to do anything of old. This is all about new ways to make money, new ways to attract bigger events, which in turn makes money, new ways to help out a city that needs vitally and really needs events to happen in their town. DC. That's why they're doing that. This is not because, I'm gonna do this to go. If you want to just name a name and go back to that, you could do that wherever you're at.
Yeah, they're not doing all this stuff just so that they can try to go back to Redskins. They're doing all this stuff because that's what fans want, right? That's how you appease the fan base. That's how they're trying to tie in a history. Like, I don't understand where his idea is, oh, they're doing all this just because they need the ulterior motive to go back to the name. No, Josh Harris grew up a fan of the team. He understands that the name's not coming back. He understands that the logo's not coming back. But the reason that he does all this stuff is he wants it to look like the team that he grew up rooting for.
What is Josh Harris?
He's from the area. What
He's
do
a
you mean?
businessman.
Yeah, businessman. Yeah.
And everything that he's done makes his business more attractive, more equitable. It gives him more value. That's what he does. This has nothing to do with going back to that. The jerseys coming back, he's heard people say, oh, the white uniforms, they don't match the old color. And I think that's part, he's like, okay, well, we can go back to that. You can't just do it this year, but 2026, you probably could have it for the home games. And, well, most games, because like I said, that white jersey was worn a lot, dog.
So the question I'd have for Mike Florio off of this, because
he wouldn't have an answer for you.
Again, RFK Stadium site, like you're saying, it makes the most sense for this region for it to be at RFK. He points to the uniforms. B-Mitch, I ask you, when the Tennessee Titans wear Houston Oilers uniforms, are they laying the foundation to go back to Houston and be called the Oilers?
No, they're paying homage to an era that they thought was a great era of their overall franchise history.
Exactly. Yeah. So to me, the stupid part of what he's saying here is essentially he's basically saying if they are going to go honor their history, well, what they should have done instead is they might as well fully rebrand. You might as well change the colors. You might as well move the team, all that stuff, because you don't want to honor the history of this team. What the heck are you talking about? This team has a great history, and it should be honored, even if you have to take away the name and the logo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and that's all they're doing.
That's all they're doing.
I think it's a complete waste of time to even have a big-time discussion on this.
Mike has made a history out of this, of writing stuff that is outlandish that nobody else writes. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I have an issue in a way with media today. There's no checks and balances. People get to write and just throw anything against the wall. Let's see if it's gonna stick.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody questions them or whatever. There was a point in time when you heard certain people say things, you can say, take it to the bank. Whether you agree with it or not, you know it probably was factual because they wrote it. Today, I don't care if they're reputable people or not. They have a tendency to throw stuff against the wall. There are a few guys today, when they say something, you can say, okay, probably that guy knows something. And also when they say stuff, we go, okay, that's speculation. But not outright lies. Like this here is an all speculative article. This is nothing he's talked to somebody and they said. Nothing.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. So with the uniforms coming back and hopefully getting to RFK Stadium, what are some other things that you want to see maybe come back for this franchise? We've already said it's not going to be the name. It's not going to be the logo. If you want to call in and say that, that's fine, but it's not happening. So it's just kind of a waste of time to assume that that's coming back. But what are some other things that you want to see? I think for me, top of the list is that RFK Stadium site. Yeah. They need to be back at RFK. Just plain and simple. And I know that there's some stuff that was coming out, some of the news saying that people were saying, I think the team was lobbying DC council members saying, look, we don't want Trump to get involved because then it could get messy. Just find a way to get that thing figured out. And then I think you're in a good spot.
Well, let's just say this. The people in the council and the guy, Mendelson, who's running it, he knew this was a possibility. He hadn't seen it happen, but he knew it could be a possibility. And at this point, I would say, even if politics is politics, okay? But if you want to save face, then dog. Saving face could be like, let's do what's best for the city. As I stated before, if you had another project that was coming along that could be competing with this, I would understand. But there's no other project. So I don't understand why you're trying to stop something when there's nothing else there that's possible.
The other thing that I wish they could do if you're going to bring back some different uniforms is, one, I would bring back the burgundy look and get rid of the current burgundy look. So just go back fully to what I grew up watching in the burgundy with the white numbers with the yellow trim. Go back to those. But I would love to see a throwback to like the 70s style uniforms with the yellow helmet, gray face mask with the R logo on the side. Give me that with, you could take off the feathers and put a W in the center, and you got the white jersey with the stripes on the shoulders and the yellow pants. I would love that.
Yeah.
I know you're not much of a jersey guy. You don't really care.
I don't, I don't really care because I'm like, whatever I have on when we're winning, people will like.
It's funny. Jeremy Reeves tweeted out a picture of him with all the iterations of this team. He was wearing a Redskins jersey, he's wearing a football team jersey, and then wearing the throwbacks that they just dropped the other day. And someone said, how hard was it to keep this under wraps? And Jeremy Reeves retweeted and said, not hard for real. That wasn't a worry for me. I don't care what uni we roll out in. I'm just trying to win games.
Listen, that is the mindset of players, and listen, I know fans play a vital part in this thing. But if you give me a player and he goes, oh, yeah, man, I was worried about the uniform and man, look, dude, then you're not the right dude then. Listen, you may get comfortable in a certain one because everybody's have a superstition. And you may feel, oh, we win more in this. You think when I put on the burgundy jersey, I was thinking, oh, man, hell, we're going to lose today? No, I was trying to go out there and perform in those jerseys to make people remember the moment. You know what I mean? I wasn't sitting out there caring about the jersey per se.
Yeah.
But if I got on a burgundy one, a white one, whatever, I'm trying to be my absolute best in it. And it's not about, oh, I got to put on this one so I can be my absolute best. No, don't care. You put it on with if you put me out there with no number, no colors, just have a plain white jersey, and you got somebody competing, his ass better be ready. That's what you want on your team as a player. So yes, this is a thing that fans get into, and the people that like to collect and market and things. Yes, it's that, and I have no issue with that because that's the mindset of a fan, a fanatical person.
Yeah.
But if the players were really sitting up with all that, I would have an issue with that player in my locker room.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to Ryan in Warrenton. Ryan, what's up?
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Toby, I'm your number one fan. I love you.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome, man. Hey, real quick, and just I'll take a few minutes, and with my little background, I grew up in Southern Oklahoma, surrounded by native country, not too far where Geronimo was imprisoned. I'm a proud member of the Taos Pueblo Native American family out of northern Mexico. I love this team, and to anyone who thinks that old imagery, name, and everything is coming back, it's not happening. I would love for it to happen, but it ain't coming back.
Mm-hmm.
What they did with the uniform change, I absolutely love it. It shows that they actually do care about the past of this team, embracing the true colors and going back to that. But that old Indian, Native American imagery, like I said, it ain't coming back no matter how much we want to. And I would love, as a member of that nation, for it to come back, but it ain't coming back. There's no chance. But what they're doing with the uniform and embracing the past and embracing the veterans of this team, like B. Mitch and Clark earlier and everybody else, they're on the right path to doing it right. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it, Ryan.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Let's get out to George in Rockville. George, what's going on?
Long time listener, first time caller. Why can't we have the logo on a throwback jersey? It's a throwback jersey. Like the Patriots do it, or they did it. I think the Lions did it. Yeah, why can't we have like the logo on, like, I know there's like the whole political thing, but like logo on a throwback jersey.
The reason you can't is because
Appreciate it, George.
The Lions, the Patriots, and all, whether you agree with it or believe in it or not, they said it was a derogatory term. That's why they got rid of that. And there will be, like the young man that just called, say he wouldn't mind, and there are also some people who will despise it coming back. So when you leave and you do it, the reason that those other teams were able to, because they had an old jersey that wasn't considered derogatory.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. And I think everybody understands that. It ain't just the fact that they went back to an old logo that was something that was okay. You know, like the Oilers, when the Titans do the Oilers, ain't nobody ever said nothing was wrong with the Oilers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they never said anything was wrong with most of these names. That is why you can't go back to it. And that's why you don't get it. So,
yeah, I mean.
But I think people understand it. They just don't want to. There are people who will never agree with anything if you were to take and absolute prove to them what's what. They won't believe it because people don't care.
Yeah, and even if you do disagree with it, at some point you just got to accept that it's not coming back, right? It doesn't really matter which side of the equation you fall on. You just kind of got to accept that the reality is the reality. The logo, the name, they're not coming back.
Yep.
Alex is in Silver Spring. What's going on, Alex?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I want to say let them go. I'm cool. What's up, B-Mitch? Hey, let them go back all black. And I guess just put their numbers on the helmets, but all black, and go with the yellow face mask. And then I would love to see, like for Sean Taylor's anniversary, if they can have them towels, the 21s. And then since Gabe's on the team, especially this year, if they can let him put tape on his face mask without getting fined, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So you're saying you want them to keep the black unis or get rid of those?
No, keep them, man. Especially
You
when
want
we
them to
go
be
play
all black, though.
Philadelphia. That's right. When we go play Philly,
You got to have some level of trim on the numbers, though, so you can see the difference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can go all yellow on the face mask and go all yellow on the numbers on the helmet, and then go with the yellow socks.
But see, that's where I'm at. We got to get rid of the yellow. We got to have gold,
Alex.
not yellow, gold.
Well, to me, the black uniforms look cool. There's no question about that in my mind. They look cool, but they don't look like my team. They just don't. And I understand that they're now a part of the history of this team because that Bears game last year, the Hail Mary was in the black uniforms.
Yeah.
So that made it a part of the history. Up until then, they kind of just lost in those uniforms. But it still doesn't look like my team. Like when I turn on, this is a big issue I have with the NBA nowadays, B-Mitch. When you turn on a game, you have to look down at the bottom to see who's playing because teams are wearing colors that aren't associated at all with their team. When I turn on an NFL game, I should know who's playing within a split second by looking at the uniform. That's not the case when the Commanders wear all black.
I agree to that. I agree with what you're saying. You know,
it's just
especially when, like some of these throwback outfits, that crap that the Eagles wear,
the Kelly green,
and the crap that the Packers wear. That stuff doesn't even match anything that they're wearing today. It's like the Eagles. It wasn't Kelly green. It was like the
blue and the yellow one with Brian Westbrook back in the day. Yeah. Those the Packers ones where they were the navy blue with the yellow circle in the middle. Those were ugly too, by the way. Did you like the Bumblebee uniforms that the Steelers wore?
It looked like a jail outfit. It looked just like somebody coming out of prison.
I hated when they would wear the pants that were like the terrible brown, gross looking.
No.
And I didn't.
Some things I'm not gonna like. I mean, some people should want to run away from their past because outfit was god awful.
Were you a fan when? I know a lot of people liked the throwback look that was like the dark burgundy that the team wore with the brown pants and the brown helmets and had the different Redskins logo. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a dark burgundy. You know what I'm talking about?
That's the year did
you like those?
When we wore that, but we wore the white jersey with it. Not necessarily. It wasn't that cute, but it was just something to put on to go play a game.
B. Mitch was worried about looking cute for the game. Did you hear that, Landfill?
I said it was something to put on to win the game. It wasn't that good looking. We had a helmet on with nothing on it. I don't know an era ever where this team had a helmet with nothing on it.
You think they should just go back to wearing leather helmets as a throwback?
I think they should have. I think they should have one game a year where nobody has on they have on leather helmets you'll find out that guys won't be using their head anymore.
That's true.
They'll learn to get their shoulders in and get their head out of it.
Did you see the one Illinois, I believe, last year, college football? They wore a throwback helmet where every single helmet was spray painted. Took hours to do it.
To look like it was
and they looked just like a leather helmet.
That's sweet.
It's awesome.
I would love to have that on my mantle.
That's a cool looking helmet.
Give me one of those.
That's a cool looking helmet. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. With the uniform changes that the team made yesterday, are there any other changes that maybe are nods to the past, or just any other changes that you want to see made to the team and maybe their branding, uniforms, whatever it may be? 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the I-66 Express Lanes. The Nationals beat the Cardinals 8-2 last night to give interim manager Miguel Cairo his first victory in charge of this squad. They set up a rubber match for tonight before they travel to Milwaukee. They're going to try to get that series win with Michael Soroka on the mound. Make sure you tune in right here on 106.7 The Fan to listen live. 7:45 p.m. is first pitch. Now, a player to watch in this game, Josh Bell. He's 13 for 32 with 4 doubles and 5 RBI over his past 10 games. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is your answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. 800-636-1067. Alberhauser? I think that's what he said. Alberhauser?
Hauser. Yeah.
I don't even know. Whatever it is. It's actually Altizer, but maybe I need to change my name.
Oh, I know. He didn't.
Well, again, I'm not surprised that JP couldn't figure out how to spell that. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in with the changes that were made yesterday in terms of the uniforms, maybe going back to the RFK site. There are other changes that you want to see made with this team. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Kurt in Ashburn. Kurt, what's going on?
Good morning, gents. Actually, good afternoon, gents.
How you doing, man?
How's it going, Kurt?
I'm doing fine. Thank you. To me, one of the most iconic things about the team was the burgundy and gold. It's such an unusual color. Everybody else has got the typical black, red, white, green, etc. The only team I think comes close to those colors, which again I think are perfect combinations, is USC.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought we could have kept the logo, which I liked, if we aimed to take something very neutral, the Potomacs, which talks about a tribal law that Native Americans had along the river. That way you're not offending anybody, you're celebrating them being here. And, you know, it's funny because while all this was going on about the name, Doc was pretty concerned. It was the burgundy and gold. When you say that, everybody knows who you're talking about.
Yeah. Doc has said the burgundy and gold.
Appreciate it, Kurt.
For years. Doc been saying burgundy and gold, I think, all the way back to when I first started playing. Because there were people that would say stuff against it, and I think out of trying to be respectful. And I remember I started saying just skins.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the same thing coming out from this Native Vision event I did with the NFLPA, and I talked to a lot of the people that would come in there. They were actual from tribes, and I would talk to them. I also recall they called me one day and asked me, would I go to one of the reservations? I said, yes, but I get to choose them. You don't send me to some place you've already sent money to.
Yeah.
And then say what they said. No, I want to go to one that you probably never heard of and ask the people, young and old, to figure it out. And they never called me back after that, which tells me I wasn't one of the people that you going to send to a place to push what you were trying to push. I wanted to get a fair assessment and tell you, and I was going to come back and say exactly what I was told. Yay and nay, good and bad. But that wasn't allowed because it didn't fit what they wanted to do.
Some of the comments have thrown in some suggestions. Gold seat cushions. I don't think they're giving away seat cushions before a game ever again.
Nah. Well, I take one of the best moments ever was that clincher, and all those seat cushions came down.
Oh, yeah.
In RFK.
I think they'll hand them to you on the way out. I think that's what they did.
Fantastic. But that one, when we scored and those seat cushions started coming down, dude, I stood there like, so greatest moments in my sports history, that's number one. Well, Super Bowl number one. Then that. Because, bruh, that was
There's nothing like it.
Amazing, dude.
Yeah, nothing like that one. So gold seat cushions, because I think they gave away seat cushions for the 90th anniversary. When was that? 22?
And then they
gave them away as you were walking out.
Yeah, because they figured like, why are we?
They were burgundy.
Yeah, we are not going to be having a 20-minute timeout because
Well-
you can't keep your secrets in your hand. You know what they should do? They should put a tracker on it, and when you throw it out there on the field,
They know.
Yeah, know who did it. But nah, that's too much.
I got a Redskins seat cushion, the one that I have Deion Sanders' autograph on, but I'm pretty sure they gave those out at training camp.
There you go. You could have thrown them on the field at training camp. I don't think it would have been nearly as many people, but you could have thrown it on the field at training camp.
Yeah.
I just don't think. Yeah, I don't think also that they were going to be throwing seat cushions on the field when they're like losing to the Panthers.
No.
It's a little bit different of a situation.
Yeah.
Someone said wear white at home again. I think that's what you're going to get. That's what all three
The
games
white jersey?
that they're wearing these, the ones they released yesterday, are going to be at home games.
Yeah.
I think they're going to do that.
I tell you, the white jersey was just classic to me. You know, and we know white jersey, burgundy pants. And one time we wore, I think maybe once in my whole career, we might have went all white. If I remember correctly. Wasn't
That
very
was
often.
something that started more so when I was growing up. Like Sean Taylor, I remember wearing all white.
Yeah.
Sometimes the all burgundy look. They would break those
on
out
my
occasionally.
wall. I think my jersey is set like that.
Are you a fan of the gold pants? Did you like the gold pants?
No,
I like the gold pants.
I didn't like them because they didn't look like gold to me. They look yellow.
Yeah, they're definitely yellow.
Yeah, so that's why. I mean, when I hear gold, I expect gold.
Mm-hmm.
Like my colors was green and gold in high school. That was gold. That was yellow, so I couldn't get with it.
Locked on Law says, I hate the black uniforms because black is a Raiders color. I agree. 800-636-1067. Let's get up to Tim and Laurel. Tim, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? I'm a first-time caller.
Appreciate you, man.
Mitch, I got two things. One thing, I think the Redskin Nation, we need to come together as a whole and go find that commissioner and tell them, man, they need to go ahead and give you that call for that Hall of Fame because enough is enough. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But the you know, I grew up in the 60s when my father and my uncles and all of us used to go to RFK, and it was magical. I went one time to the Northwest Stadium. I didn't like that stadium.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, I grew up in Washington, D.C., and I keep up with what's going on. And by all rights, the Harrison Group are excellent because they want to put up most of the money for this place. But I think a lot of people that don't live in this area don't know it, but Washington, D.C. doesn't have any money. It's just like me going out here, the Harrison Group buying a car, and they pay 80%, and then tell me I got to pay the rest. Once they pay this, I don't have no money to pay for the rest of the stadium. And I think that's what the problem is. DC doesn't have any money. They didn't receive the money that they were supposed to get from the federal government this year, you know, once the new administration came in. So I think their whole problem is they don't have money. They just don't.
I'll say this, Tim. Appreciate the phone call. Talking about the stadium in terms of money, the Harris ownership group is building the stadium. When you look at the way that the money is structured, that's going all towards the stadium. DC's money is spent on around the stadium.
Yeah.
So if he's worried about, they're not getting the funding necessary to build the stadium, DC's really not chipping in much, if at all, to actually build the stadium.
What the problem
they're
is
developing around it.
they're trying to, what Mendelsohn has put out there is that we expect more from it, like what's going to be coming from it. And I think, listen, I understand they put up 2.7. I don't know people that puts up 2.7 billion and don't expect to try and recoup their money over time.
Exactly.
You know, that is where I think, but to say they don't have money, they may have money for certain things. They got money in other coffers to do stuff. Okay. And I think that's the ultimate. They do. They can change it up, but the person doesn't want to. That one guy.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to Zeke in Southeast. Zeke, what's up?
Hey guys, what's up? Love the show.
How you doing, man?
Appreciate it, Zeke.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a native white, born and raised in D.C. Been a Redskins fan all my life. And one of the things I agreed with is the name is never coming back. And my point is, If it offends one Native American, then we don't need to have it. But the thing that really got me was, why change the burgundy and gold? Because like you guys said, not only Doc, but growing up, the other name for the team was the burgundy and gold.
Yep.
And we loved our burgundy and gold. So when they started changing the colors, it's like, why are you trying to erase the history? I see if we were Jacksonville or Cleveland, somebody that never won anything, but we have 5 Super Bowls under that label, burgundy and gold. So that was my only thing, changing the colors. I don't like the black uniform. I want all burgundy, all gold, all the time. Now, let me just add, because I live in the ward where the stadium's coming.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is not that they don't have the money. The problem is that they want a better return. DC wants a better return on the $800,000 or $1 billion that they're going to put in. They're looking at, hey, we're putting up 25%. We know you're putting up 75%, but we got to get a better return. Building roads is not giving us return. Infrastructure is not giving us any return on our investment. So that's what I think's going on, guys.
Appreciate it.
That's exactly what's going on.
Well, and I'll say this. When you look at the return on investment, the return on investment is the fact that people will actually go there. Right? Like that's your return right there.
My thing is, when you build roads right now, if you're not building a toll road, you're not getting a return on the road, actually.
Yeah, well, people don't go over there, B-Mitch. So, like, if they're worried, I understand that they might want to make some tweaks to the deal. That's understandable. But if they're so worried about, hey, we need to make sure that we get our return on investment over there, like, no one goes over there right now. So, building the stadium is going to bring in so many different people that wouldn't usually be over there. So, it's bringing business with it. Chris is in Clinton. Chris, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen. I wanted to just kind of take my perspective from someone who I'm in my early 40s, and for me, you know, the Redskins name represents from the early 90s and before. It's legendary, right? But then when Snyder took over, it became all about everything but football. And I appreciate the Commanders name because now I can talk to my friends about football. And it doesn't have to be about everything else that's going on that has nothing to do with football. And so I think, and I hope that they keep this new jersey. I like it. Get rid of the white jersey that they had before and keep the black jersey. And hopefully they make like a museum when they build the new stadium that kind of like Green Bay has, where they can show our history. And that's what I'm hoping for.
Appreciate it, Chris.
Right, appreciate you.
You know what? That's a fantastic idea right there, B-Mitch. Because if you've been out to Lambeau, you know that you can go early or, well, I think it's open on game days until maybe an hour and a half or hour before kickoff. But you can go early, walk into their atrium area, and then walk through their Packers Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really, really cool just to see the different artifacts they have, see the history of the team. This team has history, too. This team was founded in 1932. You tell me they don't have history?
Yeah.
So open up some sort of a Hall of Fame to recognize the history of this football team and this organization and talk about the ups and the downs and the good and the bad that this team has had, but just honoring that history. Yeah, I think that'd be a fantastic idea. I co-sign that for sure.
100%.
800-636-1067. Daniel is in Hyattsville. Daniel, what's up?
Hey, man, what's going on?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. Thank you. I just calling because the jerseys, there's one throwback that hasn't been brought out in a while. I think it was like in 2002. It was like a dark burgundy with like the arrow and like a feather on it, like on the sleeves.
I remember
the spear, on the side with the burgundy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a nice jersey to bring back.
That's more the gold you're talking about in that jersey, right, B-Mitch? A little bit darker, more mustard almost.
Yeah, mustard.
Appreciate it, Daniel.
Mustard!
No problem.
Well, what I think is interesting about that, B-Mitch, is I think you can actually get away. So I know one thing that they try to distance themselves from is some of the Native American imagery and stuff because they don't want, immediately everybody, go back to the name, all that stuff. But everyone was speculating that when they saw the pictures from Media Day and Jaden standing in, looked like a stone sort of cutout area and there was a spear there, you could almost make it seem Roman, or something of that nature that isn't tying back, but still is sort of tying back. So I would be interested if down the line, if they do try to bring that back. One more here, 800-636-1067. We got Bleep You Thursday coming up at 1 o'clock. Adam is in Purcellville. Adam, what's up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going great, man.
One thing I like the white uniforms, either the white uniforms and the burgundy pants or the all white. They kind of remind me of the Joe Gibbs era, I believe. But one of the things I wanted to ask you, what do you feel about the W logo? A lot of people think that was a little too too bland. They think that should be tweaked. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't hate it. I mean, it's nothing like it doesn't pop or anything, but I don't necessarily need it to pop. I like the W more than like if you give me the option to buy gear, I like when it's just got the W versus when it says Commanders on it. If that answers a little bit of your question.
I don't have a problem with it because whether it was the Washington Redskins football team or Commanders, everything was Washington, right?
Correct.
So the W fits for me.
That's true.
Yeah,
100%.
That's true.
Adam,
Okay.
what do you think about it? Do you like the W, or do you wish they would maybe tweak that a little bit? Or
That's the one I like the W. I do. They would, because I know when they came up with the Commanders, they said they wanted it to have a little representation of the military. I've seen a couple different versions. Like I saw one version where it had the W logo, but it also had like the Washington Monument in the middle.
Mhm.
I don't know if you've seen that before. They've also had
I've seen that.
Had one version. Yeah, and they've also had one where they've had like the military insignias on the side. I think that would be a good option if they can do that.
Adam, appreciate the phone call, man.
All right, thank you guys.
Amen.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We still got some people on the line, so we'll continue to take your calls.
Keep it going, baby.
After you saw the uniforms that were unveiled yesterday, are there some more changes that you still want to see made to the Commanders with some sort of maybe homage to the past, or what would you like to see? 800-636-1067. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. With the change that you saw yesterday, where they're bringing back an older uniform, updating it a little bit, obviously took the logo, but for the most part, you see the 80s style uniform. What other changes do you want to see made? What other things would you like to see brought back, or some changes you'd like to see? 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Carlos in Severna Park. Los, what's going on?
Hey, well, good morning. Well, actually, good afternoon, guys. Apologies if someone said this because I just woke up. I want the marching band back. And when I mean my marching band, the old school marching band, you know? And I also want them to play the fight song the way it was originally played for. You know, like, B. Mitch, I know you probably know what I'm talking about. It sounds like, you know, a marching band from New Orleans. You know, it doesn't give it a fight song. There's no high tempo, you know? Bring it back. Like, we don't have to say hail to the Redskins. We could still say hail to the Commanders, but just bring the fight song back to where it used to be. That's the biggest change that I would want. Appreciate it, Carlos.
I can guarantee you one thing, though, regardless of what they do, the majority of fans that are going to be singing the song are still going to sing hail to the Redskins. I can guarantee you that's going to be the case. 800-636-1067. PJ is in Reston. PJ, what's up?
Hello?
PJ,
hey,
what's up,
guys.
man?
Happy day. It's a privilege to be on the air. So I'm going to, I heard the topic and I got my car, and I'm sure what I'm going to say is going to make a lot of people frown and everything.
boy.
But I love the uniform. I love what they're doing. I'm on the Facebook 106.7 fan page, all the other pages. I read the comments and everything. Anytime anything happens like this, right, where something is paying an homage to the olden days, you're going to see a lot of comments about bring back the name. And I've mentioned this before on air, but I keep seeing it more as it's not going away. So I just want to be very clear. I am not saying that people who say they want the Redskins name are racist. All I'm saying is before anyone says that, they need to Google what the name means. The name literally means scalping an American Indian's head as a revenge for what General Custer did. This is what I found researching like the history of the name. You combine that with the fact that the Washington football team was the last team that was not segregated because they had a racist owner, not Jack Kent Cooke, the guy before Jack Kent Cooke. So, the reason why the Chiefs still have their name, the Chiefs is respectable, right? Like if you walk up to a Native American and you call him a Redskin, you just have to be such a horrible person. And if you know it's offensive to say to the person's name, why would the people say that? Also, some of these people that say, oh, there's groups of Native Americans that like the name. I went and I looked behind those Facebook groups. Those Facebook groups are actually run by people that are not Native American.
Most of the ones that are trying to get it back are
Most
not
of those guys
reputable.
are political as hell, too.
PJ, I appreciate the phone call.
God bless.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, I think we understand that the name's not coming back. He kind of laid out some of the reasons that it's not coming back. Because even if, and I thought the Junks did a good job of talking about this morning, the Florio piece, basically saying, like, look, even if it were to be something where politics were to get involved and like, hey, bring the name back. Well, politicians, presidents change every 4 years, right?
Yeah.
And so are you just going to switch this
You don't
depending
want
upon who's in office?
Your business should not be a yo-yo.
No. So that ain't happening. Aiden is in Alexandria. Aiden, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Toby and B-Mitch? I'm honestly, I'm kind of a uniform nut. Like, I look into it a lot. I know the NFL has certain rules on it. Like, you're only allowed to have four alternate games, 2 different helmets. So when I saw the reveal yesterday, I was super excited. I think they really messed up with the Commanders' uniforms. It's really nice to see them take a step back and just try and go back to what worked for a long part of our team's history. So I personally keep the ones they unveiled yesterday. Give us a burgundy version next season with the white pants. Do one throwback that I think we wore in the mid-2000s with the yellow or the gold helmet and gold pants, and then redo the black jersey that's more traditional like our old jerseys, and then you kind of mix and match some of those two, get a lot of the combos in there while still sticking to our team's traditional identity.
Appreciate it, Aiden.
See, the thing about like the black outfits that gets me is there's nothing burgundy on it.
That's what I don't really like.
So if you had burgundy and gold on it with the black, I can go with that. But it's nothing burgundy.
There's no tie back to the history of this team. It's just It's an odd, like, I get that it's cool. It's kind of in vogue to wear these monochromatic looks, whether it's white. The Saints just unveiled new uniforms yesterday as well, and they're all white helmet. Looks cool, but again, that's not really the Saints to me. They can do whatever they want. I don't really care what they do. But here, you wear all black. It's not really the team. It's just, I don't know. It's different, and I'm not necessarily a huge fan of it. Let's get out to, how do you say this guy's name, Jeff? Coaches?
Chief.
Cochise?
Cochise
in Baltimore. What's up, man?
Hey, what's happening? I'm listening to y'all conversation. I'm a Ravens fan, but I like the Redskins too. I like the Redskins old logo. I don't call them Commanders. I like the Redskins logo because I know the history of the red man in America. It goes back to William Penn, 1683 treaty. Had nothing to do with racism and nothing like that. It's a coexistence between the European settlers in America coexisting with the Native Americans, which they was calling Negroes then. Now they call them Native Americans. So the people that's complaining are not even Native Americans. They are Siberian.
Well, hold on. I'm going to cut you off because we're not trying to do this right now. We're not trying to do this right now. We're talking about other changes. I get, we can go in the history. It's a waste of time. Yeah. Another thing, though, that I just remembered that a caller brought up, to show you how bad the Commanders rebrand was and how bad they screwed it up, B-Mitch, they just literally said, here's the jerseys from the 80s, and everyone's like, this is the greatest thing ever. They didn't even come up with anything original. They're just like, here's the jerseys from the 80s, and everyone's like, holy crap, I'll give you all my money.
Well, remember when they released the rebranded jerseys and they tried to claim that the red was the same shade that it had always been?
Yeah, stupidest thing ever.
And it's so obviously not.
It's not.
I think if they hadn't changed the color, that red, the burgundy, if they hadn't changed it, it wouldn't have been a problem.
I mean, this might be a little controversial to say this, and I'm not trying to be controversial, but I don't even think the rebrand would have gone as poorly if they literally just kept the same uniforms. Like, people wouldn't, the vitriol for Commanders, I think, so much of it is because when they turned on the TV to watch them the first time, they're like, holy crap, that's not my team.
It looked like it was either the Falcons or the Cardinals.
Yeah. So I think a big part of it is that. Like, that's why I didn't mind Washington football team, was even though the logo was gone, still looked like the same team that I've been cheering for my whole life. 800-636-1067. Shane is on Route 50. Shane, what's up?
What up, Shane?
Guys, how you doing?
We're good,
Doing
man.
great, Shane.
I would like to see the W resemble a crown, a three-pointed crown, because that blends in with the idea of Commanders.
Okay. I can see that. I appreciate that idea.
You know, I want someone to draw that for me. Let me see how that looks.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Now, I don't necessarily...
We have a lot of people listen to us, artists and stuff like that. Can anybody do a mock of that and send that to B. Mitch and Finley on Instagram?
The only part that I would disagree with that on is I think Commanders is trying to be more of a nod to the military and stuff. And this country doesn't have a king. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I understand his point there. I do think that would be a cool look.
But there's a command in the branches of the military.
Yeah, there is. 100%.
So, I'm just saying that could be one.
Final call before we get to Bleep You Thursday coming up at the top of the hour. Pete is in Ashburn. Pete, what's up?
Pete?
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're good, man.
Good. Hey, calling about the stadium. Whatever they do, they got to have a section where you can stand in it and it bounces like it did at RFK.
Okay. Now, that's one thing I think that they may be trying to keep. Because everyone that discusses the stadium,
yes,
they always go back to that first.
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember about the stadium? Man, the stands moved. So I believe that's something that an architect needs to be trying to figure out right now.
Now, I got a question.
Appreciate it, Pete.
Was that built like that, or that's just how hyped the stadium was?
I think that part was something that they rolled in there.
Yeah, because
when they shook, it actually moved a little bit.
Because it was a multi-purpose stadium, which was all the craze back in the day, where you could play baseball, you could play football, all that. So you had to roll in.
That
like
wasn't one of the permanent seats.
Now, that being said, there are places that so it doesn't shake like that. But I believe in engineering, like if everyone's jumping, it is supposed to sway a little bit because otherwise it's rigid and that could break. I've been to some stadiums in like college football. So, for example, University of Wisconsin, when they play jump around between the third and fourth quarters, that upper deck is shaking. The press box up there, you can see videos of it shaking.
Well, I can just tell you this.
Interesting.
Every tall bridge you go over, if it feels like it's moving, because it is moving a little bit.
Yeah.
They can make a damn stadium shake if you got to.
They could find something, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Maybe put a bouncy house in the.
On all the seats, like right on the seats, put little springs underneath them.
There you go.
So they just move a little bit. If you get to where the whole stadium could look like it's moving into like a whole wave, scare the hell out of the other teams. I promise you that.
I don't know if I want B. Mitch being the engineer of this stadium.
Well, it'll go from 3 billion to 8 billion if you got to put all the springs.
800-636-1067. Bleep You Thursday comes up next. If you are frustrated with anything in the world, give us a call. Again, 800-636-1067. It's Bleep You Thursday on B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Some huge tennis news. Amanda Anisimova upset number 1 ranked Aryna Sabalenka at Wimbledon to reach the first Grand Slam final of her career. Now, the 13th seeded Anisimova was playing in her second major semifinal after losing at that stage back in 2019 at the French Open when she was just 17 years old. Now for Sabalenka, this defeat prevented her from becoming the first woman to reach 4 consecutive Grand Slam finals since Serena Williams did it. So a huge upset there. The American gets the win and advances. And some NFL news. San Francisco 49ers wide receiver Demarcus Robinson pleaded no contest this week to a misdemeanor DUI charge. He was sentenced to 3 years probation. He is also subject to possible discipline from the NFL under the league's personal conduct policy, though the league has not put out a statement yet. Last season, Robinson started all 17 games for the Rams, was a massive contributor to their offense. 7 touchdown receptions, 4th on the team with 31 receptions, 505 receiving yards. So yet to be seen what the NFL will do. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You know what time it is on a Thursday? 1 o'clock means it is Bleep You Thursday. Toby Altizer in for JP this week on B. Mitch in Findlay. If you'd like to hop in, 800-636-1067. We got plenty of people lining up to kick off Bleep You Thursday. I guess we can start in the aquarium. Anybody but got any Bleep Yous for a Bleep You Thursday? Anybody?
Come back to me.
All right. Well, Jeff sounds like he's got one in a bit. Bleep Jeff for not being ready. How about that, B. Mitch?
Yeah. I'll take that one, Toby. I'll take that.
I have a bleep you to Jeff for just walking around with a cucumber all day for some reason.
What?
Oh, I got one that Landfill's gonna appreciate.
What the hell?
I got 2 bleep yous for people here. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Bleep you to Rooster for having his door open yesterday. And we can hear him all the way over here just loudly screaming on his show.
Yeah.
And
the thing about Rooster, though,
I mean, that is Rooster.
That door could be shut, and you can hear Rooster.
100%.
But we had to close our door because he opened his.
Yes. So
and we could hear him through the door when it was closed.
So bleep the Rooster for being so loud, and then bleep Jeff for trying to stir up drama by starting all this stuff and then subtweeting people around here saying, you say one thing and everybody gets all mad.
Okay, so Toby, bleep you because I don't subtweet nobody. All I said was it's a lot of people in this station that when they say something to me, it's all good. But when I say something back, oh my gosh.
Well, that's not me.
It's not. And I'm not going to point out the people that it is.
I blast you all day. I don't care what.
But just don't be soft.
He tweeted yesterday. I'm trying to find it. Did you delete this tweet?
Yeah,
he probably did.
Someone talked. One of the OGs said, "Bro, take that down."
I said,
but it's the truth. We in radio. They said, "Nah, you can't move like that."
I wanted to go under there and tag Rooster and just throw a match.
But he's not the only. He's not the only one. That's the thing. If I really go to start naming people, I probably only have 5 friends.
Okay, 5 friends. I guess he think I'm his friend.
800-636-1067. What are you mad about in the world? Give us your bleep you for Bleep You Thursday. You got anything, B. Mitch?
Nah, man. I mean, I try not to mess with the weather because I don't want it to come back and get me. So no, I have nothing.
You didn't get a full round of golfing yesterday.
I don't care. I get a full round a day on the next day.
Michael's in Alexandria. What you mad at, Michael?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Toby, you're doing a great job filling in for JP, by the way, too.
Appreciate it.
But I want to
Hey, Mike, I told him that like 8 times. He barely told me thank you, man.
Hey, man, you got to show a better appreciation than B. Mitch.
I told it to him. What the hell want me to do? Bring him some chicken?
Yeah, man, maybe he likes chicken. Get some chicken tenders, some Chick-fil-A, man.
I will say that the food that I have to watch B. Mitch eat over here is just all great, and I'm just sitting over here starving. I'm watching B. Mitch. What were you eating today?
I had some smothered turkey wings and lima beans. Man, my daughter
they
hooked
look
me up,
so
dog.
good. Man,
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, B. Mitch, you don't sound like you appreciating Toby eating like that. But yeah, man, I gotta say, to bleep you to the HOA in my neighborhood, man. They started charging or implementing fines on people for their dogs using their bathroom on the yard rather than this little small section where the pets are supposed to go. Now, listen, man, I do not tell people where they can and can't use the restroom. I don't tell animals where they can and can't use the restroom. You can't tell my dog when she has to go, she can't take a dump right there on that green grass rather than some plastered concrete that they just put together, some makeshift stuff. So bleep you to the HOA. I hope they listen to this show. And if they're not, start listening to it and hear this.
Bleeping for not
Y'all
listening.
have a great day, all right?
But I'm gonna ask you a question though.
Bleeping for not listening, man.
Are they pooping on your yard or somebody else's yard?
They pooping everywhere.
But you
now
have
they
to clean
started
that up. Now,
implementing-
if you're not cleaning it up, then that's on you, dog.
Oh no, I mean I clean up. I clean up after my dog, man.
Now,
That's
if the
disrespectful for
person's
not
dog
cleaning up
poops
after
and they don't clean it up, they should be fined.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But everybody in the neighborhood do pick it up. I can't lie, they do pick it up. But they tripping about pee, poop, all that stuff, man. I'm just like, man, I can't do nothing with this, bro. They just need to go on about their business.
Wow.
Appreciate it, Michael.
They just trying to get your money.
Yes, 100%.
But yeah, like I mean, animals are gonna let it go, and you better have one of them little bags with you.
Get out to.
It took a little getting used to, but I have to pick it up.
That's not fun.
And my damn dog been around for 16, 17 years, and he's still kicking. I'm like, dog, I thought your expiration date was like 9 years, 10 years. This dog trying to double that, man.
800-636-1067. Tailgate Ted. What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Oh, good,
Doing
man.
great, man.
So I want to send a respectful bleep you to Council Chairman Phil Mendelssohn. And they're moving this RFK hearing out to July 29th, so they're going to miss the July 15th deadline. The council goes to recess on August 1st to September 15th. So unless they vote on this thing as a council July 31st, we're not going to get a vote. And what concerns me is, and I agree with you, B, I think this is going to get done, but what worries me is this 2030, 2031 deadline for the Women's World Cup and rugby to come here, because they're saying that could bring in $750 million to DC. So with them dragging their feet and not working overtime and going on vacation, that is a ton of revenue DC is going to potentially lose in 2031. So,
yeah,
you know what? Big bleep you to the council for just dragging their feet on this.
All right, brother.
Well, Ted, appreciate the phone call, man. 800-636-1067. Give us a call if you're mad at somebody. It's Bleep You Thursday on B. Mitch in Findlay. Let's get out to AJ in Alexandria. AJ, what's up?
What's going on, man? I got a big bleep you, man, to the young brother that keep trying to holler at my wife when I'm not around. This is the second time she done told me. So I catch up with him and I check him on it. I tell him, come see me in the alley. He gets scared and say, nah, I don't want no smoke, but I'm going to call my man, though. So it's a big bleep you to them, big bleep you to that man, because you can do that behind my back, but when I check you on it, you don't want to see me like a man. So bleep you, Slim.
Oh, man.
Appreciate it, AJ. We got serious problems calling in today. Usually, Bleep You Thursday is like, hey, man, they charged me too much for my burger or something like that. We got serious issues
but dog,
today.
listen, man, I'm going to just say to the young buck, man, don't mess around no dude wife like that, man. Once he find out, and don't try to bring somebody else into something that you started.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, man, you either respectfully step out of that one, bro, or just get away from it completely. Nothing good come out of that one.
All right, let's see how this goes. Commandante Tequila. Commandante, who you mad at?
What up? How you doing?
How's it going?
Good, man.
I
What's
have a quick question for Toby.
Yeah.
Hey, Toby, have you ever got a hold of Linda?
Next question.
Okay.
Who the hell is Linda? Who's Linda?
Continue on. Who you mad at, Commandante? We're going to scoot past that one.
All right. My bleep you is to two people. All right. One is for Jera. For one, Jera, he ain't doing nothing no good, nothing that for his team, because his new logo is that little squirt, when they poop on it. That should be the new logo. Number two is this. It's my son. Now he got me wearing UCLA jersey colors.
How does your
Blue,
son have you wearing something if you don't want to wear it?
Yeah,
You can tell him you're not gonna wear it. Hell, well, just don't wear it.
Commandante, appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I got to support. Hey, to make things happen, the bridge has a balance. It has rubber mats underneath it. 2.5 mats. That's why it bounces.
Okay,
All right?
gotcha.
There we go. I don't quite understand what any of that was, but it's always a wild ride.
So we go to break. We won't find out who's Linda. For sure.
800-636-1067. I think I'm busy in the break. Let's get out
Don't worry,
to
I'll shut that door. Pity you in.
let's get out to Ramsey and Waldorf. Ramsey,
What's
what's
up, Ramsey?
Hey, what's going on, B. Mitch and family?
What's up, brother?
Listen, I'm bleeping every guy that wears those crop shoes. I don't care. I guess I'm from the old school. I'm not putting those on. Those got holes in the front of them.
The crops
I don't
you
care how
talking about?
comfortable. The crops I'm talking about. Men should tell the young guys, that they're not good for your feet. I don't care how comfortable they are, because first of all, now you figure out why people breaking their ankles so easily. Back in the days when B Mitch played, wasn't nobody breaking their ankles. Everybody was tough. You know what I'm saying? They wore their shoes tight. They tightened them up on even the basketball court. They wearing those crops to basketball practice and playing in them. Y'all gonna break y'all ankles, and y'all have no ankle support. That's one reason why I don't like them. Two, they girly. They look girly. If you want to be comfortable, walk barefooted, or put on some Pradas, put on some Yeezys, some super dry, anything but crops. That's all I'm saying, man. Stop being like a little girl and do what the girls do. Man up and wear manly shoes. In a minute, guess what they're going to do? Guess what? In a minute, they're going to put heels on the crops, and the dude's going to wear them too? Come on now.
Appreciate it, Ramsey.
Fellas.
You had an issue with Crocs? It
got an issue with Crocs. But like, I was actually at flag football camp this morning.
Kids
It was
wearing
a
them.
dude with, I'm like, dog, it's not cleats.
He was playing in them?
He had them on.
How are you playing in Crocs?
I don't know.
I don't know how that works. Eric is in Gainesville. Eric, what's up?
Hey, now Jeff said I got to be real careful who I name and don't name here, but so it's the non-PGA tournament that was in Gainesville last month. I got to bleep them for going with the lowest bidding contractors for concessions, where we finally got paid. They kept our credit card tips, and then they tried switching all of us to dishwasher when we showed up. So bleep them.
Wow. Appreciate it, Eric.
All right, man.
Get out to Jay in D.C. Jay, what's up?
Man, what's up, man? What's up, B. Mitch and the fam?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing good, man. I just got to bleep, man, the Commanders right now, man. I'm mad that they ain't paid my man Terry McLaurin. He's like the franchise player. And, you know, I just think they should pay him. And I'm just like beefing about that shit. I don't want that boy to walk away.
Can't use that word.
Can't use that. I don't know what the heck is going on today.
Hey,
we
man.
got some angry people that
Hey,
forgot that they're on the radio. But yeah, they're going to get him paid.
I believe he will, man.
I think
seriously
that's going to
believe
get
that's what
done. I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, B-Mitch. So I kind of have now come up with a deadline for myself in terms of when, because I know we're all throwing the training camp thing around. That's when maybe I'll start to worry a little bit if we get to that. But when I'll actually hit the panic button of sorts, maybe, is when, if you're getting to that joint practice in New England, August 6th, if you're getting to that point, then I think we can have a real
I just found
conversation.
out I'll be at that practice.
I like it.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun to see how they, I like those joint practices.
Yeah, you get to, I like being able to compare. Like, I remember when New England rolled into Richmond, I looked at our team, I looked at their team, I was like, damn. I mean, it's like you say you go into a 18-wheeler fair and everybody roll out in those double-decker Mack trucks with the double cab and all that. That's what that team had, and we rolled out in some pickup trucks. That's how we looked. I'm like, this is not good right here, dog. Those dudes were huge.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to Hank in Brandywine. Hank, what's up?
Hey, I'm just saying, hey, I know I'm gonna say off the top, I'm old. I still pay bills with checks. I ran out of checks. I was in the neighborhood in Waldorf, stopped by a department store to pay my bill on a credit card so I wouldn't pay interest. I had my ID, the bill, and my social security number, and they wouldn't take my money. I guess I'm just old.
They wouldn't take it because of what?
I didn't have the credit card with me.
Oh, wow.
Hey, and not just, I thought I might not get on. I heard Jeff saying something about soft. I told him before Durant was soft. He whined again to get to another team.
Appreciate it, Hank. Jeff's catching it from all angles, too.
Jeff, that was a kind of bleep you on the slide.
That wasn't even. He just said he told me Kevin Durant was soft. He cried for. How is that a bleep you to me?
I don't know.
Because
I don't
y'all
know.
just instigators, man.
But I'm all for
Hey,
it, by
we
the
just
way.
like you, Jeff. We learn from you.
Let's get out to Chris and Culpeper. Chris, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Chilling, bro. What's happening?
Jeff told me not to cook this guy on the air. I got some things to say about him. Anyways, I'm not going to. So I was flying back from San Antonio yesterday, and we had a layover in Atlanta. And we were there for like 8 or 9 hours. It kept getting backed up. You know how that happens sometimes with airplanes.
Oh, yeah.
But anyways, we go ahead and finally get on the plane. Everybody's agitated because they've been in the airport for so long. But I sit down, and then this older couple comes by, and they sit in one spot, like to my right and behind me. And this other guy comes up, a younger guy. And I'm big on respecting your elders, right?
Yep.
So he comes by, and I guess the older guy was sitting in his seat. And this dude is a pretty obese, like intimidating guy because he's so large. And he was like intimidating this older couple. And he was like, "Don't you have your tickets? You know, that's my seat right there. You're sitting in my seat." Made the old guy get up and move. And, you know, he ends up sitting down, and his stomach was touching the screen in front of him. So, you know, anyways, I just want to say bleep you to that guy. Respect your elders and stop being an a-hole.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Chris.
With that, I believe in that respecting the elders thing, though. Seriously.
Comment says, you wear Crocs, you go right to loser jail. Crocs are for losers.
Oh, boy.
I'm not big on Crocs.
Not when you're competing in sports.
No.
Listen, man. I've gone to football camps, and guys will show up on grass in like basketball shoes, and I'm like, "Dog, you don't have no cleats? Oh, I like these shoes." I said, "Okay. Well, when you start falling and losing
when you
and stuff,
slip.
I don't hear anything." And man, I'm not gonna slip. I got balance. Swoop. Almost ripped this little groin up. But I'm like, dog, when you come to these camps, you have to be ready to play, ready to perform.
Yeah.
And equipment matters. You know what I'm saying? And I tell the parents, look, don't send your kids to a football camp, especially on grass, if you don't have cleats. You know, if he got some Jordans, he should have some damn cleats if he's a football player.
Zach is in Winchester. Zach, what's up?
What up, Zach?
So now we got to add to my bleep you because I'm bleeping everybody that's hating on the Crocs.
Why, man? If you wear Crocs to a football camp, you wear Crocs to a football camp, you got a problem, dog.
Hey, I understand the football camp, but if you're doing anything where you got to run a little, slap them things in full-wheel drive, put the straps on them. I got my work boots on. I got my Crocs on every day. Yeah, I don't care if there's snow outside. I'm wearing my Crocs.
All right, man. Well, I hope when you go to run, those Crocs don't slide off your feet. If you don't, because I don't see people with no straps on them and they keeping them on their feet. They're coming out of them.
I know all these.
I don't really have a problem.
If I'm going running,
if I don't like them, if I don't like
too,
something, I'm not
'cause
gonna wear it. I don't
chasing
care
me.
what other people wear though.
He said he's going to put them in 4-wheel drive, B-Mitch.
Yeah.
Appreciate it,
All right,
Zach.
bro.
You know the other one that's big right now is Hey Dudes. People are wearing. You seen those? Hey Dudes? I have to show you in the break.
Yeah, show me that.
'Cause-
And tell me who Linda is. they ever forget about that one.
In that case, I might have to run out again
And other
instead of
stuff
going
on the break. Like I'm gonna forget. I ain't forgetting.
You know what? Bleep you, Commandante, for bringing that up. All right, let's go to break. If you're on hold, stay right there.
Hey, I got my boy Donnie tell me how comfortable Crocs
800-636-1037.
are. Tell him wear Crocs when he cooking at barbecue and it drop on his foot, burn him.
It's not going to feel good. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in? It's Bleep You Thursday on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. American Amanda Anisimova has reached her first Grand Slam final of her career following her win over number 1 seed and favorite to win Wimbledon, Aryna Sabalenka. Now, Anisimova, who is now 6-3 in her career against Sabalenka, has ousted the tournament favorite with multiple breaks in the third set on the strength of her great pace of her forehand. Anisimova is trying to become the first American to win a Grand Slam in London since Serena's 7th and final Wimbledon title all the way back in 2016. She's finding out her opponent now live on the Wimbledon broadcast. We will bring that to you in our next update. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
We got plenty of mad people in the DMV today on a Bleep You Thursday on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP this week. If you'd like to hop in, 800-636-1067. We'll keep it rolling up until Heard It Here First coming up at the around 1:45 or so. Get to Jupe. Jupe, what's up?
What's B. Mitch, Toby, what's going on?
What's
fellas?
up, brother? How you doing,
on,
Jupe?
man?
I'm good. Hey, listen, man. I got a bleep. I'm not gonna say no names. A particular airline. Me and the fam, we took a vacation last month. We booked our tickets early because I got a whole starting five plus a bench player, so I gotta get on them discounts early.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, direct flight to Orlando, back and forth round trip. They changed our flight to where we had to go from Maryland to Vegas, sit for 6 hours, and then to Orlando.
What?
Then
Vegas?
Yes. So we had to do that.
At least you had slot machines in the airport.
Right. I went and played and didn't win nothing, so that made me even more mad. So then on the way back, when we get on a flight, the pilot didn't show up. I'm like, what your man pulled that Denzel? I hope you don't get here late and try to fly this plane upside down. Ain't nobody got time for that. And I swear to God, B. Mitch, when he took off, it felt like this man went straight up in the air. I needed the Depends, man, because my stomach started bubbling. I was scared to death. I say I would never use that airplane flight again. I'm just say that, man. That's all I got for y'all.
Yeah, but
I appreciate
you going from D.C. to Orlando. You in Vegas? And you got a 6-hour layover?
It sounds like Jupe might have diverted for a little bit is what he's trying to say. Right, Jupe? You were enjoying yourself for a few hours before going to Orlando?
I'm just saying, that's like a hell of a...
I did it until I just kept losing, so then I just got even more mad.
That's 4-5 hours out the way.
I know, big time.
Wait 6
Appreciate
more
it, Jupe.
hours, and then the flight from Vegas to Orlando is another 4.5, 5 hours. Man, that's a waste. Nah, they gotta pay me some extra money. I'll tell you one thing. My daughter, mess her flight up. If an airline mess you up, send my daughter a text. She'll send them a letter. And she puts a whole, a line on it. They will send you your cheddar. You're going to get some money back. They'll take care of you for a while. She knows how to write the best letter.
Russ is in Charlestown. Russ, what's up?
What's up, Toby B. Mitch?
What's
How
up,
y'all
Russ?
doing today, man?
Man, we chilling.
Speaking of that airplane stuff, hey, B. Mitch, Bobby Wilson told me one time, when y'all coming back from the Super Bowl from Minneapolis, that you come down into Dulles to land after you won and everything. Was that a scary flight coming back? And then I'll do a bleep.
We had multiple planes, though, so I don't know. The plane I was on I was asleep because I was a little inebriated.
Oh, I'll hear you. I hear you.
I was asleep.
Yeah, Bobby Wilson told me that one time, but I was in the plane he was on. But hey, I was going to do a bleep you to that damn express lane out on 66, man. My mama lives in Fairfax City.
Uh-huh.
And I come up out of Fairfax City and get there, right there around Centerville, and that traffic was so backed up. Okay, so I went over, I jumped on the lane. Man, I made it up at the other side of Haymarket in no time. So home, well, I got me a fine, $80. So I went down to my
so you didn't have an Easy Pass?
No, man, I ain't got that pass. I'm in West Virginia. But I won't have to get that pass.
Yes, you will.
So I took that thing again, right? I come up there before Centerville. I was like, the whole thing was, I said, man, I'm going to get into that lane. Look here. Jumped over there. I said, look at all that traffic. I'm going on the road. Well, man, they sent me the next bill, $80. But there's a $300, $300 debt adjustment or something. For what they mad because I took that toll again.
Yeah. You gonna get some. You gonna get toll road.
I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna pay the 80, and the other 80. But I ain't gonna say the word, but bleep you to the damn and it's my fault, but I don't care.
I tell you one thing, you go on that toll road again, they probably gonna be trying to take your license. They don't play, man.
I think we need some blessings from a reverend today, B-Mitch.
Hell yeah.
Rev T's on the line. Rev T, what's up?
First of all, I want to say bleep you to these Bammers who keep coming down to the roads trying to get a seat. And you know damn well the show don't start at 9 o'clock and you showing up at 6 o'clock trying to reserve tables. We don't reserve tables for you Bammers. You Bammers, stop coming. If it started at 9, come at 8 and I'll let you in. But then, hold on, I ain't finished yet. Let me go down the line. I want to bleep you to Chicken Lady Tony. Because that Bama called me, B-Mitch, about a week ago, talking about he can't find your telephone number. He lucky I send it to him, you chicken leg Bama. Hold on, I ain't finished yet. I got to bleep my family. Bleep you to my cousin who called me all damn day Saturday morning while I was at work. Asked me was I coming to my cousin's cookout. And as soon as I got there, Bama, they told me you had left. Bleep you, Rock, you a straight Bama. Hold on, I ain't finished yet. I'm let me go down the line. Bleep Jerry Jones just because you an old goat bastard and you stink and you smell like fish butt. You Bama, bleep you. Hold on, let me finish that. And then I got to bleep the Washington Commanders. I love the Commanders, but them chicken people who keep giving me the runaround about giving me my chickens black, bleep you, bleep you, bleep you, and hold on, you bleep you. Then I reverse the bleep. I said you bleep. See how that works? And y'all know who this is, and I ain't never showed them my words for none of them Bammers. Hold on, and bleep the... Oh, let me say, I'm not going to say that. I was about to use some foul language. But I'm a reverend, though.
Can't do that, Reverend.
I got to hold my tongue. But bleep the hog farmers. Y'all know who this is. The People's Hype Man. Say it with me. Rev T. Believe Bammers. March with me. Ow! Love somebody. Hey, Bimmich, did you even do the pig smoke real quick?
Well, we got you with that one. Appreciate it, Reverend.
Y'all, man. Hey, man, happy Thursday, y'all. Love somebody.
Yep, definitely, brother.
So many questions.
Well,
first one, how do you know what fish butt smell like?
Well, you fish all the time, Jeff. How does it smell?
Hey, B, I never put my nose to a fish butt.
Well, if you pass gas, you probably don't have to put your nose to it.
800-636-1067 is Bleep You Thursday. I don't know anyone's going to match that energy.
Nah, I doubt that seriously.
Alex is in Arlington. Alex, you got to follow up Rev T, man.
I'm certainly not going to match that energy, but it's been a polarizing show, and I just wanted to bleep you to all the Croc haters. There's a time and a place. I'm driving in my Crocs right now. You know, you don't wear your church shoes to play basketball. You shouldn't wear Crocs too either. But, man, a Croc's going to change your life. They have a time and a place. So bleep all the Croc haters.
All right,
Appreciate it, Alex.
I guess he bleeping me because
I mean,
I see him in the wrong places. That's what I'm saying. If I see you just lounging, cool.
Yeah.
But you step in any camp with Crocs on, you're in the wrong damn place.
I can't even complain. I'm the dude that wears slides to work every day, so I can't even complain about people not wearing appropriate footwear.
I mean, but slides okay at work. I mean, you're sitting down all day, Toby. It's not like you're running a route.
Correct.
Or trying to shoot a J.
To be fair, though, even if I threw I can shoot. To be fair, though, even if I threw shoes on, I can't route anybody up, so it really doesn't matter.
All right, bro. See, you know not to run routes.
Exactly right. Eric's in Gaithersburg. Eric, what's up?
Okay, so good afternoon, gentlemen. First, not my original call, but I hate Crocs too. So they're a terrible shoe. I would say bleep you to all the people on TV and on the radio and all the political hatred. I'm not picking sides. I'm not picking names. I'm not picking issues. I'm just tired of all the crap talking that goes on. And, you know, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and all this other nonsense. If you think you're tough enough to do something, put on a helmet and some pads. Right, Brian? Put on some helmet and get out on the field. Let's see how tough you really are. I don't want to hear all this crap on the air anymore. I'm tired of it.
Appreciate it, Eric.
brother.
You know
Tell
what?
'em.
I'm down with that. I'm done with. I can't stand all the extra politics stuff. I'm done with it. That's why I don't even delve into it. Don't
I
bother with
wonder
it.
why I don't watch people talking. Man, you watch TV? No.
No.
I watch sports.
I ain't trying to worry about any of that
You
stuff.
turn on any channel, you're gonna find something stupid. I
Yeah.
just like to turn on some sports, and I like the fact that I can just go right to whatever I want on demand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, B. Mitch, I want to get your thoughts on this. If you still want to call in for Bleep You Thursday, we can do a few more, 800-636-1067. But there was a hypothetical that someone posted recently. I want to get your thoughts on it. You don't have to give me your answer right away. You maybe think about it in the break, too, as well. So, Davis Matek, I'm not sure how you say his name, tweeted out, assuming every player is at their athletic peak, which NFL player would win a game of 11v11 if all teams were made up of 22 clones of the same guy?
If everybody was at their peak,
So everybody's the same dude. You got 11 Micah Parsons, you got 11 Trent Williams, you got 11 Terry McLaurins. Who's winning?
ooh, that's a good one right there. Oh man.
So,
well, Aaron Donald is retired, so I can't use him. But I'd like to have 11 Aaron Donalds. He'll probably kill somebody.
So, he would.
Yeah.
So immediately people are thinking the fast guys. So some people are thinking Tyreek, Jamar Chase.
But who they gonna block?
Exactly my point. I don't think they can block. I was telling this to Jeff yesterday. I mentioned my answer.
I'll take Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay.
Because Jahmyr Gibbs is a big enough person to block your ass. He's fast enough to run away from everybody. And he's probably fast enough to where when you start running, he's going to be all over you.
Yeah.
It's going to be a running back or a linebacker in my book. It's not going to be nobody else.
I think one of my guys would be Megatron.
Calvin
Johnson.
Who he going to block?
Hey, he could, do a cut block, throw that joint up to himself. He down there somewhere.
Hear me out.
I don't know, but go ahead.
We're running a jumbo package. We're running 9 across the front. And we're running Trent Williams under center Trent Williams with Trent Williams across the line and handing the ball to Trent Williams.
So the guy got to play both sides of the ball?
Yeah. So you got to be just think like if you could clone this dude to play
So
11 on 11.
when I turn around and I got Jahmyr Gibbs, what Trent Williams going to check Jahmyr Gibbs?
Well, you're not going to be able to tackle me with Trent Williams.
A little dude to tackle a big guy by hitting him right in the knees and the ankle.
Well, he ain't getting to him.
How Jahmyr Gibbs going to block Trent Williams?
How you going to block him?
on the offensive line?
The issue that I run into...
running backs do have to hit big people in the chest a lot, and they don't back down from it.
The issue I'm running into is I don't think that I can press because if Jahmyr Gibbs gets by Trent...
Well, he going to get by
100% of the time.
Yeah, he going to get by. But I think, like, if you have one person to play offense, one person to play defense, I don't think the one person will have to play both sides. Because if I got my one person playing offense and defense, I'm going to take Jahmyr Gibbs offensively. And on the flip side, give me somebody like Chris Jones on the defense side.
I feel like a team of 11 Cam Newtons would be pretty formidable.
Oh, hell with him. He a hater.
11 Cam Newtons would be crazy.
Give me 11 Brian Mitchells. Because you
That's
know
not
what?
a bad answer.
He can play quarterback.
Exactly.
He can play running back. He in the slot, play out wide. I play defensive back.
He's also
and I love the
certifiably
damn
insane.
Newton. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna knock a ball out in front of him, and I know he ain't gonna jump on the damn thing.
11 B Mitches.
Yeah.
Cam Newton is a
big
lot bigger than
helmets.
you, though.
That's 11
Huh?
big helmets on the field.
Cam Newton is a lot bigger than you.
Jumper Geller was bigger than Cam Newton. I didn't back down from that. I wasn't back down from that. I'm backing down from the because they big. The hell you care about big? Big has gotten a lot of people's ass whipped.
I bet you Saquon Barkley would be good at this.
Yeah.
Get 11 of that dude.
Derrick Henry.
Yeah, 11. Ooh, boy.
Derrick Henry. That might
So
be the
can you
answer.
imagine
right there.
Derrick Henry
Derrick
tossing
Henry
the ball
can
to
throw a little bit too.
Derrick Henry
Yeah.
tossed the ball to Derrick Henry, and then Derrick Henry leading the way for him. I don't want to see that.
If Derrick Henry goes blocking, he's going to look like that dude on the final play. Remember the Titans. Remember that? Or he's just leveling dudes up the sideline.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry meeting a DB as a lead blocker would be scary.
But you know what? There's going to be a DB that come up and hit him all in his kneecap.
Yeah, 100%. He's coming straight for his kneecap.
Yeah. That is a, you know, when I saw that pop up there, I was like, what the hell does this mean right here? And this, I would love to see that. Lefford, did you put that up on the B. Mitchell Finley thing as like a little
A poll or something?
Yeah, which player you think? And where is it staying?
Maybe we can maybe run that back tomorrow. Put that up there.
Yeah,
and run that
we
back
can do that tomorrow. So everybody, think about that. You get one player. He plays every position. Who you think would be the best in 11 on 11? He's playing all the offensive playing positions and all defensive positions.
You got to think because you need a little bit of size because you got to be able to block.
Yeah,
but you need speed.
See, like the thing of it, like there is a guy who's now playing DN or something like that used to be a quarterback. Because when I got here, Russ Grimm was the emergency quarterback. Think about that, and he was a guard.
Yeah, maybe.
So if you got somebody big like that can still have a little that's kind of fleet of foot, faster than what his position stands for, so he could throw the ball to himself, he could run over people, block. Then he get on the defense side, he's still tough and crazy enough to play some D. That'll be a legitimate type person that can.
I'm trying to think of dudes that are in the league now that were quarterbacks that aren't quarterbacks anymore. Like Travis Kelce played quarterback at points in college, but I mean Travis Kelce's
kind of slow now.
Logan Thomas
fits in there. You could get some basketball players like Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates.
Yeah,
if you're going old school.
I'm just wondering what they could do on the other side. Well, they should be able to move their feet. They play basketball.
It's an interesting topic for sure.
Yeah,
it's a fun one. I enjoy
this is one I like. It's gonna get us a whole hour tomorrow. I want everybody listening right now. Please think about that. This is the homework tonight. Pick that one guy, and it doesn't have to be a person who's particularly playing right now. Like, how about 11 Lawrence Taylors?
Yeah, good luck.
If Lawrence Taylor lined up on you and you're a receiver, all he gotta do is grab you.
You want somebody to be
and they playing by old school rules, so you don't get no 5-yard cushion.
Toby, you ain't say Walter Payton today either. You said that yesterday too.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You imagine someone trying to block Barry Sanders around the edge? You're not going to get your hands on him.
Bro, you better make sure you got somebody on the field that can catch him. Because Barry Sanders, you could drop Barry Sanders in the middle of 8 people, they probably won't touch him.
Tyreek Hill will be fun, but you wouldn't be able to block anybody. I think it's a fun exercise, so we'll dive into it a little bit deeper tomorrow.
Tyreek Hill on defense won't be good. I just watched this little girl cook him at his own camp. Did you see that, Jeff?
Yeah.
That little girl cooked him, dog.
So we'll dive back into that tomorrow. So make sure you come up with your answers, and we'll do a call topic on that tomorrow. Wrapping up, I want to get to the NFL Top 100. The first commander that was on the list, where did he rank? We'll do that to wrap up the show next here on The Fan. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067. The Fan, Toby Altizer sitting in for JP this week. So the NFL Top 100 has started to come out. We talked about players 100 through 91 yesterday. We haven't gotten the full list of 90 to 81 yet, but the first guy on the Washington Commanders has popped up on this list. Any guess on who it is, B. Mitch? Do you know already?
No, I don't.
Any guess?
First one on the list, they're starting from 100 down. Let's go with Frankie Louvu.
He's going to be higher on this list. So this is a little bit of a trick question because technically this guy didn't play for the team last year. But Laramie Tunsil.
Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah.
Okay, so why you give me a trick question?
Just seeing if you would get it right. Laramie Tunsil comes in at 86. So some of the guys behind him. So we'll start at 90. Zach Allen from the Broncos, defensive lineman, is at 90. James Cook's at 89. Andrew Van Ginkel had a heck of a year. Yep. I didn't realize he had 11 and a half sacks.
He did.
He's kind of a beast in that defense.
He can do a lot of different things, too.
Have you ever seen a defense like that one that they run in Minnesota where they're just kind of just all over the place and blitz from anywhere?
Yeah, but what it is like the problem with the league is people like to go out there and they copy everything.
Yeah.
But there are coaches like my man up there in Minnesota where
Brian Flores,
where he basically says, we have athletes.
Yeah.
So if I just line up and always have this guy coming, you can figure out a way to run against me.
Well,
if you don't know who's blitzing, you're going to be the one confused.
I like it because there's never been, or it just seems like the last couple of years we're always talking about offensive innovation.
Mm-hmm.
Very rarely do we talk about defensive innovation. That's defensive innovation.
Football
right there.
is a game of matchups, right? And if I happen to have a linebacker who's more athletic than your damn tight end, or your left tackle, and he's about a lone guy that can get past him, why not utilize that athleticism over you?
100%.
Yeah.
Quinnen Williams checks in at 87. We just talked about Tunsil. We'll get back to him in just a second. He's at 86. Kyron Williams on the list at 85. Christian Gonzalez at 84. And then Cam Hayward at 83. We spent plenty of time talking about Tunsil. Last season, he only allowed 2 sacks and 19 quarterback pressures and over 1,000 snaps. I don't think it can be
still good, man.
I don't think it can be overstated how much he's going to help out this offense.
Yeah, he's still good. You know, people can say what they want, and there are times when you get into you get stagnant in certain areas, and you need a new scene.
I
He
thought it
has
was
a new
funny.
scene now.
You talked about when someone's leaving, and then you hear fans or people kind of attacking him on the way out. You kind of view that as like a badge of, okay, I kind of like this guy.
Yeah.
Did that not happen with Tunsil?
Same thing.
Immediately he left and I was like, oh, he's not that good.
And this is the thing too. Like there are media people in certain towns that write those stories to help the team out because they want to get the stories coming up. And you had a couple media guys who did the exact same thing. But you go back and you look throughout the year and you watch those same media guys, they were praising him. See what I'm saying?
I just like what he's going to be able to bring this team where now suddenly, once Connerly kind of asserts himself at the right tackle position, you'll have bookend tackles that you can trust, hopefully, to go one-on-one. And last year, how many times did they have to chip to help out the guys on the outside? Not to say that they won't do that, but it's just going to free up so much more of the offense. They can get deeper into the playbook. When you go get a Tunsil, you draft a Connerly, Coleman's now inside. That offensive line is just going to be so much better than we've seen in quite some time. And you can combine that with a quarterback that can make up whenever there's a deficiency, there's a mistake up front, whatever it may be. You got a smart quarterback. I just think that alone is a big enough improvement that you could see Jaden take an even bigger step just because of the guys in front of him being able to protect him.
I think that right there helps you alleviate the talk of sophomore slump.
Big time.
Because now you have guys that have improved at different positions. And I think in essence, you should improve as well. Instead of like CJ dealt with last year, both of my receivers, the top guys, are banged up. Then I had some issues on the offensive line, inside and outside on the other side. Those things right there will make anybody have a slump. So,
100%. 100%. Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Heard it here first.
Holla.
Gather around. With Heard It Here first.
Did I win yesterday?
No, but Jeff won again. His esports basketball.
Nobody else won?
He's got to bet on real stuff.
Just Jeff
It
and
is
Lento.
real stuff, bro. It's real people.
There's
What
a reason it
happened
has an E in front of it
Who
because
did I have
it's E,
again,
electronic,
Brian?
not real.
Bro,
Brian, who did I
people
have?
got to play them games.
PFAT came through for me, man.
Brian, who did I pick?
Who do you pick, Brian? Why Brian?
You picked the Mariners and the Reds.
And they both lost?
I think the Mariners lost, the Reds won, but
Garbage.
I don't know who I picked. I don't remember.
you took the Nationals and the Wings. The Wings lost.
Oh.
The Wings.
Dallas Wings. Paige Becker's let me down. I need her to come through for me.
Mm.
All right, let's see. What do we got tonight? More baseball.
I think I want to take a prop bet.
Oh, I know where Landfill's going. You
Yep,
know who's
I'm
on the hill
taking
for
the
the Rangers?
Angels plus 1.5.
The who?
You know who's on the hill for the Rangers? Patrick Corbin. I could have scoped that out from a mile away.
I'm gonna take Cooper Flag to score 20 points.
Yeah, that would probably be a good one. What's the
Summer League?
What's come on that one, dog, Jeff?
It is plus 128.
I like
Really?
that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I think Wizards get their Summer League underway tomorrow. That'll be some good action. Give me the Mariners to beat the Yankees tonight. Brian Wu on the hill, one of the best pitchers in the American League. And
I take Mariners, Yankees over the. I take the Mariners and I'll take the Mets.
give me the Padres over the D-backs. Yeah, so give me Mariners and Padres. What do you got, White Brian?
I will go with the D-backs over the Padres.
All right.
Uh-oh. He
There we
went
go.
right at you, huh? Oh,
I
man.
feel like people have been doing that all week. Granted, there's only so much you can talk about or bet on when you got baseball only. Appreciate everybody
Jeff,
that
you gonna
joined the
play golf
program.
today?
I would love to.
I gotta go get my clubs.
Oh,
man.
I was gonna bet that you gonna have over 13 bogeys.
Oh,
I would take the over too.
If we put the line at 17.5, I'd take the over.
Wow. I would take it with you, Toby.
No pars, Jeff. That's what we call him.
No
Appreciate
par,
every-
Jeff.
Oh man.
Appreciate everybody joining the program today. Barry's for Luga. Appreciate him. Appreciate the legend, Gary Clark, for hopping on the program. We'll have a lot of fun tomorrow to wrap up the week. For Brian Mitchell, I'm Toby Altizer. Thanks for listening. Grant and Danny comes up next.
Athletic slugger Brent Rooker is adding his name to the list of Home Run Derby participants. He will become the first athletics player in the Home Run Derby since Matt Olson in 2021. The rest of the field is as follows: Atlanta's Robert Acuna Jr., Minnesota's Byron Buxton, Tampa Bay's Junior Caminero, Pittsburgh's O'Neal Cruz, Seattle's Cal Raleigh, and our very own James Wood. Speaking of James Wood, he and the Nationals beat the Cardinals last night 8-2 to give interim manager Miguel Cairo his first victory as the Nats interim manager. They set up a rubber match for tonight before they're off to Milwaukee. They're going to try to get the series win with Michael Soroka on the mound. 7:45 p.m. is first pitch. As always, make sure you tune in right here to listen live as the Nats try to go for that series win. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What's up, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia? Grant and Danny radio program. No GP for the remainder of the week, and it's for an excellent reason. First of all, welcome to the program. Linnell's here, hanging out with Jeeps, instead of Jeeps for the week. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm very well. Congratulations to the Paulsons. In the immortal words of poet laureate, philosopher, man of our time, DJ Khaled, another one. I was under the impression that Grant had 3 kids, another one.
Yeah.
So I've got 1, 2, 3. Am I missing another one?
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Paulsons. The audience loves it.
Grant loves it too. I mean,
Yeah,
he texted me, I'm like Tyreek Hill. I said, congratulations, brother. He said, I'm like Tyreek Hill. What I do is make babies. And I said, you're awesome.
Oh, I was like wondering. And he's fast. He takes the top off the defense. He has some brushes.
Getting to spats with his coach.
Look at the brushes with coaches and the law enforcement.
Anywho,
yeah, congrats to that, man. Very, very, very thrilled.
Super awesome.
Everybody seems to be happy, healthy, doing well. So just
Love
thrilled
that.
for those guys, man. Very, very cool. So the family of the Paulsons grows, and the station family grows as well. Congrats also. Miguel Cairo.
Yeah.
Huh?
How about
Right?
those Nats?
Is the audience like that? They do. Nats played a game.
Bats were hot.
The Nats won the game. So, I had to look this up because it doesn't happen all that often. When the team scores more points, they're called runs in baseball.
Yeah.
So they'll end the game 9 what are called innings. Everyone gets a chance to bat and you play defense, you alternate. It's not important. But they'll end the game with more points. And these are the runs that we're talking about. They had more at the end of the game than the Cardinals did.
Yeah. And they had more at the end of the game than they had their past 3 games.
Yeah. And so they I had to look it up, but you win.
Yeah. W.
That's a win.
Yes,
So
it is.
congrats to Miguel Cairo.
That's awesome.
Finally in the Rock Voice, got Mackenzie Gore some run support. He was awesome because he's awesome. He's an all-star. We've got a Mackenzie Gore discussion for you that we're going to have. We're not having it today, but we can have it.
To tease people.
We're going to tease a future convo that we're going to have. But a good show for you. Joe Corey, salary cap expert, joins us at 3. We've got to talk some Nats GM, kind of the future there. We've got another set of troubling rankings coming into the
These
season.
rankings. This season is not kind to the football team here in the nation's capital. It's just not.
It was and listen,
even after a good year, it's not.
Well, yeah, but my point is, and my point was last year, going into the season, during the season, and after the season, I had fun. It was awesome.
Yes.
There's a lot of stuff that was masked by the specialness.
Yeah.
If that's even a word, of number 5. There's a lot of warts got covered up. You couldn't run the ball or stop anybody, but Jaden Daniels is here.
He exists.
Yeah. You catch a Hail Mary, the Giants kicker gets hurt. I think
Malik Neighbors dropped the ball.
Neighbors
just
dropped the ball.
inexplicably.
Juwan Johnson dropped the 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
That's
After
caught by a lot
torching
of
you.
guys. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I'm telling you. The point is, they were fortunate last year. They went to the NFC title game. They earned it. That was awesome. I had a great
100%.
time. But the same way I had fun when your boy Taylor Heineke was diving for the pylon, I went, there's nothing sustainable about this.
Yeah.
The 7-9 group under Ron Rivera that was under-talented and got to play Ben DiNucci 7 times, numbers approximate. having a losing record and maybe the worst division in the sports history, we're in for a bit of a regression. No one wanted to hear it. This is better than that, obviously.
100%.
And it's smart, but when you start looking at some of the rankings, we'll get it for you. You go, are they kind of getting away with some of the stuff?
Schedule gets tougher.
Schedule gets tougher because they've improved a little more. We'll talk about that. We got a Terry McLaurin update, and we'll start here in a moment with a stadium update. But James Wood homered last night, and it wasn't a blowout, so it wasn't a meaningful home run. Other than when James Wood does something on this program, we like to hear about it.
Yeah.
This is what it sounded like in crystal clear FM radio last evening when James Wood hit a ball about 2 trillion miles an hour that was hit so hard it grew lips and screamed.
Now the pitch on the way. Swing and a belt to right center field. He got a hold of this one. Way back. Going, and gone. Goodbye. Halfway up the bleachers in right center field. Bang. Zoom goes James Wood. His drought is over. His 24th home run of the year. RBI number 69. And that one got out of here in a flash.
Few good things about this Nats season, but when James Wood homers, it's obviously special. I love me a Charlie Slows James Wood call. I mean, there's my lips. I get the stank face.
Mm-hmm.
It just sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm.
He is. He's been one of the bright spots, man, of this miserable outfit.
So most of you guys don't play pickleball, and that's fine. I do, and I just want to talk about it all the time, but I get that you guys don't. I get you're not interested in it, okay? And one day I maybe get to the point where I'm a junkie, and I can talk about like my golf game or like my simulator or like swings and stuff. And you guys are like, that's amazing.
You're so cool.
You're not there now with me, and I get that. Even though it's, by the way, 15 years. What is this? What are we, 2020? This is my 16th year on the radio, which is amazing for me to be able to say. I love it. But for whatever reason, I'm not there with you guys. You don't want to hear it from me. But you're like, if Bickle hits an iron in the morning, you guys are like, amazing. Do you have a book? I'd buy it. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So most of you don't play pickleball, and I get that. When James Wood swings, okay, in pickleball, there's multiple kinds of shots. There's little dinks. You're up at the net where you're just daintily placing it just over the net so the other team can't slam it back at you. There are drives where you wind up and use your whole body and hit it pretty hard, hoping to put them on the defensive. Then there's something called a drop shot. And in the drop shot, Linnell, what you're doing is swinging nice and easy, under control, just kind of trying to place the ball gently again so they can't hit it hard back at you.
Okay.
When James Wood flicks the bat like he does and hits a ball 1 trillion miles an hour, it looks like he's hitting a drop shot in pickleball. It looks like this effortless.
Every time.
Oh, my God. Oh, hold on 1 second. I have to hit a nuke.
Yeah.
Like he's on his way to taking a nap, and he hits the ball 1 trillion miles an hour. Again, it's him, it's Shohei Ohtani, it's O'Neal Cruz, and maybe Ellie Deli Cruz. A lot of Cruzes in there. Just this handful of freaks of nature that were put on this earth to square up baseballs and make them suffer.
And to think we were worried about him hitting against lefties last year, to think that was like an actual conversation we were having, and then he just continues to just crush lefties. I just think everything about him is awesome. I think the thing I love about him the most, though, it's not even the swing. Obviously, he's great at baseball. The way he carries himself, how he's so nonchalant about everything. Nothing really matters to the kid. Me and Ben talk about it all the time when we're on overtime. Like, it's not very Montgomery County of him, Danny. I know you're not a Montgomery County guy.
What do you mean it's not Montgomery County?
We're brash, bold, arrogant fellows.
Moco is?
Yes. And James just doesn't fit. He doesn't fit the bill, but he's a dog. So there we go. We deal with it.
Wait a minute. Moco is known for being very brash,
bold, in your face.
Is that true? Hold on, we have a Montgomery County resident now. Strobes, is that true? That's what Moco is known for?
Yeah, we take pride in being the best county, the most densely populated county in Maryland.
Very braggadocious.
And we're so diverse. Mm-hmm. Like everyone's on the same page. We run everything in Maryland. That's how we are.
Wow.
And now we got James Wood. He doesn't fit the bill of it, but we claim James Wood. So that's another way we can be brash. Say we developed James Wood.
Yep. I did not know about that that pep in your step there, Moco.
I wouldn't expect a guy from Virginia to know that.
Well, thank you very much.
We just live different. That's all.
Yeah,
I know you hate Maryland.
I do hate Maryland. Why? Damn it! You derailed us again. You threw the chum in the water. You knew I was going to respond to it. I don't hate Maryland. I do not.
I know you don't. Only Toby does.
I hate. I'll say this. I hate being hated.
Well,
you know what I mean? We're like they're. I didn't realize this. Where it's like, hey,
I don't hate you.
Thanks, Ben.
Virginia is probably the least respected of like the DMV.
Respected. I mean, don't do this nonsense. When like they were like, hey, there's going to be this stadium in Northern Virginia. You would have thought, I was like, okay, what we're going to do is get a militia together and invade Delaware. You would have thought people were like, okay, we're just going to put poison in the water and see who drinks it. Like it was unbelievable, the reaction to me.
And this is where I'm on a different page than everyone else. If DC doesn't get his act together, which we'll talk about here momentarily, I'm okay with a brand spanking new stadium in Virginia because I'm tired of waiting, people. This is my thing where I get on my soapbox about this. You all are so geeked up to get back to RFK. I just want a new stadium. I just want to be able to host all of the cool things that all the other big cities around the world get to do. I can really care less about the geographical location. I just doesn't move me. Just doesn't.
Yeah, that's you and Grant are in lockstep on that one. I care so much. It can't be where Nubbs Field is, and Virginia disqualified itself, quite frankly. Like
you don't want to get in bed with Luis Lucas and see if we can strike a deal?
No, in more ways than one. The point is, oh, come on, I'm just being serious. I'm married, that's why. The point is, I have no interest in Virginia. And if there's now, it's not Maryland in general, it's that location in Maryland. Grant and I have argued about this forever, and he either refuses to understand or is not interested in understanding. That is what's called a failed site. That is a place that will not work ever. There are places in Maryland that work great.
Yeah.
Like, for example, National Harbor works just fine and dandy. Where BetMGM is, National Harbor is fantastic. Those are excellent locales. Now, if there was a way to build there, I don't think you can. I think it's swampy. The ground would sink in and wouldn't work.
It'd be awful.
But if you could, there's a million places that you could build. That spot, for whatever reason, the way the roads go, the way the highways are, etc., they have tried many times before. When businesses fail time after time, what you need for a successful site is a Tuesday in the middle of May. Some jerk working somewhere is going to go, hey, you want to go over by the stadium and grab a sandwich? What human being in their right mind from points in College Park, Hyattsville, downtown DC, Northern Virginia, National Harbor, anywhere that's not right there in the vicinity is going to go, we should go to the Panera by the stadium.
You sleep on Golden Corral. The Golden Corral that's right there near Nubbs Field.
I think
that's an attraction.
I think I've got a pretty good feel for it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about Longhorn Steakhouse?
We ate at Longhorn Steakhouse. I like that.
Well, there
place.
we go.
It's good. But again, I'm not leaving.
The horrible smelling Fridays that's there?
I don't know about
Plenty
that,
of
actually.
attractions.
Yeah.
Oh, I know all about it.
I'm not leaving a good place to go to a bad one casually. You need casuals on days that have nothing to do with football in order for the thing to succeed. A good location. See, it's like this whole complicated thing about real estate, and good locations cost more than bad ones. But the good location, people want to go there. That's kind of the summation.
That's the gist.
They want to go to the place that is good. But speaking of that, we actually have a stadium update here I'm going to give you in a few moments. But I want to play this audio. Linnell's, I think I'm going to try to use this right. I've got nothing but young people with me today. See if I say this correctly.
Okay.
Linnell is on one?
I am on one.
About this Terry McLaurin situation. And I'm not as agitated about it. But listen to, I believe this is James Palmer now. What program was he on, Linnell?
He's doing his own podcast, Underdog. He got an Underdog
with Underdog
podcast.
Fantasy. Okay, This is James Palmer, national reporter, was with NFL Network on the Terry McLaurin situation.
He held out of OTAs, held out of minicamp. Let's remember this, though. Dan Quinn has stayed in constant contact with Terry McLaurin throughout this offseason. It hasn't been contentious in that sense to where he's separate from the organization. Is there distance? Is there frustration here as well? Certainly. Did they make really any headway through the entire month of June? To my understanding, no, they really didn't. And they were pretty far apart in really making any sort of progress. Now, he has comparable numbers to some of the players that have been paid. Obviously, that's part of Terry's argument. Does he want to reset the market? No. We understand Jamar Chase at that $40 million. But what he's looking at, in my understanding, more importantly, is that there's 7 players making 30 or more. And you look at a guy who's a number 2 wide receiver in T. Higgins that's making it about 28. Terry understands that he should be, and I agree with this, in those 30s numbers.
So there you go. This is now, by my count, the 4th different national reporter to say, and pulling back the curtain a little bit, clearly from a player or agent side, things aren't going well, which means we're not getting the amount we want.
Right.
And is it trouble in paradise? What do you think?
To me, like that's the fact that people keep piling on this, and you mentioned Palmer being the 4th prominent national reporter. We've had Albert Breer several times come out and say, hey, even on this very program, hey, things aren't in a good spot. Schefter last week, Fowler from ESPN over the weekend. My whole thing is like, as a fan base, and I'm just as much of a fan as you all are. I just have the platform. I hear you all act as if we think it's some foregone conclusion that the deal gets done. And my premise from the get-go has been, just because it went a certain way last time doesn't mean it's guaranteed to go that way this time. And to me, I'm at a point now, and I give a percentage every weekend on where I stand with, do I think it gets done, do I not? After hearing James Palmer, I'm at 75-25. I think there's a 75% chance it gets done. I think there's a 25% chance this thing gets messy. And in that messy bucket, I think there are so many different outcomes that we don't talk about. Do you really think Terry McLaurin's going to play out this year on a $22 million deal? Knowing what the market says, knowing how much he's done for this organization and this franchise, I think
what's he going to do?
It's not a nothing burger.
What
force their hand and make them trade him? I think it has the chance to get that volatile. And I think what the fan base is missing is that, like, this is a business. We love Terry. We have an emotional connection to Terry.
Well, so hold on,
Adam Peters and company, he's just a guy.
Back up. How does he make them trade him? Demands a trade?
Demands a trade. Saying, I'm not going to show up.
And if he doesn't receive it, what happens? He sits out? He doesn't accrue a year and he's still under contract?
If you're willing to sit out of mandatory minicamp and take the fines, if you're willing to sit out in training camp and take the fines, why would you not just go the whole way here?
Because you've got to report to get the year to get to where you want to go. Like the CBA is just not set up for players to
which
do
is
what you're
why
saying
I
anymore.
think, that's why I think the team probably doesn't have the patience to deal with that throughout the entirety of the summer and does cave in and trade him. Because in reality, Terry can't stop this show. And I know that's going to sound cruel and harsh. Terry McLaurin's contract situation, the $30+ million he's trying to get annually, will not stop what they are trying to build over there in Ashburn, and that is a sustained winner. They're going to do it with Terry or without Terry, point blank. And I think that's what we as fans need to open our minds up to. Life without Terry McLaurin, possibly. I know it sucks. I know we all love him. I know he's the ultimate commander, all of that. But the reality is the reality. They're super far apart, and we've got 12 days till he's got a report.
Yeah. This is not where I was going to start the show, but we stumbled onto something here, I think. Nobody would like me if I was the GM of your favorite team. I know I'm not qualified to be. I'm not even trying to pump myself up and say that I am. But you wouldn't like me. Here's how I would handle this. As much as I love Terry, I would try to do what Adam Peters and company have done, where you're a good human being. If, he sprains his ankle, I'll text whoever, if I think he's married. I would text Terry's wife, say, hey, he's going to be okay. Here's what's going on. Or whoever's there on his behalf. If you're concerned, you're worried. And I would treat people very nicely. But when it came to this, I would go, all right, here's the deal. We can franchise you this year and next year, 28 and then $33 million. We'll give you the average of that for 3 years. That's $30.5 million. Or we'll franchise you twice and then you're a 34-year-old free agent. You want to do that? Roll the dice and be my guest. Let me know when you're ready to sign. And if you don't sign, that's it.
Yeah.
Right? This is the deal. We can't. Like, again, you guys would not like me. The people that are going, just get it done, I would go, that's how I just get it done.
Yeah.
I play hardball. If you don't show up, the deck's stacked against you. You want to change the CBA, talk to your union rep, and I'll play by the next set of rules. Again, I would be a miserable bastard to deal with when it came to negotiations. And when it came to the Nationals, for example, the instant I go, is this person going to be here beyond the contract that I have him currently signed to? If the answer is no, here you go.
Right.
I got to deal with
and I agree with that mentality.
With a suitcase company. And I'll lovingly pack your bags for you. I'm going to get the most I possibly can. And if you're represented by Scott Boros or Scott Boras, smell you later.
Yeah.
You're going to be on my roster, but I'm also not even going to pretend and play and sign you. That'll be somebody else's problem. But anyway, that's my own side. Do you agree with Linnell or do you agree with me? I think this, I'll give you my piece on this real quick. I see this in the stadium deal as incredibly similar. I think this is just posturing. I think that's what this is. This is an attempt to apply pressure the same way, which we're going to get to here in a little bit, a way to apply public pressure.
Yeah.
I kind of do a shoulder shrug.
No big deal.
That's my thought. I kind of go, right? And I heard you on with Shouty McShatterson, Chris Russell, when I was driving in. And he's like, anybody that doesn't think this is lazy and stupid and the narratives are dumb and Danny's dumb and I don't like his hair And just because he lost a couple of pounds, he thinks he's better than me. Like, I heard the entire deal, but where you guys were talking. And respectfully, I don't think it's lazy to go, yeah, I've seen a lot of these things happen before. I saw someone go, I will never, ever play there again. Oh, more money? Sure,
Yeah.
I'll sign here.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I'm at odds. I've been lied to. I've been betrayed. Oh, you're going to offer me a contract? Okay, I'll be right there. I've seen enough of those.
I think what Chris was trying to say with that is I think we're not giving enough credence to the fact that the deal might not get done. They may not offer Terry the money that he's looking for ever. And if they don't get to that point, then what?
Right, which I think is fair. But he also called me stupid and lazy and annoying and
Bad
all sorts of other
pickleballer,
stuff. Yeah, they plays pickleball. Look at me, and I have 9 Mountain Dews.
12 of them.
Yeah, 2 cases. Anyway, point of the dude's story is this. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. I share your... I would always find myself doing, and I'm trying to spin a bunch of plates here, Linnell. What I always find myself doing is arguing against everybody, which is a great sign of sanity, I'm sure. But I basically, the people that think, it's over with, it's going to get done, I'm going, no. Understand that this is complicated.
Yeah.
And for the people who are going, it's doomsday, the countdown clock is on, the earth will stop spinning. I'm going, no. This is not as dramatic as you're making it out to be. This is an agent that's using whatever mechanism he can to try to put as much pressure on the team as he can to get his client the most money. That's how that reads to me. I have seen that before, and I will see it again. Right? That to me is as simple as it is. So is it fair to categorize, you're not DEFCON 5. You are like, you just turned up to DEFCON 2. You're like the second level, right?
DEFCON.
Yeah, DEFCON. Meaning like, hey, I'm on alert here.
Yes.
No one else is on alert. You guys think it's peacetime. I'm like, hey,
there's something over here.
They're moving their submarines.
The thing's happening,
that
yeah.
could take out the coast.
Yeah.
They're ramping up some missiles.
That describes you perfectly.
Right? You're DEFCON 2. I'm basically still at very calm. I'm very calm. I'm annoyed, but I'm very calm.
I share your annoyance.
Are you DEFCON something or calm? Are you Linnell or me, which is kind of shoulder shrug? I'm shoulder shrug. Linnell is concerned. 800-636-1067. Talking Terry off the top.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. We had Nats baseball last night here on The Fan, and we got to hear the first win of the Miguel Cairo era as the bats were hot out in St. Louis. The fellas racked up 9 hits, including homer number 24 from James Wood. He also drove in his 69th run of the year. The Nats 8-2 win. They're back at it again tonight out in St. Louis looking for a similar result. It's a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up at 7:15. With Nats on deck. Some unusual news out of the National Football League. Minnesota Vikings outside linebacker Dallas Turner, allegedly a victim of a bank fraud scheme that resulted in the theft of $240,000. Wizards news, Shams Charania of ESPN announcing the team is re-signing 7-footer Tristan Vukovic to a standard 2-way NBA deal. Vucevic averaged 9.4 points per game last year in about 15 minutes of action. It will be year number 3. For Vucevic. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
He held out of OTAs, held out of minicamp. Let's remember this, though. Dan Quinn has stayed in constant contact with Terry McLaurin throughout this offseason. It hasn't been contentious in that sense to where he's separate from the organization. Is there distance? Is there frustration here as well? Certainly. Did they make really any headway through the entire month of June? To my understanding, no, they really didn't. And they were pretty far apart in really making any sort of progress. Now, he has comparable numbers to some of the players that have been paid. Obviously, that's part of Terry's argument. Does he want to reset the market? No. We understand Jamar Chase at that $40 million. But what he's looking at, in my understanding, more importantly, is that there's 7 players making 30 or more.
That is James Palmer, formerly NFL Network, now with Underdog Fantasy. Welcome back to the radio program. It's great to be here on The Fan. No GP. Linnell is hanging out today and tomorrow as well. We're going to start the show here, but kind of stumbled into the conversation. Again, I don't want to unfairly categorize your viewpoint here, Linnell. So just to summarize quickly before we get to the calls. You're not saying it's over, he's leaving, or he's going to demand the trade to the Cowboys, and he and CeeDee Lamb are going to be best friends and something weird like that. But
my antennas are up for sure.
But your antenna's up. It's a little hairier than people are letting on. And my view, I guess I'm probably fairly similar to you in that sense. I'm going, just understand this is going to be bumpy.
Yeah.
There are going to be discomfort. There's going to be moments of, that seems odd.
I think all outcomes are on the table still. All possible outcomes.
So that's where we differ, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, this is the team has all the leverage.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing that Terry has going for him is that he's Terry McLaurin. This is like, would you like to date my daughter, sir, Terry McLaurin? Right? This is the consummate mensch, the teammate, the grinder, the guy's done everything he's supposed to do at all times.
Yes.
He is Mr. This team. So that's his best thing, but still that doesn't change the CBA. That doesn't change the finding structure. That doesn't change how little leverage he has compared to, again, what the team has. Again, to be cutthroat about it, I know I'm kind of getting into the weeds here.
Yeah.
But the projected franchise tag, you don't want to play the franchise tag game in general. But the projected franchise tag for the wideout position next year is $28 million. The year after that, it would be 120% raise off of that, which is 33. The team, if they do nothing but franchise tag him twice, has him for 3 football seasons into nearly his mid-30s.
He's got to play
at a fraction of what he might be demanding here, according to this report and others.
See,
I've got you. But
Danny,
what else do I want? What else do I need to do other than try to be a nice person? And that's not how business works.
When you put it that way, it makes it seem like Terry has to play nice with it. That's the thing. They legally, technically have all of the leverage because they could do those things, and everything you said was factual. But it's not like Terry has to play nice with this. Him and Buddy Baker, his representation, can say, "Hey, look, the hell with that. I'm not signing a franchise tag. I'm not putting myself on a year-to-year situation with a franchise that." Really up in the face of, for the last 3 or 4 years. So Terry doesn't have to play nice. I think we're running the risk of this thing potentially getting messy. And when you think about the good vibes around here right now, do you want to be dealing with something like this? You have to, though, because it's business.
Right. I mean, I guess what I keep coming back to is he doesn't have to play nice. He could sit out. And not get what he wants. You still don't get it.
But we don't get what we want either. We're missing the wide receiver. We're missing the talent. See, that's where I think he has more leverage, and I think you're leading us on to believe because they need Terry McLaurin. Now, I could also make the argument, Danny, if you saw the target share last year, how many games were we complaining that, Terry's not getting it enough, yet the offense scored 30. So like it's a push-pull type of situation with this. I think at the end of the day, like I said, I think it's a 75% chance still that it gets done and it doesn't get to those messy points. But that other 25%, though, is very alive and well for me as a possibility.
800-636-1067. Darius, you grab the phones from. Let's go to Shane in Fiji. First up on this. Where are you at on Terry's deal?
I think right now hey, what's up, guys? Right now, I think we need to be worried until he gets signed. Y'all acting like, oh, this is not going to be a big deal. Well, here's my question: at what point are we Terry fans? Right? So, I'm a Commander fan.
Yeah,
first.
This is the question, Shane. Yep.
So, how much are we going to pay this man $40 million at 30 years old, $35 million? I'm a team. Like, if that's the case, he can walk and go to somewhere else. Trade him. There's wide receivers in this coming out of college. There's wide receivers that are like running back. You can get a dime for a dozen. To call it what it is. But I love Terry. Do we need a pain? Yeah, we do. But at what expense? Not to hurt this team, not to go forward. Until the deals get done, I do contracts every day. Until the ink hits the paper, it's not a done deal. And you better be worried. I think it's more like 35% that this deal doesn't get done right now. And it's just getting later and later. At some point, you're going to piss this man off and say, hey, look, I went out of this city. I'm getting 30 years old. I want a ring. I want a chance to play. He has it now after a great year of last year. But what's to say? He's 30 years old. Look at the league. At 30 years old, they start declining. Not saying he will, but I'm not going to pay this man $35, $36 million a year and hurt this team going forward.
Thanks,
Absolutely not.
I think that's the key point that we're all not privy to right now. I would love to be a fly on the wall, first of all, in these negotiating sessions. But like, if it could ever get leaked, they're leaking everything else. But how much is he really asking for and how much are they offering? See, when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, that's when you can get messy like I want to do and pick sides. Are you team Terry or your team Commanders? I'll tell you straight up, like Shane just alluded to, if Terry and Buddy Baker walked into Adam Peters' office and said, hey, bro, we're looking for $37 million annually. We want to, get the guaranteed money that CeeDee Lamb got. I'd say, Terry, let's just be real about where you are and what CeeDee Lamb is. You're not that guy. I can't do that for you. I can't put this franchise in that type of predicament financially. But if it comes out that Terry's just asking for the standard DK deal, and we'll talk to Joel Corey coming up top of the 3 o'clock hour, if that's all he's asking for, then Adam Peters and company, what the hell are you doing? Like, that seems reasonable to me. If Terry is asking for CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson type of money, then he's out of his rabbit ass mind. But if he's just asking for the DK deal, then I'm like, come on, AP and company, stop being skinny.
So that's a $60 million guarantee practically, and 33 AAV, the fourth highest in pro football. And my response to that is I understand that, and I know how markets work. But the flip side is, as much as we love you, and we do love you,
we love you a lot,
we are not under duress or incentivized to pay you that much. We don't have to. Again, nobody wants to hear this.
This is why you're not. This is why we don't want you as a GM.
Exactly right. I would go. So here's what I would do. Again, I said this in the first segment. I'm saying it again now. Franchise tag for 28. Franchise tag for 33. And that would be the next 2 seasons where you will enter free agency as a 33-year-old. We have you under control for this year, and then we have control. We have the lever that we can pull for 2 more seasons after that. So that's 3 Terry McLaurin seasons: age 30, age 31, age 32.
That would be 27.6 AAV over the next 3 years.
So this year you're already locked in. I mean, we're not altering that contract. We will have you for 2 years at an average between 28 and 33, which is 30.5.
Mm-hmm.
Your offer is 30.5 for 3 years. We'll have a 3rd year for you on there. Or do you want us to just franchise tag you twice and then go into free agency as a 33-year-old wideout? Take your chances. Is that what you want? There's no reason for them to match the DK Metcalf deal in a cutthroat business negotiation. Now, when you add in human element, this is about people. This is a guy that's done everything right. Everybody loves him. I love him too. That's what makes it complicated. That's the only leverage he's got to me, not the he'll sit out. Then he gets nothing. The abyss is awaiting him.
But think about
this is the sword rattling phase. And at the end of the day, they're basically like, do you really, you're Jon Snow at the Battle of the Bastards. You got one sword against an entire riding army. Do you really want to fight?
You think Josh Harrison, Adam Peters, and company are like wary of the public perception of them not getting a Terry deal done?
Yes.
For an ownership group in a front office that's been licked like an ice cream cone since the second they got to town, this would be their first blemish.
You would think, right? For some fans,
it could be.
Let's go to Anthony in D.C. Where are you at on the contract?
What's up, Anthony?
So I think a lot of people tend to forget that the salary cap will go up again next year.
Mm-hmm.
The salary cap went up around 55 million this past year. That's taking the same amount next year. It'll be around $280 million. So that's one thing. I think people get hung up on the 30-year-old thing too much. There's always exceptions to the rule. Might be before your time, Linnell, but Danny, I'm sure you remember when Henrietta came to play for the Redskins.
Yes, sir.
Was Henrietta productive for the Redskins?
Let me look that up. Yes, he was.
For multiple years.
Uh-huh.
And how old was Henrietta when he got here?
Was he 33 or 34?
Mid-30s.
Yeah.
He was in his mid-30s.
London Fletcher, too, for sure.
Exactly. So there's always exceptions to the rule. I'm not saying give Terry $38 million. If he wants 34, hell, give him 33.5. But somewhere in that 33 million range, because again, the salary cap is going to keep going up and keep going up. And you're going to be able to pay Jaden when his time comes. You're going to be able to pay Laramie Tunzel when his time comes. So people, like I said, people are hung up on the age.
No, Anthony, I hear you, but it's a good phone call. I appreciate you making it. It's good insight, but here's my only counter to that, and then I'll tag you back in, Linnell. You do that once, you'll probably do it again, and then again, and then again, and then every rook. So all of a sudden, when you go, it's just a few more $1 million, the cap's going up. Agents are saying the same thing.
Exactly.
That's why when you sign someone to a long-term deal that looks cringeworthy and expensive now, you look up in a couple of years and go, oh my God, look how much less Mike Evans makes than, I don't know, Nico Collins. I mean, that's not a great comp, but you know what I mean? I don't even think that's true. But you know what I mean? It's like this Hall of Famer's making less than that guy. It's what drove this salary structure in the first place, where Matthew Stafford gets picked 1-1, is making more money than dudes that have been in the league for 12 years that are at the Hall of Famers. And finally, people said, okay, enough of this crap. So anyway, that's where we are. I understand the sentiment because he's special.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the next guy's going to argue is that, well, this guy's pretty special too.
Right.
Maybe not as special, but pretty special. And that's how you get yourself in a bad cap situation.
So the other thing, too, for me is the age part of this. And I think they've kind of showed their hand already in terms of how they move. Remember, Adam Peters started off and cut his teeth in New England, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of things that he's done with the Jaden injury last year, they treated it very Belichickian. The negotiations right now I think are moving very Belichickian. The other thing that Bill Belichick does and the Patriots did, they're going to move on a year early rather than a year late.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the other part of this is like, how do they genuinely feel about Terry McLaurin, the player? How do they, in their heart of hearts, view him internally? Do they think and do they see a path forward offensively where they can have similar success without him? Because I can make the argument that, like, technically in this offense, as balanced as the target share was last year, do you really need a ball-dominant number one wide receiver? And that's not me saying I don't appreciate Terry. That's not me saying I don't think he's legit. It's just at some point you gotta do what's best for the team.
800-636-1067. Stumbled onto an interesting conversation here on the radio. That's the beauty of this live medium, Linnell. Linnell's in for GP. Just to summarize, you're just tuning in. Linnell probably DEFCON 2 in terms of worried. Antennas are up. You see movement. You see submarines and people open up their silos and things like that. I'm still pretty relaxed, feeling like this is just part of the process where everybody's trying to get what they want. Team wants to pay you less. Player wants to be paid more. That's happened at every job in the history of mankind. So I'm not panicked yet, but I noticed the same things that everyone else is noticing.
You're feeling it.
Where are you at on that? 800-636-1067. Joe Corey joins us to shed some light on this at 3. can tweet your pal at Funny Danny. Welcome back to the program. G&D here on the fan. Linnell in for GP. Ryan points out correctly, and I'm embarrassed as a former DOD contractor, I got my DEFCONs backwards. So it's not an ascending scale, it's a descending scale.
So me being at a DEFCON 2 means I am.
You're basically at red alert,
No.
and we're bracing for war. Wrong. Sorry. I screwed that up, and I'm embarrassed about that. At one point, I had to have a secret printout. This is totally true, of org charts for the way that, the Navy has their rankings, Army has their rankings, and like some of the different parts are different, obviously. The Marines have their own kind of substandard thing, or subset of things. And I couldn't ever remember it right. So I had to have this little cheat sheet to know what I was supposed to say to whom and when and how and what was more important as well.
Being prepared.
Who I was deferring to in a meeting. It was nerve-wracking stuff when I'm looking to, you figure out that the colonel's ahead of the lieutenant colonel.
Mm-hmm.
But the first time it was I'm looking at the lieutenant colonel for an answer, and the colonel was the guy that was going to speak, and everyone's kind of look over there, stupid.
Wrong way.
Yeah, look over there. The more important guy, let's defer to him. Anyway, so Ryan, you're right. I'm wrong. Also, Disco, who we love, tweeted me and said, the caller made a great point. Henry Elliott has 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons at age 34, 35, 36. Not worried about Terry's age. And my response to that was in the middle of typing out. We had to come back and do the show. Is we remember the exceptions because they're notable.
Exactly.
If they signed a 36-year-old linebacker tomorrow to start, would you go, let's not major in doing that, right? Now, London Fletcher was awesome at 36, but you see the point. We remember, if a running back comes off of an exploded ACL towards the end of the season, would you go, yeah, that guy's probably going to run for 2,000 yards? Adrian Peterson did. You know what I mean? That's the exception. It's notable because it's crazy. I see your point.
Yeah.
And I'm not sitting here telling
you. It's happened before. It's not impossible.
And I'm not telling you I'm worried about Terry's age right now.
Yeah.
I'm not at all. I want him for age 30, 31, 32, and probably 33. I'm down with that. After that, I don't know yet.
Yeah.
But anyway, good conversation. We're talking about Terry's contract. 800-636-1067 is the number. So Linnell, correctly, thank you again, Ryan, DEFCON 4. I'm a DEFCON 5. Austin, Raleigh, really patient, buddy. Thank you, buddy. You're on the air.
What's up, Austin?
Hey, boys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man.
I am calm as can be. Terry is the kind of guy that this team is trying to build an identity around, and I know that there's a lot of money that comes into it, but this is all smokescreen from agents and people that aren't actually having a conversation. I feel like they're going to sign. It's going to be a decent contract, well, a good contract, but it's going to end by the time they can pay Jaden. They've got the money. But the point that I wanted to bring up was if they end up trading him or if they end up letting him sit out, they don't have a bona fide 1. They don't have a bona fide 2 behind them or even really a 3. So if this is something that was going to happen, they would have addressed it in the draft and actually got somebody that could fill the shoes for Terry per se. I don't feel like the team is going to let him go. I think they're going to come to an agreement and he's going to be paid probably what DK was, maybe a little bit more, and they're going to be perfectly fine with it. There's just nobody behind him that I feel like the team is confident to kind of step in to do.
Austin, thanks, buddy.
Austin, appreciate you. See, I totally disagree. I think the moves they made this offseason say, hey, we've actually invested pretty heavily in the position over the last 2 years. You drafted Luke in the 3rd round last year. You drafted Jalen Lane this past year in the 4th. You traded draft capital for Deebo Samuel.
That's a 1-year deal, though.
You re-signed Noah Brown.
That's heavy investment?
Not heavy investment, but you're definitely putting yourself in a position to where you could be okay with not having the guy. My whole point that I go back to is the type of offense that this is. I don't think this is an offense that is built to have one guy dominate all of the targets. So if I'm arguing it from their standpoint, if I'm Cliff, I'm like, man, I schemed up Olamide Zaccheaus into damn near 600 yards last year. That's Olamide Zaccheaus. I now have Deebo Samuel to work with, and I have Noah Brown back healthy. I'm not saying that clearly they're better with Terry than they are without, but I don't think life would be over without him. Not by any stretch.
Raphael, California. Where are you at on the McLaurin contract situation? Raphael,
Hello?
what's up, man?
What's going on, bro?
Yes. I'm sorry. Hello. Hey, my feeling about this is this. If I was the owner, I could look at my cap. And I'm kind of worried about my cap by doing that. And because of my salary cap, I got to look at my salary cap stabilize more button below for the future, which is 2 or 3 years, 4 years, even for GD5 for the future. Because there's some teams, they get salary cap hurt, like Dallas. What they did, this is my thought.
No, I hear you, but it's hard to make out some of that. Just
Yeah.
the phone's a little muffled. But the point is, this is what I'd always say when it came to different issues, different things. A GM, a coach, a quarterback, a player, whatever. I never fell as hard into certain camps where it's like I'm team this guy or team that guy. I'm a team guy. When Terry McLaurin doesn't play for this team anymore, and it will happen one day, I'll still be here.
Yeah.
Still rooting for the same team. At some point, and I asked this months ago, and nobody really wanted to talk about it, but at some point, there is a walk-away point. There is some level where you go, you know what, this is now prohibitive. It doesn't make as much sense for us. And I don't think we're going to approach that. Again, I still think this gets done. But my point is, all along, the league will go on without you.
Correct.
The games are scheduled.
Correct.
Right? And there'll be a time where you hang them up, and hopefully it's Ring of Fame type stuff. Hopefully you're the all-time leading receiver in franchise history. You stay here your whole career. You get yourself your jersey retired in 15, 20 years. All in favor of those things because you are a dude that I love. He came on the show for a whole season.
Yeah.
He was never late once, never had groused about it, never rescheduled, was as like him and Kirk Cousins. And that's not to say anyone else that came on the show wasn't awesome too, but like they were the two most conscientious guys about doing it and being on time and giving you what they got.
Yeah.
And we had him on when they were 4 in a million.
And that's the thing, too. It was bad. It was rough.
He's like, wouldn't say anything bad about anybody at any point in time. It just is a mensch. And I'm just going, I wish I had a single sister that I could pawn off
Take
on
her.
her, you know? Like, yeah, be my brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Awesome dude. But like at a certain point, you can't be too emotional about it. That's all, I guess. Dave, Raleigh, what's up, man? You're on the fan.
What's up, Dave?
Hey guys, appreciate the opportunity here. I personally just don't think wide receivers are worth that kind of money. I hear a lot of people talking about debating whether Terry's worth it or not. I don't think any of them are worth it. I mean, it's so dependent upon everybody else. So many teams have shown they can win without it. And I want to ask you guys. I mean, do you guys? I mean, just remove Terry from the equation. I mean, do you guys think that the wide receiver is worth being the highest paid player behind the quarterback? I mean, I don't even think it's close. I'd love for you guys to comment on that.
No, it's a great question. I appreciate you asking it. So for me, the answer is yes. You look at everybody, and there's the occasional exception.
Yes.
Right? Where you get a team that plays a different way or that's forced to play a different way to kind of make do and revamp. But for the most part, if you're going to compete at the highest level you got the quarterback, check, and at least one baller to catch passes where defensive coordinators go, what are we going to do? We have to account for this person. You look at who was great last year. Philadelphia, Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams have been really, really good. Cooper Kupp and now Pookie Nukes, as my son likes to call him.
Pookie Nukes, I like that.
Baltimore's tried. They're probably the exception. I mean, Zay Flowers is fine, but they don't have a superstar at that spot. If you want to consistently be good, this is where the league is. You can see how they value it. It's the thrower of the pass, obviously, that's one. The protector of the passer, that's 2. Kind of 2A is the wideout, and then 2B is the person trying to tackle the passer. That's where the money's going.
I think when you have a guy like a Mahomes, a Burrow, a Lamar, once you're in that second contract and they get paid, you kind of see the team's philosophy differ. When Josh Allen's money started to kick in,
Chiefs, yep.
Bills, Chiefs. I think Washington, I also think it's like a team-by-team thing. And I do think Washington's comp, because of how special the quarterback is Baltimore. I think Jayden Daniels proved last year he is a cat that doesn't necessarily need, a bona fide number one that's going to get doubled on plays and things of that nature. Like, he gets the ball to go where he wants it to go. And Cliff Kingsbury did a brilliant job scheming open the jaggiest of jag wide receivers last year. And I have the utmost confidence he'll be able to do it again. Is that easier with Terry McLaurin holding down one side of the field? Certainly. But I don't think it's impossible. So to answer the question, like, I think the wide receiver being the second highest paid guy on your team, it's a case-by-case situation for me.
Interesting. So to me, it would be my norm. And if I've got to make an exception, I'd make it. Kansas City is the answer for me. They tried to find a replacement for Tyreek Hill. They've drafted high, multiple receivers.
So they've tried to draft high, but it's about, are you going to allow that amount of cap space to that position? Because I think having the guys in there to do it is
right.
Fine. It's about paying them.
Sure, of course. But the point is you have much less flexibility when guys aren't on that rookie deal anymore,
yes,
which is obvious.
For sure.
So, yeah, I mean, Buffalo had Stephon Diggs until they realized he's probably not the right guy anymore, lost a step or two. We got to do it a different way, and they have. But to me, yes, I'm majoring in the dude that you can't stop. That's how I wire it up. But it's a good call, Dave. Appreciate you guys making it. Joe Corey will shed some light on this. One of the smartest dudes out there, salary cap expert, will let us know what's going on. Plus, there's a little bit of collusion I want to ask him about as well. That's Joe Corey next on The Fan.
We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams Realty. College football news, 5-star defensive tackle Lamar Brown, ESPN's #1 overall recruit in the class of 2026, announced his commitment to LSU earlier this morning. Brown chose LSU over Texas A&M, Miami, and Texas following official visits with each program over the spring. And Brown hangs on to the #1 overall spot in the ESPN Top 300 and signs later this year. He'll mark the Tigers' first top-rated recruit since Leonard Fournette in 2014. NBA news, the Suns and star Devin Booker have agreed to a 2-year, $145 million max extension with the franchise through the 2029-2030 season, making it the highest annual extension in NBA history. The Oklahoma City Thunder continuing to throw cash around. According to Shams of ESPN, the Thunder and All-NBA star and champion Jalen Williams have agreed to a 5-year max rookie extension that could reach $287 million. The Thunder have now given out 3 max extensions over this past week to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and Jalen Williams, totaling as much as $822 million. Want to know the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call needed. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on a Fan.
It's Great and Danny on the Fan. We're brought to you exclusively by the law firm of Condori and Moron, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. From CBS Sports, our guy, Joel Corey. Joel, good afternoon. Thanks for the time today.
What's up, Joel?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure. Let's get into this Terry McLaurin contract situation. We've heard from a couple national reporters now that things aren't going swimmingly between the two parties. I think that's kind of, agent agitation. You don't hear those complaints kind of usually coming from teams where, things aren't going well. But what do you think the difference is? Where's the gap, and how close do you think they are to being reasonably done?
Well, on the surface, seems like it should be an easy deal to do because Terry, Pro Bowl receiver, second team All-Pro last year. The big problem is he was an old rookie, redshirted, spent 5 years in college, 24-year-old rookie, turns 30 in September. All the guys at the top of the market were either signing off of their rookie contract or they're at least 2 years younger. So that's the big problem. The 3 is the first digit in his age. We're seeing that's a problem in Cincinnati with Trey Hendrickson, that they want to do a short-term commitment, but they don't want to go the longer-term commitment in that case. So age is really a big issue in this case.
So, Joel, the one thing that I saw you write about in the article at CBSSports.com, comping it to the Tyreek Hill extension with the Miami Dolphins, when essentially he was getting, $30 million per, but he got $54 million guaranteed at signing. Do you think that is a more realistic comp than the DK Metcalf numbers that have been thrown around here?
That's a hard comp because that was a unique situation that he was under contract for 3 years because the way his contract was structured, that he was never going to play out the end. It just had a big number in salary for that purpose. They essentially ripped it up and gave your deal. Tyreek did it when it was free. If I'm Terry's camp, my whole thing is I arguably had my best year. They would say he had his best year in 2024. I am not slowing down. So age shouldn't be a concern or an issue in this negotiation. So they're going to look more to DK Metcalf for that reason and one other. DK Metcalf was in his same draft class, 2019. He declared early as opposed to playing 5 years like Terry did. And if you looked at the stats over the 5 years, they favored Terry, and particularly last year, DK Metcalf didn't have 1,000 yards. But DK Metcalf has something you can't find at receiver. 6'3", 230 pounds, great speed. Those physical traits don't grow on trees. So that isn't necessarily spot on comp for a variety of reasons.
Joel Corey with us here on Grant and Danny Linnell in for GP, CBS Sports, salary cap and contract expert. Kind enough to join us to break down this Terry McLaurin situation. So, Joel, taking personality and what he's meant to the team, obviously he's been through multiple regimes, been productive despite some pretty adverse circumstances. But just playing cutthroat GM for a second, tell me where I'm off base on this. I would say the franchise tag next year is $28 million. The franchise tag the year after that, if we do it a second time, is 120% of that, roughly 33. I got you under contract for this year, 2 more years. I don't want to meet an escalated asking price over that. Why wouldn't I just do that? Sort of take your chances, and I could offer you a contract that's reflective of that, maybe a little more to sweeten the pot, but not going up to some of these other numbers when I've got a little more leverage here. Where am I off base?
A little off base on the franchise tag number. It's actually going to be slightly over 30 with the way the 120% calculation.
So next year it'll be over that? Okay.
It's performed. Yeah, but same concept. That if you don't want to meet his asking price, you don't want to make the longer term commitment, then you would go to year. The problem is, what Terry are you going to get if he has to play out his contract? Sometimes guys in contract years, it affects them. Sometimes it doesn't. We don't know in this particular case because he never seen him in a contract year having to perform. But that being said, you're not going to get a deal done, in my opinion, if you are going to not reflect he's the number one receiver. The two distinct markets, number one receiver, number two receiver. On this team, he's the number one receiver. He's your primary target. The top of the number two market is T. Higgins. T. Higgins would be a number one receiver a lot of other places, just not in Cincinnati. He signed a 4-year extension, a lot younger. I think he's 26, averaging $28.75 million per year. So if you're not going to top that number, I don't think there's any deal that Terry McLaurin is going to consider.
Joel, the other holdup in this, and I guess this is me asking you, is it more about the guaranteed money, do you think, for Terry, or is it about the AAV?
It's probably a combination of all the things. In DK Metcalf's contract, he had $60 million fully guaranteed at signing. The last 20 guarantees are kind of meaningless because they're injury guarantees. Pittsburgh traditionally doesn't guarantee a lot of money in veteran contracts. They've only done it for 3 players. Nick Fitzpatrick was no longer there. TJ Watt was the first, and now Metcalf getting guarantees in the second year. So, yeah, he's going to want comparable guarantees. He's probably going to want decent cash flow. You do have a deal that he's done before you can use as a blueprint if you're going to do it, if you're talking 3-year extension, and just use that kind of structure is the guide for a new deal if you can agree upon what the actual total dollars would be on the extension.
So, Joel, you've been in these negotiations before, and you know so much about this from kind of both sides of the table. What is the team arguing, or are they? Like, how is this negotiation going, and why are the only things that we're hearing at this point about how far apart they are?
Yeah.
The only time you hear someone so far apart is obviously the agent side, because they're trying to put public pressure on the team to get to a point that the team doesn't want to go. So teams typically don't leak. This player's asking way too much money. It's typically that's when the player's trying to use what he can to apply some sort of pressure. It's still kind of early. I know training camp starts in about 2 weeks. It'll be interesting to see what Terry would do if there's not a deal done by then. Would he hold out? That's $50,000 per day for each training camp day he's not there, and that's a mandatory fine. Or would he hold in where he shows up to avoid the fine, participates on a very limited basis or not at all, and does just classroom work until there's a deal done? I think the time to be concerned is as we start getting the middle of the preseason, mid-August. If there's not a deal done, then maybe you should really be a little more concerned than today.
Joel, I would have had several heart attacks by that point. If it drags that far out, let me ask you this, I guess. The longer it goes, do you think it decreases the likelihood of it getting done?
Not necessarily, because we've seen situations each year where it drags out and eventually they get done. Adam Peters comes from a team where
that's true.
Up until this year, they dragged out everything. Last year, San Francisco, Brandon Ayuk held in. That was done late. Trent Williams held out. That was done late. Nick Bosa, when Adam was still there, that was done late. Debo had some issues. It got done a few days into training camp. So this is kind of the nature of the beast.
What timetable would make the most sense? Just kind of nailing that down here. Like I just, to me, at the CBA, the way it's set up, and again, correct me if I'm wrong here, Joel, but it's just not incentivized for players to hold out and get fined, and they need to be there to accrue the service time. If they want to change that, they should talk to their union rep, which I want to get to in a second too with you, by the way, about what's going on at the highest levels. But what timetable makes the most sense to you?
Start of training camp is ideal because then Terry's there. You're getting him for the full benefit to try to build upon the success of last year. But he's a multi-year vet. He probably knows how long it takes for him to get ready to play and to have a successful season. The longer this thing drags on, the one thing you have to worry about is some sort of soft tissue injury, because we've seen that time and time again where there's a contract dispute which drags on. The player has a soft tissue injury and he's out 2, 3 or more or multiple games because of some sort of hamstring injury or quad injury, groin, or whatever he had.
Joel, I know people aren't going to want to hear this, and we're still a ways away from this. I understand. What would be the trade value for Terry McLaurin if it got to that point?
Well, you got to look at the DK Metcalf trade as something you would have to, which would be in the ballpark. That was essentially a second-round pick. The problem is Redskins are trying to win now. If you're going to trade him, you needed to do it before the draft so you could get someone who could come in and you could replace a draft pick. You don't have anyone on the roster who can effectively do what Terry does. I know you traded for Deebo Samuel, but he hasn't been highly productive since 2021, which was his last contract year. So I have my reservations about him. I don't see a scenario where they're going to trade him because they're trying to win and get to a Super Bowl this year.
Give our guy Joel Corey a follow at Corey Joel on the old Twitterverse. Joel, quick gear shift here, but I can think of no one better to explain to the people what the hell's going on. NFLPA and the NFL. We've got some shenanigans, tomfoolery, maybe even you could call it ballyhoo at the highest levels. I guess there's a vote now taking place about what to do with union leadership. Catch people up as to what's going on.
This all stems from the collusion case that was brought because of quarterbacks not getting fully guaranteed contracts after Deshaun Watson. There was a decision which the arbitrator made in January, which said that the NFL tried to encourage collusion, but did not actually engage in collusion. There was an agreement between union leadership and the NFL to keep that ruling secret. Pablo Torre and Mike Florio, to their efforts, got a copy of the 61-page decision. It paints the NFL. It's not a good look for the NFL. It's also not a good look for union leadership not to try to weaponize this and use it for players. Then it comes out that today, which is almost as bad, that there's a conflict of interest with the executive director, Lloyd Howe, that he works for he's doing some consulting for a company which has ties to NFL. If you are the union, head of the union, that should be a full-time job. You shouldn't be moonlighting. It shouldn't be any type of company which has any type of NFL ties. So, yeah, if I'm an agent, one, I would have liked to have had that agreement in January, or you could discuss it with us at the annual seminar with agents at the Combine, so I could have it going into free agency. If I'm players, why is the union keeping us in the dark? So, yeah, there's a lot to discuss, and the more stuff that comes out, this isn't it. It's going to take 2/3 of the player rep board to change union leadership. Well, we could be headed in that direction.
Wow. Yeah, and I feel like it's one of those stories that is, I think, kind of under the radar for the general public here as well. But that is a major, major shakeup there. Joel, awesome as always, buddy.
Thanks,
Have
Joel.
a great afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
Danny, we haven't gotten into the weeds on the collusion thing. The fact that the players union isn't trying to, like Joel said, use that to their advantage and trying to quote unquote weaponize it is crazy. It goes back to the Lamar Jackson thing. Like when Deshaun Watson got that ridiculous fully guaranteed contract, the owners were like, we'll never do this again. That's why Arthur Blank stood and looked Atlanta media in the face and said, no, we're good at quarterback. We wouldn't pay Lamar Jackson. Like, you idiot. Why would you not do that? So I think it's super messy. it's fascinating and it requires a lot of reading and detail finding, but good on you to ask that.
Yeah, so for a long time, and this is a local
Nasty.
guy, we knew DeMaurice Smith pretty darn well, right? I mean, I got to know George Atala, who was the number 2 over there for years, always so gracious and kind, answering every question Grant and I had. But so the new boss over there is a dude named Lloyd Howe. I've never met him, don't know anything about him. Well, you find some of these details out, and Joel does a really nice job because sort of chronicling some of this. He's got a part-time employment with a company called the Carlyle Group, who Orioles fans know. David Rubenstein came from there, and he now owns the Orioles. They do quite good business, from what I understand. They're very successful, but he's got a gig there. And there's a conflict of interest potentially with his employment there, or the contract at least has there in the NFL, and he's representing players' interest. Now you have this case that came out, which basically said this should have been the beginning of ground gained for the players. Whether you think that's right or not is irrelevant.
Right.
And I don't think it's right. I don't think the Deshaun Watson contract should have been a precedent for anything other than Cleveland was so desperate and stupid.
It was being dumb, yeah.
Right? But even still, for the player's perspective, you could absolutely understand that. They go, okay, toothpaste is out of the tube. Let's all line up. And then the owners went, nope.
Yeah.
And it kind of reeked a little bit. Well, it turns out, again, according to what's alleged, and whatever I'm supposed to say so no one sues me, that the top players in the NFLPA kind of went along with it and didn't share some of this stuff with the players.
That's my problem.
And well,
how are you our leader and
There
you're
it
not
is.
telling us what the hell's going on?
There are a lot of times where when you're the boss of the players, for example, and again, over the years, it's not like I sparred with DeMaurice Smith a lot or would argue with George Atala, but there are times where I go, I understand your perspective. God, I find that annoying though.
Yeah.
Like for Major League Baseball players, for their union rep for so many years, I'm like, can you just submit to the drug testing, please? But it's an ask. It's a chore. It's a thing. And you are representing the players. And I know it's for the common good, but they're sitting there going, you're asking us to do something. What are you giving it back? And you have to take those positions sometimes, right?
It's not fun, but yeah.
It's not fun. And it's also not always great for public perception, et cetera. But that's the gig.
Yeah.
That's the job. So yeah, this is a little bit messy.
Hairy. Very
if,
hairy.
if you will.
Yeah.
Now, football's still going to be played.
Right.
The leadership might change over, but yeah, the trying to get over on the 31, counting Green Bay, however they do it, call it 32. The 32 owners, it's much easier to get that group of people just to put a signature on a piece of paper than it is the couple of thousand NFL players from different cities with different backgrounds, different needs, and everything else, right? That's just a numbers game. That's harder.
Yeah.
And these guys, I say guys, and there's a couple lady owners, but these folks, this is what they do. I always talk about this in my walk of life. I am not a professional repairer of cable. I'm not a professional like handler of my car maintenance. I'm not. When I have to do something that's like one of the 1,000 things that I have to do that it's not my job, I go to the people whose job it is.
Right.
The players are at an inherent disadvantage. Business people are doing a business thing right to you.
Yeah.
And they're good at it. Most of them. Some of them just walked in, they're like born on third base. They're like, man, I had a triple. No. But other guys and gals, they made their fortunes and they're here at the top of the business world. They deal in business every day. You deal in football and you're probably as good at it as anybody that's ever been. You're incredibly skilled, but that's not your forte. They live this, you don't.
Yeah.
So when you've got to be a tourist in their space, it's harder. The same way that if you're like, okay, man, flatten out your bench route and try to get 6 steps deep to make the cornerback swivel his hips and then try to get open. 63-year-old guy that couldn't run a mile in 20 minutes.
Doesn't do this. It's not. It's
you'd be cannon fodder for them.
To think that like Lloyd Howe is supposed to be the dude that helps you not get taken advantage of, and then in turn he is taking advantage of you by withholding information. Like that's a very damning set of information.
It's a serious thing.
Like it would break all trust to be within the union. Like I wonder what type of lasting ramifications that this has between the head of the NFLPA and the players here on out. Because, like, I'm sure this isn't the first time the head of the NFLPA has done something shady. It's probably just now getting out.
Or, we're guys who aren't necessarily plugged in every day are going, wait, what?
The backup kicker for the Cardinals, who was also a part of the union. Like, it's weird.
Totally. Good discussion, though, and it's something to watch. Yeah. Again, football will be played, but this kind of stuff I find fascinating. Here's what I want to do next before we get to the double play. We're going to touch on this. I think we'll probably go harder with this maybe later on in the program. But we've got more pressure, talking about a lot of negotiations here on the radio program today, more pressure potentially being applied on the D.C. City Council when it comes to the stadium front. And this body is bigger than the D.C. City Council, respectively.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big name. It's one of those world leader type guys. We'll explain next.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. We had Nats baseball last night here on The Fan, and we got to hear the first win of the Miguel Cairo era as the bats were hot out in St. Louis. The fellas racked up 9 hits, including homer number 24 for 22-year-old phenom James Wood. He also drove in his 69th run of the year in the Nats' 8-2 win. They're back at it again tonight, looking for a similar result. It'll be Michael Soroka on the bump for D.C. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. Other Major League Baseball news, athletic slugger Brett Rooker is adding his name to the list of home run derby participants. Rooker announced Thursday that he is participating in the event that takes place Monday out in Atlanta. He'll become the first athletics player to participate in the derby since Matt Olson back in 2021. Rooker joins Atlanta's Ronald Acuna Jr., Minnesota's Byron Buxton, Tampa Bay's Junior Caminero, Pittsburgh's O'Neill Cruz, Seattle's Cal Raleigh, and our own James Wood. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
I generally pride myself on taking timed bites, understanding when we're coming back. I thought I had another 20 seconds there on Linnell's update. I didn't have I'm not criticizing.
See what I'm saying?
No.
I literally walked in there and
Nope.
I said, Darius, if I'm going short, let me know.
Nope.
I'm trying to do my best, Toby. All ties are impersonation today. Shout out to Toad Mode.
This is not a criticism, not a Thurman. The point of what I'm saying is I thought I had another 20 seconds. I'm eating my white cheddar protein crisps.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my guys at Copair. Checking in tomorrow. Feel like I'm having a really good week.
You look good.
Thank you. Feeling good. And I thought I had another several seconds.
Yeah.
So if you're watching on YouTube, shout out to the YouTube chat. I get roasted pretty hard there most days. But whatever. I'm sitting there. You see like the disgusting big bite chew. It's not like a little bit at a time. It's like commercial break, limited window. I recorded a couple spots. I used the facility. I had a quick chat with our boss, and I've got about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
One big bite of my little snacky snack, my white protein cheddar crisps, and I'm still sitting there doing like that gross hurry up chew before we're coming back, and it's unsightly. The people had to see that, and I'm sorry about that.
So when I go from the crop, were you like, damn it?
Yeah, I went, oh crap.
I'm sorry.
No, don't you dare apologize. And especially, I even hesitated to bring it up, Darius, given what happened yesterday.
Well, social
Right?
media loved that, by the way. Yo, Instagram.
Well, for folks that didn't see it, like Linnell basically was like, if I were a white, I'd be blushing. Is how you explained it, right? I mean, you're like somehow like I'm intimidating, or he's intimidated by me, or like doesn't like eye contact or something, or something's going on where he doesn't like to do the updates in the place that he's going to sit with the microphone. He's got to go to this other room and kind of hide.
Look,
I don't know, man.
We went through it yesterday. I take these updates seriously, and you give me stage fright. It's an ode to you, Danny.
Well, that's nice of you. All right, here's what's going on. So this is complicated. So you remember this came up earlier this week or last week? All the days are running together at this point.
Monday.
It was Mondays when it came up. Thank you. And Grant and I both kind of asked how exactly, and we tried to hypothesize. But here's the deal. This is from Axios. I'll read this to you. From Kunit Dill. I believe I've got the name right. If I don't, I apologize. The Commanders have a new message for the D.C. Council. Get the RFK Stadium redevelopment approved or risk the Pandora's box of President Trump getting involved, Axios has learned. Why it matters. Trump can uniquely influence the NFL Stadium project thanks to the power of the White House and through federal design commissions. And he suggested he's willing to step in. This is him quoted, "If I can help the team out, I will," Trump told reporters on Sunday. I added the voice, by the way, just to make sure you knew who was talking. Noting the feds still own the 190-acre land. What I'm hearing, this again from Dill's story. Commanders have executives stepped up their lobbying on Tuesday, telling D.C. Council members that Trump's involvement could introduce volatility that the team and Mayor Muriel Bowser would like to avoid. Given the president's recent comments, the team discussed the need to move quickly, said a source familiar with the conversations who wasn't authorized to speak publicly. The risks are plenty. D.C. has a 99-year lease on RFK Stadium land, but the federal government breaks leases all the time. Trump could muscle in a new agreement, cutting out the city. Trump's involvement could have strings attached, like design tweaks that can delay the project. Trump can also enlist another stadium booster, Representative James Comer. Remember him. He's the Republican chair of the House Oversight Committee. Comer's on the sidelines ready to go if the council doesn't act. This again from the story. Comer, quote, strongly urged D.C. Council Chair Phil Mendelson in a July 2nd meeting to approve the RFK Stadium deal before the council adjourns for August recess, his office said in a statement. Comer is committed to working with local leaders on the deal and secure its approval as quickly as possible, it added. Mendelson has said the July 15th deadline requested by the team and mayor won't be met. The council's timeline is more likely to stretch into September. So Trump has levers to pull even without getting directly involved. And then there's other stuff that's about kind of the government bureaucracy and things that he can do, and it sort of goes on from there. But here's the point. I kind of was like, hey, I don't know exactly how, and this seems to be pretty clearly saying the rules that apply to everybody else don't apply when it's the White House and it's the federal government, and they can sort of do what they want here. Where I know we've got a deal in place, but if we don't like what's going on, we'll just sort of tear it up and do it ourselves. What do you make of it?
It's a shame that it has to get to this point. I keep going back to the deal that is in place. The Commanders are willing to foot 76% of this bill, 76% of the cost to make RFK 2.0 a thing. I understand it's the council members' jobs to negotiate the best deal possible, but like, damn, can you ask for much more? When you think about the other stadium deals that happen across the country and how much public funding is going into it, this Commanders deal that Josh Harris and company are providing is quite literally a sweetheart deal. And the folks in the D.C. City Council, to me, ready for this, Danny, are set tripping. They're tripping.
And that's bad. That's
bad.
undesirable.
Set tripping is bad. I just don't get it. And I think about, all of the, potential benefits that it could have for the district, and I'm all for that. The crazy thing to me is this: when we first started having these discussions and we first knew that this was a possibility, my whole thing was this: I didn't really want it in DC because I thought the taxpayers, the residents of DC, were going to have to come out of pocket a lot. In this deal, they don't, and I think Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, and company understand they have an opportunity here. If this thing gets done, if it actually revitalizes the community the way it's supposed to, they will be remembered long after Jayden Daniels throws his final touchdown. They'll be remembered long after Terry McLaurin, catches his final touchdown. This is an opportunity for the ownership group to etch their names in stone forever, not just as football people, but as real stewards of the community. And I think that means a lot to them. And I know that that's a big reason why they want to get it done. But like, DC's tripping right now to me. I don't get it.
Let me try to help you get it. Devil's advocate here for a second.
Yeah.
I'm not espousing a position, just asking. So you mentioned 76% of the revenue. I think that's very important for the upfront cost, right? Why would the team then be allowed to keep 100% of the parking when DC is going to pay for the parking? Why would the team or only have to pay $1 a year in rent for property that could get millions on that same square footage? So in other words,
because who needs the stadium more in DC, the Commanders or DC?
I think it's a reasonable debate.
Like
I think it's a reasonable question.
That's kind of where I fall with.
Here would be my response to that. If I'm council member Rainey Duguay over here, okay, my alter ego, Mr. Rainey.
You're probably somewhere from like Hawaii or something.
Yeah, I'm an at-large member. I'm just a large member. All right. Here's my response. We think you should get the lion's share. Why are we not getting any percentage? Why would we get 0% forever?
If you're really invested in helping out the economy and the people, why would you not?
You're putting up more money. So let's say you and I, we buy Strober. We're going to buy out Strober. The Strober is Moco Enterprises. Okay? It's all about Montgomery County, and it's just Montgomery County swag. And we like it. We're going to put up a combined, just making up a number, $10 million. You put up 3 and I put up 7. And what if I went to you and went, okay, so I'll just get 100% of the profits for the next, 30 years. You'd go, no, aren't I entitled to something there? Wouldn't you be entitled to 30% of the profits for a while, or 70, or some kind of structure that would make sense? It's more fair and balanced. That would be the devil's advocate response is, we're all in favor of this. Why don't we get some while you get all? I get that you want to be paid back first, and you should.
Well, think about this. You're not getting that. Okay, I understand you're upset about that, but you know what you are getting? Which wouldn't happen if this stadium was not going to be a thing? All that draft revenue, all the money from the draft coming here. DC gets the benefit from that, right? Are the Commanders pocketing that money?
I don't know. But for parking, they are. Well, but again, the And here's the other thing I need. And again, I feel like I'm advocating for something. I'm not.
You're getting me smarter.
Well,
I dig it.
this is my usual thing. I argue against everybody. So like my reasons
Danny versus the world.
Well, my reasons for wanting it are very different than what's sold. I think what's sold is a bill of goods. So when you read an economic impact study, here's what you should say. If I have something that needs to be wiped up, I'll use that.
Yeah.
It's from an advocate for something that's going to tell you, look at all the new money. So for example, again, we're picking on Strober. Let's go to Strober's Sandwich Shop. If we go on a Tuesday when there's nothing going on, you and I just went to Strober's Sandwich Shop, got a sandwich. If it happens during the week of the Super Bowl, they go, look, economic impact.
Right.
Strober's Sandwich Shop sold 2 sandwiches. They might have sold those 2 sandwiches or not.
Regardless,
we don't know,
right.
but it's new, right? So these are just made up inflated numbers. The point is that all this money that you get, well, did you just sit there and money came pouring in? Or did you have to hire a bunch of people? Did you have to do a bunch of maintenance? Did you have to build a bunch of things? Did you have to go up according to code? So there's plenty of studies done that say the Super Bowl cost you just as much or more as you gain. There'll be new tourists coming into your hotels. There'll be new people coming in spending money at your restaurants. But some of the people that live there might have spent money anyway. Tourists might have come anyway, etc. And you had to spend a bunch to get the thing up to code. My reason for it isn't profit. My reason for it is it's the best showcase you got.
Yeah.
What better way to say we're open for business, baby, than those aerial shots? What better way to say we crushed the draft? You know what did more for Detroit? Detroit has been losing people every year in Detroit proper for my whole life, basically. People leave the city of Detroit because they're like, we can't do this anymore. That's all for me. Deuces. Detroit, for that draft, that was incredible. Remember that how great that theater was? It was, you're going, Detroit, how you doing? What's up, sexy?
Right.
That's what that is. And that's the point to me. Not that you're not this bogus economic voodoo where you're going to pretend that you're making money.
Optics.
So for me, I want it, but I want everyone to have eyes wide open that it's not the financial boon that everyone pretends it is for the city. And all these idiots on the council are doing is going, no, we don't like free monies. We want it harder and more miserable. That's not what's happening. Now, I'm also not advocating for them. I think they're unreasonable. They're employing a guy. Yeah, sorry, you got me started. They're using as a consultant a dude that was kicked off the council in disgrace. Nobody's good in this here. So that's my point. There's my response back to you.
These negotiations don't make a whole lot of sense to someone that's not as smart as you. I try to put it in layman's terms here.
Right.
I just look at the fact that look at Eric Flack. I was trying to find it on his X account, the investigative reporter for WSA 9, pal of the station, all that. He put out the numbers that, and I keep going back to the 76% thing. That to me is my end all be all. They're giving you a stadium deal that's honestly unprecedented when you think about stadium costs nowadays. Think about what the people in Nashville are dealing with. Think about what's going on in Kansas City. They are taking what I believe to be the most severe problem with this and making it a nothing burger by footing 76% of the bill. And when you've got 21 limited partners, you should be able to do that. And I give Josh Harris and company all the kudos.
Exactly right. And they're advocating for themselves, and that's what they should do. But I guess my point is, so too should the city. Here is my kind of extra layer to this, where, again, it sounds like I'm the voices on the council. You guys are crushing it. Individually, we've interviewed a bunch of them. They've all been very forthcoming.
I know y'all love Mendelson.
Well, yeah, but the guys that have come on, Charles Allen comes on whenever we ask and answers every question and is not necessarily combative, but when he and Grant spar, it's great. Brooke Pinto was marvelous, and I'm blanking on some of the other names, but everybody that's come on with us, I've been individually impressed with, right? As they are sharp people, and you can see the charisma that led them to get elected. But not having any alternative lined up at any point in time is beyond inexcusable.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're one of these folks on the council that's going, I don't see it with the stadium. It doesn't make as much economic sense as everybody's getting hyped up or looking at some of the I'm just naming your stat. Everyone's looking at the 76% part, but we're not looking at what the economic realities are going to be for us. We're going to go into debt on this. We're not going to make the money back that people think. Instead of just saying that and going, oh, well, where was your alternative? Where's the wharf? Where's NOMA? Where's I'm trying to blank on some of the different things in DC.
Name DC property.
Yeah, the dozen other locales that have been built up without a stadium. Where's your alternative? You had none. You sat there sitting on your hands forever. No idea that this might come to pass at some point. And you're sitting there going, we don't have enough time. Wrong. You had plenty of time.
From a fan's perspective, right? Since we're doing the devil's advocate bit, where's the Commanders' backup plan? Why are you only negotiating with DC right now? Why is Maryland not a part of these discussions?
Because
why
the
is Virginia?
because Virginia disqualified themselves, and the only location in Maryland is unacceptable, and they know it. Back to you.
But wouldn't you think if you're having a negotiation, getting the threat of not going to DC, and I think DC probably knows what you just said.
They know. They know.
But like, at least try. Like, if I'm Josh Harris, the company, I'm not going to sit here and play tiddlywinks for too much longer here with DC. I have given you my deal. We are not changing our deal, and you're now at a point where the deadline not being met is going to start costing us money and delaying the stadium project that all of us want. It goes back to the Grant Paulson theory is what I'm now calling it. I differ from a lot of you. You all want to get back to RFK 2.0. It's the number one thing that matters for you. You would sell your soul for it. I just want a new football stadium. Anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not like,
which I understand, but you also don't have to be, you're not going to be the one left holding the bag when it's a terrible business decision like San Francisco made an hour from the city or wherever. Like if they put it in West Virginia, you'd go, I got a new football stadium. But oh crap, it's not fun to go
out
to.
in Martinsburg. That'd be awful. Could you
course.
imagine having to commute to Martinsburg?
Yes, and I like going to West Virginia. I've been to Martinsburg. I spent plenty of time. In fact, Morgantown's one of my sleepy favorite cities on the planet.
You sleep on.
My grandparents had a cabin in Romney, West Virginia. I've spent a lot of time in what is the Mountain State? What is it called? That's Colorado. What's West Virginia? The something state?
Country Roads.
There it is.
Country
the
Road
John
State.
Denver Country Road State. But that's my point. Is everyone just a new stadium? If it's in a location that sucks, it will not be successful. And you don't care
But it's
about that.
already in a location that sucks.
Exactly. And that's why they want out.
But when people were when they were winning, I think this goes back to the lazy, and I think it's kind of lazy to do the whole, well, winning matters. That's the only thing that matters bit. If it's in a bad location, but you're good, which is not guaranteed because Jaden Daniels can snap his leg tomorrow.
Well, yeah, there are going to be years where he's not playing for you. At one time. The undulations of pro sports happen, right? You need,
I get it.
If you, for example, if this was a different business structure, if the Learners own Nats Park, the city does, but if they owned it, they would need this structure that the Hog Ownership Group is talking about.
Yeah.
They need the Panera Bread, the Starbucks, the couple different locales right there on the stadium grounds, paying tithes to my lord, like it's like fiefdoms in Scotland in the Highlands in 1400s. That's the new system. That's the way to make the money because these stadiums are so damn expensive now.
Yeah.
Right? So in order to survive these kinds of times when your team stinks, you need this too. And that's kind of the point here. Double play is next. We're going to get more into this a little bit later. I want to come back to it probably, I think in the 5 o'clock hour, we will hit this back up and do it again. But next, double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports before the Beltway Blitz at 4. When you hear that music, you know what time it is. Double play action right here on The Fan. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. It's driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. There's so many papers over here. I'm very disorganized. It's my own fault. All these papers over here, and I got a paper towel because I spilled jelly on myself earlier. Having today. Leno, I do this every once in a while. Grant doesn't like it, but he's not here. You had a baby. Congratulations. We're playing it's a little game called What Would You Eat Right Now?
Ooh,
and here's how you play. You can play at home or on the road. Just do it safely. Assume best quality. So assume it's like not like a watered down worse version of it or like a Nub Chef or something like that. Assume best quality. Any food instantly delivered to you right now that you can eat. Okay. What would you pick? So we got through Ben, we got through Ryan, we got through young Wesley, who has some pretty adult taste for a little guy, for like a dude that's almost 9.
He is on your way.
Darius, what's your choice? Anything you can eat right now, what would you eat?
Haney actually stole my answer because I'm actually craving a burger
What
as
about
well.
a burger?
I
right?
was definitely like considering going to our local burger establishment here.
Why does that happen sometimes? Everybody knows exactly what you're talking about,
Yeah.
where you just go, I want a burger.
Yeah.
There are very few foods that come up as often like that, where it's just like, it's been a certain unit of time. It's not a fixed interval where you go, I just want a bleeping burger today.
It's just one of those foods.
Yeah.
It's just one of those foods that you just casually will just crave.
Right, cool.
I want, might be odd. I'm oddly craving a mushroom Swiss burger. I want a nice, juicy, medium cooked mushroom Swiss burger.
That's where you mess up.
It's going to be topped with what, medium?
Yes.
We'll go back to that.
Okay.
Topped with, of course, Swiss cheese and mushrooms with that glorious mushroom sauce that it has. And then I want a side of curly fries. I know people love their crinkle fries. I like curly and seasoned.
Now, when you go curly fry, it's because we all envision the Arby curly fry.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
When Arby's goes, it'll be 5 more minutes for the curly fries. Do you wait? The answer is yes. You can get straight fries anywhere. You can't get those curly fries anywhere. It's always worth it, and they're always 5 minutes away.
Absolutely.
Are you flavoring them thusly? Is it like that kind of style where it's not Old Bay, but it's a cousin of Old Bay?
Yeah, I love that. Whatever that orange crust flavor is that they put on those fries, that is to desire. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. And then for the drink, of course, I would like a nice tall glass of ice-filled Coca-Cola.
Ice-filled Coca-Cola. So Darius departs from Grant and I on how much ice he likes in his Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
He wants to have I think numbers approximate for DC Darius.
Sure.
He likes 4% beverage, 96% ice. That's what he likes when he drinks his beverage.
That's about the
So
approximation.
if you have a can and you're doing the refill bit, I like to go heavy ice because there's the placebo that you actually have more beverage than you actually have, right?
That's where I'm at. I'm more along the lines of what
We have
Linnell's
a lot in
describing.
common.
You're kind
Stretching.
of trolling me, Danny, which is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot in common.
He's not responding to the troll, by
Well,
the way.
no, I know.
He's a longtime DC fan. Green Lantern Dameron over there. Linnell, what would you eat?
Well, today's a special day in the world of fast food. So there's one thing that I am craving. We're going to talk about it tonight on Overtime.
Oh.
It's the return of the snack wrap today, Danny Rouillet. Do you understand how important that snack wrap is to my life? Do we understand what the snack wrap means to me?
So respectfully, no. But I want to give you a chance to expound. It's return of the snack right here, right?
Yeah, there we go.
Mark Morrison sang about it. This is actually what inspired the song. People don't know this. Mark Morrison went through a difficult time where McDonald's took away the snack wrap.
Come on
and it's
now.
returning.
Tell the people.
So Ryan, who's around your age, and you who are around your age, would not stop talking about the snack wrap. He told us it was coming back. Now you told us that today is the day.
Today's the day.
Why? Why is it such a big deal to have a one chicken strip inside a tortilla?
It's
with some
one,
lettuce.
It's one chicken strip inside of a tortilla with the best shredded lettuce you'll find in this country. Shredded cheese.
That's a dubious honor, the best shredded lettuce.
Shredded cheese and just the perfect, you can't get it too wet with the ranch. It's got to be just enough ranch to where the tortilla and the lettuce can absorb it all. It's brilliant. I have a personal connection with it because it was my cheat meal when I was playing Little League football. I had to cut weight because I went on vacation and they said that they didn't have a helmet for me. I basically wasn't good enough to play with the kids my age.
I see.
So I had to play down a year.
Yeah.
I turned into a college football player, so I didn't suck that bad. But whenever I would finish weighing in, my Aunt Vicky would have 2 snack wraps waiting at the scale for your boy. I'm eating Cheerios for breakfast. As a middle school kid, imagine being told you have to eat dried Cheerios for breakfast, not Honey Nut Cheerios. I'm talking about Cheerios. And then I would wait for Saturday morning, man. Whenever I hopped off that scale and the snack wrap was awaiting me, and I go kill people on the football field.
Well, imagine. Well, you think about the suffering of Cheerios. Imagine being in your 40s and if you're in the same room as a bagel, you gain 8 pounds of side fat. Imagine that, Rhino.
And Linnell can acknowledge this as well. The fact that you're just like, what's so good about a chicken tender and lettuce and cheese and ranch and a tortilla? That's like saying, like, what's so good about this burger place that has just a patty and cheese and grilled onions on top?
He doesn't get it, Ryan.
You don't get it. You have to try it. You just have to try it.
I don't get it at all, but I have tried it when it's like, when there's nothing else in the fridge. It's like a bunch of leftovers. And I'm like, a snack wrap. Like, you know how much more special it is when the McRib comes back, which it comes back every 7 months? You know what I mean? Like, it is such a nothing burger. And it's not a burger at all. But this is what happens. The younger generations, and Darius, and I'm looking at you as the millennial representative here. Everyone else in there is preschool age. You guys destroyed the Big Mac. Your whole generation, like, it's like Grant's like, I would never eat a Big Mac. It's like, the more bread, that's bad for you. Millennials killed the Big Mac, right?
I'm not in that category.
Where no millennial ever ate a Big Mac for whatever reason, because you guys are the worst. And then you taught this younger generation how to be more the worst. And they're like, you guys, there's a tortilla from a place that doesn't do tortillas. And it's fried chicken from a place that doesn't really do fried chicken. That's the end. It's got shredded lettuce. That sounds so negative. It sounds so stupid. The best shredded lettuce is saying it's like, well, I got the best nose hair. Who gives a bleep? Who cares? You know how much better a real taco is? You know how much better like a real, like a fajita would be than that?
The snack wrap is so good that other fast food establishments have tried to mimic it, Danny.
Because it's cheap and easy. That's why. It costs 17 cents. You know how much better a Big Mac with fries is than a...
What'd you call it?
That's what I hear when you kids...
By the way, I love a Big Mac. I don't know what Grant Paulson's talking about.
Well, yeah, it's the millennials. That skipped. The millennials
Okay.
they ruin stuff. And then you guys are like, let's do more of that. Let's
Snack
ruin
wraps
more
are
things.
awesome, though.
I'm sure they're fine.
Yeah.
But so are like Lunchables. You know what I mean? Like,
Danny.
See what I'm saying? Like the over talking about the snack wrap, going Lady Gaga over the snack wrap. Again, have you had their fries? You know how much better their fries are. You know how much better their fountain Coca-Colas
Here,
are.
let me
you know
put-
how much better those McFlurries are the one time a year where they're working.
Let me put that in my bucket of Danny Rouillet bad sports things or bad non-sports things.
Stop it.
'Cause you're the same guy that said Lil Wayne's not a good lyricist, and I have to listen to your snack wrap opinion.
I don't know if he's a good lyricist or not. I know I can't understand a word. That was about we gotta go to break. Blah, 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 blah. Nope. English, mother bleeper, do you speak it? Beltway Blitz is next.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. We got Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan. And last night we got to hear the first win of the Miguel Cairo era as the bats were hot. Out in St. Louis, the fellas racking up 9 hits, including home run number 24 for James Wood. He drove in his 69th run of the year as well in the Nats 8-2 win. They're back at it again, looking for a similar result. It'll be Michael Soroka on the bump for DC. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. Other Major League Baseball news, the Orioles traded away right-handed reliever Brian Baker to the Tampa Bay Rays on Thursday in exchange for the 37th overall pick coming up in Sunday's draft, a sign that one of baseball's most disappointing clubs could be sellers at the deadline. Mystics basketball on tap tonight via our sister station, the Team 980. The ladies looking to make it 5 out of their last 7. They play host to Asia Wilson in the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off for that one set for 7:30. According to Shams Charania of ESPN, Sam Presti and the Thunder continuing to throw around cash. Earlier this morning, they agreed to terms on a 5-year max rookie extension with forward Jalen Williams. That extension could reach up to $287 million. If you've been paying attention, the Thunder have locked up their young core of Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with deals totaling as much as $822 million. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Beltway Blitz time here on The Fan. Spin you around the DMV. What's going on in the world of sport? We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We are Grant and Danny right here on The Fan. Linnell in for GP. Let's get you started, please, on the diamond. Our guy that wears all the hats, including the hat of Bustin' Loose Baseball, one of the preeminent podcasts talking about Nationals baseball, our guy Toby Altizer. Toblerone, Miguel Cairo got a win last night. Yay!
It was good to see you, Danny, and the thing that I liked is some excitement from the ball club, wearing the Uncle Slam hat, stuff like that. I don't know where that had gone, but it seemed like there was some exuberance from the guys again. Mackenzie Gore got some run support for the first time, it feels like, all year. So it was a good win for the guys.
Toby, Michael Soroka on the bump tonight for DC. The last couple of starts for him have been Is he or any of the other veterans on this team, you think, do they have any value coming up in the trade deadline in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think Finnegan will. I mean, when you look at a reliever who's been, I would say, reasonably reliable, and I mean, maybe the underlying metrics aren't as good, but overall, you look at his numbers, you would take that from a closer. So I would say that Kyle Finnegan would have some value. I'd be interested in Soroka's value because, you know, it seemed like the Dodgers say they could use some starters because of all the injuries that they've had in the rotation. But Soroka's also been pretty effective in his time out of the pen. So could you maybe end up trading for him if you're LA and then moving him to the pen when you get some of the guys back, like they got Glasnow back? I think it'd be interesting to see. I would think Ahmed Rosario has some value as well. He can absolutely demolish lefties, can play multiple defensive positions. So I think those three specifically. I think the interesting part here is now with Mike Rizzo no longer the general manager of the team. He's the one that pulled the trigger on the Nathaniel Lowe trade, and the numbers guys at Nationals Park haven't always been as big on Nathaniel Lowe, DeBartolo being one of those numbers guys. Do they consider trading him with a year left to control next year? So I think those are the 4 guys to watch out for.
It was Miguel Cairo's first win. I know a lot of people feel like changing the manager isn't going to, provide any immediate changes or differences. If there was a move to the lineup to be made, what would it be? And do you foresee something happening there?
I don't see anything crazy happening, Linnell. I mean, look, Cairo's with the left hand or right hand guy of Davey, and I don't think he's going to suddenly come in here and make swooping changes. If there was anything that I would change, and I don't know that I do it right away, but I'd see how it continues to play out over the next couple of weeks, is maybe you lead Wood off so that he has some protection in the lineup, because the only guy that I think would be reasonably intimidating to a lineup would be, our opposing pitcher would be C.J. Abrams. So Do you consider flipping those two and just seeing if you can give Wood some protection that way? So that way, when you're facing some better ball clubs in the second half that have things to play for, it's not just throw up the four fingers every time James Wood walks to the plate.
Tobes mentioned Mackenzie Gore here. Last night, good to see 7 punchies as he threw 6 innings of 1-run ball. The strikeout numbers, even though he hadn't been getting hit around a ton, I mean, there was a crooked number against the Dodgers and kind of that grinded start against Detroit where he only struck out 2 guys. But the strikeout numbers were kind of dipping there if you look at some of the June totals and then kind of the start of July. So that was good to see. What'd you notice different in terms of him being able to close some guys out?
Yeah, I mean, just having nice command, right? And being able to effectively throw each pitch for a strike and being able to get some of that swing and miss. For whatever reason, that hadn't been the case over the last month or so of starts. So it was nice to see him be able to get some of that swing and miss. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm really not worried about the strikeout totals anymore. I mean, it was going to be nice to see if he could stay up at the top of the leaderboard, and he's still in the top 5 in strikeouts. He's going to stay up there for the rest of the year, or at least the majority of the year, and in the top 10 or whatnot, just because of the fact that he struck out so many to start the year. But I'll be curious to see if he continues that trend of not striking out as many guys. But Danny, he could strike out nobody. If he's going 6 innings of 1-run ball for the rest of the year, I really don't care what the strikeout totals are. And I think you'll see him get back to more dominance of what we saw earlier in the year. But yeah, it was good to see some of those swing and misses start to pile back up like we saw earlier in the year last night.
Toby, thank you, buddy. I always appreciate it. There you go. You want to say you're welcome. Toby just punted. He's on the radio. He usually knows how that works. I appreciate Toby. Let's hit the NFL sounder, please. Our guy Nate Davis joins us from USA Today to weigh in on all matters of the foosball. Nate, I want to start with this NFL, NFLPA, some disgruntlement up at the top, some disagreement, the collusion. What do you make of this thing? What's going on? How significant is it?
Yeah, I mean, Dan, this seems like this could be a little bit wild. There's some stuff out there, but we'll see what happens with Mr. Lloyd Howell in the coming days and weeks. But the conflict of interest thing, obviously, with the players isn't going to go over very, very well if they find there's more there. The firm he's been consulting for says he didn't have any kind of proprietary information that he wouldn't have, you and I wouldn't have, but still bad look for him.
Nate, the Netflix documentary Quarterback has come out, and Kirk Cousins has highlighted in it, and he, made his first public comments about kind of being, misled by the Falcons drafting Michael Penix Jr. last year. Is Atlanta really going to go through this entire offseason and enter the regular season with him on the roster, or do you see a trade coming at some point here?
I mean, I don't see a trade coming unless there's a dance. Obviously there has to be a dance partner, but I don't know where that job is right now. So I mean, I think Kirk is, he's not hoping anybody gets hurt, but I think that's probably the scenario that you need to grease the wheels on this, because I mean the Falcons already paid him $100 million guaranteed. There's no incentive for them just to release him or to trade him and eat the money. So I mean, I think a team that wants to get him is either going to have to offer a nice draft pick, or they're going to have to be willing to eat a lot of that money. So I think this is one where the Falcons really hold all the leverage, and certainly the circumstances don't warrant a move right now. So I think Kirk is kind of stuck being the backup for this season at least, barring unforeseen circumstances, basically.
What kind of year is J.J. McCarthy going to have in Minnesota?
Yeah, it's a great question. Obviously missed last year. I watched the preseason game last year with the Raiders, Danny, and he looks really good for whatever that's worth. But hasn't played a meaningful game in close to 2 years. But he's effectively a rookie, and they basically put everything around him. So for all the talk we had about Caleb Williams last year, I mean J.J. McCarthy is stepping into a situation where he really isn't lacking for anything in the supporting cast. So I don't know how much that they actually have to ask him to do, which is kind of the same scenario he had at Michigan. He's got to do it under the lights, obviously, in real games. But I think the support system is there, and I think that maybe the Vikings, who personally, I didn't think they were going to have that great a year last year. I don't know that they're going to win 14 games again, but I think that they could be a playoff team if he can manage situations.
Something that happens pretty routinely in the NFL, Nate, is teams going worst to first. My candidate for that, a lot of people look at San Francisco and go, yeah, that's going to be the team. What about the New England Patriots? They had a strong offseason. I'm a big Mike Vrabel guy. Drake May showed a lot of flashes in year number one. What type of shot do you give the Patriots in the loaded AFC?
Not much. I mean, I think they'll be better. But I mean, the way you framed it is the worst of first thing. I mean, I could maybe buy the Patriots being a wild card team, but I mean, I think they're unless Josh Allen gets hurt, I don't see them overtaking the Bills or something going disastrously wrong in Buffalo. I mean, frankly, I think the AFC East of any division probably has the biggest gap between the presumed favorite and the next best team. So. I mean, I like what New England's done, and I think Mike Vrabel's a great coach. So I think that, certainly great shot. They could double their win total to 8 at least, but I don't see them getting up there to the top of the division this year.
Nate, expectations are a funny thing. We look at a 10-7 Houston team, and if you told the 2021 Houston Texans fans, you'll have 2 straight years of being 10-7 after they went 4-12, 4-13, 3-13. 3-13-1, they'd probably be doing spin kicks. But because of how good 2023 was, that 24, weirdly, where they won a playoff game, won the division, was looked at as like a bit of a mild disappointment. What are your thoughts on them this year, coming in as potential repeat champions in that division?
I'm probably that they'll stay about the same. I mean, I think a significant part of their success, and give them credit, Danny, like you said, they turned it around really quickly, coming off the years of the Deshaun Watson debacle, but they're obviously not playing in the strongest division. So that helps, and certainly helped last year. And I think when you have to, fire your left tackle who's here now and fire your offensive coordinator and a lot of the other things that happened, that kind of tells you how they felt about what occurred last year. So, CJ Stroud's got to get comfortable in the new offense. There's some new receivers there as well. So, I think there's reason for optimism that it'll feel better than last year. I kind of think it'll probably still be around the same win total. I don't know that they're really ready to break through and compete for a Super Bowl. And I also think it's a bit of a cautionary tale for people here in Washington. I mean, like you said, nobody expected much out of the Texans in 2023. Then they made this seismic jump. Obviously, the expectations are going to be huge around the Commanders this year. It's understandable, but I think that they made a huge leap last year. I wouldn't be surprised if they come back down to maybe the 10 or 11 win level this year and doesn't feel quite as good, even though big picture it really ought to be.
Nate, thank you as always, buddy. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
You got it, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. I got Kevin Sheehan joining us here for his portion of the Blitz. Kevin, I haven't heard your reaction. Apologies, I've missed it. But your thoughts on I guess we're calling them the alternate, even though they're wearing them almost 40% of the games next year at home. And eventually it looks like it's going to be the jersey from a time when you and I were younger and they were really good.
I mean, I think it's great. When I saw them, I just smiled, and that's the championship uniform. It's going to look like our team when it plays in that uniform. Just 3 games this year, and then they're going to wear the black alts for another game. I would guess that it's the Chicago game on Monday night, but I think this is step 1 towards these becoming permanent. And, it's not the whole, enchilada. I mean, it's not the name. It's not the logo yet. I don't think the logo's dead, Danny, but I think they got it right. I think they nailed it yesterday.
Kevin, a big question mark that, fans and media members have for this Commanders team entering the offseason is how do they get better at stopping the run? I want to look at the secondary, though, here for a second. Quan Martin has been, praised by this coaching staff all offseason for good reason. What about the safety position opposite Quan Martin, Kevin? I know they brought in Will Harris from New Orleans. Do you expect him to be the guy, or is there a dark horse there that you think could potentially unseat him?
Well, I mean, I think, a couple of things. Number one, they brought in Will Harris to be the Chin replacement. So let's hope he's every bit of what Chin was last year, if not more, and it's half the cost. But I think it's going to be really interesting, just the DBs in general, because they're going to be in nickel a lot. That's almost everybody's base now. And, a lot of what they put out there is going to be dependent on what, starting at corner, Marshawn Lattimore looks like. And can they get to a position where Trey Amos is ready and Sanders still can, move inside. But I would think that the safeties are Martin and Harris to start with, but will we see Percy Butler in the game? Will we see, 40, what was his name? Owens?
Tyler Owens.
In the game. It's creativity defensively, and they're going to have to be really creative and a lot better up front to start with, because stopping the run was a major problem. And they overcame it last year for the most part, but it's tough to do in the NFL over 17 weeks.
Just give me your level of concern, temperature check here on the Terry McLaurin contract situation, Kevin.
No concern. None. I mean, you and Grant and I have talked about this recently.
Yep.
Even if he were a holdout, by the way, it's $50K every day he misses. So I guess he would be a hold in if it comes to that, where he would report but not, participate in activities. But worst case out of all of this is he plays on the last year of his deal. He's certainly not going to hold out at, entering his age 30 season. He's going to play. But I think they'll get it done. And I think, it was going to be tricky going into it because of his age, because of where do you really kind of slot him among the, more recent deals. Is the DK Metcalf deal a deal that he'd love to get, but it seems a little bit out of whack for Washington because maybe Pittsburgh overpaid. They'll come to an agreement. I think so. I mean, we should check in with each other once camp starts on the 22nd and the veterans have to be there. But even if it starts with a little bit of a delay, I went back and looked at this. Kittle, Bosa, and Ayuk.
Yeah.
Those deals were all done on August 29th, August 30th, and September 4th. So there's this history in San Francisco where Adam Peters came from of waiting it out. And maybe they thought they benefited from waiting it out. So maybe this is just style more than true confrontation.
Either or, it's a mess. Why can't they just get it done, Kevin? I want my wide receiver in camp. I want him getting reps with my quarterback. The other thing for me is this. If it does go down the contentious road and it gets messy and there's a potential of him not being here, how confident are you in the group behind him?
Well, he's going to play, Linnell. He's not. They're not trading him. He's not going to hold out, and then have to go through the whole process again next summer. He's under contract. He's got a year left. That's the worst case, is he plays on the last year of his deal, and then they'll figure out what to do in the offseason next year, whether to use the franchise tag or come up with a long-term deal. So I'm not worried about what's behind him. He's going to play in 2025. I just, like you and I think everybody else, would prefer it to be, with the tone of everybody's thrilled with each other. He got the deal he wanted. The team feels, good about the deal they gave him.
Kevin, thank you as always, buddy. Talk
Thanks,
soon.
Kev.
All right, boys.
There he goes. And that, right there, that is how you Beltway Blitz. 3 different teams, 3 interviews. We're going snappy, a couple different questions, guests. We're getting caught up. We're getting you all caught up. That's how we do the old Beltway Blitz. I want to get back to this. We started this about an hour ago, and I want to go a little bit more into it. The team, talking about the Local 53, is trying to exert some pressure on the DC City Council. The latest, in an article from Axios, the local team has kind of ramped up their efforts starting this past Tuesday to kind of escalate the rhetoric, right? We know about the July 15th deadline. That's not necessarily something that the council is going to respect, understandable, right? Because that's like 5 days from now. I get it, okay? Well, now they're saying if you don't hurry up, it's not just the Women's World Cup anymore. This could be a very different situation where you no longer control this process at all. We'll explain that. And do you buy it? Is this negotiating or maybe something that's very real? We'll talk about that next.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. College football news. 5-star defensive tackle prospect Lamar Brown, ESPN's #1 overall recruit in the class of 2026, announced his commitment to LSU this morning. Brown chose LSU over Texas A&M, Miami, and Texas following official visits with each program this spring. If Brown hangs on to the #1 spot in the ESPN Top 300, he'll mark the Tigers' first overall top-ranked recruit since Leonard Fournette back in 2014. The Suns and star Devin Booker agreeing to a 2-year, $145 million max extension that'll keep him with the franchise through the 2039 season, or to the 2029-2030 season, making it the highest annual extension in NBA history. Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan, the series finale between the Nats and Cardinals before the fellas travel out to Milwaukee. The Nats hoping to keep the offense hot after last night's 8-run performance. It'll be Michael Soroka on the bump for DC. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Pre-game coverage is rolling at 7:15 right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
We've got some developing news here as part of the Grant Nanny radio program. And it's going on with Darius. He's doing a lot of things this week. He's got a special sneak preview of Superman before everyone else does. Okay? And he's doing something pretty special. And I'm excited for him. I wish that I could experience this for the first time again.
Yeah.
And we'll tell all of you guys what that is a little bit later on in the program. And I just found out myself. And I was like, do I throw out the rundown? I don't, but we're going to talk about it. We got a whole thing planned. I'm excited about that. Welcome back to the show. It's great Danny here on The Fan. Linnell in for GP. Appreciate you guys checking us out. 800-636-1067 is the number. So I want to get back to this. We stumbled into this story about the stadium, and the reporting now is starting to leak out more and more. This an Axios story from Kunit Dill, I believe I've got the name correct, works for Axios and has kind of the skinny on what's happening here. And I'll just recap it for you super quick. The RFK Stadium deal that's being discussed, debated, going back and forth, etc. You might see the influence of the federal government, or at least that's being threatened again. Okay, whether that's the White House stepping in, whether it's the federal government through other levers and mechanisms. I didn't quite understand how that would work. It's sort of laid out here in this Axios piece. Their style isn't necessarily the long form. It's a lot of like, sort of bursts. It's like one line, this, here's your summary, here's that. So you could, the point is, it seems that everyone kind of agrees there is leverage and there is something that the federal government, aka the White House, Trump, whatever, could do to cut the city council out of the deal altogether, cut DC out altogether. The mayor was asked for comment, I think, about this the other day, and she kind of said, I'm not quoting directly, but kind of said, there's a lot of comments. I'm not really worried about that. Let's move on and deal with other stuff, because this was in a sea of other comments that she's got to deal with as the mayor. She's not just the stadium person. She actually has to mayor the city. Anyway, so I'll get you a couple little nuggets here. But DC has a 99-year lease on the RFK Stadium land. But the federal government breaks leases all the time, and Trump could muscle in a new agreement cutting out the city. His involvement could have strings attached like design tweaks that could delay the project or a million other things. But the team and stadium advocates could simply say, we're tired of waiting, or we don't feel like the writing's on the wall for us to get the stadium, Linnell. We'll just end run you. We'll just go around the other way and make sure this thing gets done, because, frankly, they've tipped their hand.
Yes.
It's not this is where they want to be. It's where they got to be.
And I don't like that we've gotten to that point. And it's kind of what I said at the tail end of the last discussion about this. If I was Josh Harris and company, like, I understand it from both sides of the equation. They have done everything absolutely perfectly since they've gotten here to town. From buying us all beers out at the bullpen, and to everything that they've done since they've gotten here to town has been smash-ola A+. If they don't get the team back to Washington, D.C. as they've promised, then it kind of looks like a black eye for Josh Harris and company. How fair is that? I don't know. My thing is this, though. If you're really trying to put the pressure on D.C., which I know that they are based on them trying to go to Trump, but Isn't there steps that you're supposed to take before you go tell mom and dad? Like, don't you try to fight back first? To me, like, go talk to Wes Moore. Go talk to Luis Lucas out in Virginia and provide a real threat that you're not just having RFK 2.0 as your only option for a new stadium. And this is where I, continue to reiterate my thoughts. You have given DC a sweetheart deal. You're willing to foot 76% of the bill. I understand the ancillary details about the parking stuff and all that. But bottom line is, you're going to get your community revitalized without having to invest much publicly. I think that should be something that, the city council jumps on. And right now it seems like they're not. If I was Josh Harris and company, I'm saying, hey, look, if you're not going to take our sweetheart deal, maybe DC or Virginia or Maryland will.
Or we're still doing DC, but without you. That's really what cuts to the core of this particular report.
Why is this messy, though, Danny, for them to go through the president? Like, how? Explain that to me.
So it's a little bit above my pay grade. I'm just reading what everyone else is, but I'll do my best. The point is, this has always been the complicated relationship. The federal city, which was established in ratified the amendments, Constitution, the whole 9 yards. It was supposed to be independent of a state government.
Right.
They always wanted state governments to have their things, state capitals and deals, and then something that was independent in theory from influence from various states. Right. That's why they put this federal city here. Well, the city needs to operate. The city is a city. People live, breathe, eat, work, sleep, whatever here. So there are residents of DC. It's right, I can't remember the exact number, but it always hovers right around 1 million.
Right.
It could go up, could go down. There are times where it's less, times more, whatever. But there's a lot of people that live in the district. So that needs government. You need a local government for trash pickup, for policing, for everything in between, for schools and the whole 9 yards. You have a thing. But then you also have this federal oversight at all times or it's lurking around, right? Where you need the seat of federal government here. That's where Congress, the president, the judiciary, all the headquarters of every commerce department, of every bureaucracy, every chamber is in the district as well. So those are carve-outs. So those aren't part of DC in terms of the local DC. It's part of DC, the federal DC.
Right.
And there's always this weird push and pull with who gets what. So there's the National Park Service, but the DC Park Service, and this is federal parkland, but that's where DC Parkland starts. And this droplet of water went off of city parkland, and now it's in federal. The whole thing's a mess. It's always a mess. So we have a more complicated relationship here than everyone else does. It's complicated everywhere to do these kinds of deals. When you're talking about billions of dollars, putting shovels in the ground, building up edifices, who pays for what bonds, who's getting screwed, etc.
It's complicated.
It's always complicated. You take that normal layer of complication and you put it in a maze with no lights. That's what DC is.
Okay.
Just because of this weird federal oversight type deal. An oversight.
There's no North Star, so to
right,
speak,
exactly. So what you have when you have willing parties, and the major step that happened in this entire process, the thing that was the Jaden Daniels to Noah Brown to beat the Bears was a congressman from Kentucky and the mayor of DC. You wouldn't think these are normal bedfellows.
Right.
They're all of a sudden BFF totes. They're texting. They're finishing each other's sentences. They're on the same page. And this dude and the mayor decide, yeah, okay, I'll get you the land. Great, I want the land. Awesome. And a Hail Mary happens, and DC gets control of national parkland under the guise and the premise that it is ultimately, with earmarked for a stadium and other things.
Yeah.
Taking what is a blight, what is an empty vessel, what is an in-the-way eyesore with nothing around it, really. There's a community kind of to the west, and the DC Armory sort of is right there in the shadow of it. That's where the Metro stop would be. But it's boarded up stuff. It's run down chain link fences, a lot around it. It's just kind of this area that is ripe for all sorts of development. Let's say the team never existed. You would go, my God, this is
do something with anyway.
This is waterfront property in the District of Columbia, for God's sakes. It's why growing up around here, that this spot on this side of the river where we are now in Southeast DC, where you'd go, how is the only thing here a pile of salt, a car wash, and a McDonald's?
Yeah.
How is that it? How is that the only stuff that's here? This is waterfront property in the nation's capital.
And we can't do anything with it?
And we couldn't do anything?
Yeah.
And no, this is decades of this. And there were a number of neighborhoods that have gone through renovations in my time in and around D.C. When I was in high school, if you drove to Union Station, you basically go down Mass Avenue from northwest towards southeast, right? If you can picture the I said it's a crow flies, but it's the car drives. You're heading from upper left to lower right, and Mass and Union Station's kind of in the middle. You could just go through red lights, not because they didn't care about the law, but because if it stopped, you might be in danger.
Yeah.
Right? They just go ahead, man. It seriously, it ain't worth it. So the world has changed in a lot of ways in that regard. I don't really know where I'm going with that. I guess other than to say that area has been in dire need of major substantive change for a long time. Here is an imperfect solution.
The
stadium.
But like, if you're Mayor Bowser,
and that's why this is happening. In other words, they'll go, we'll cut you right out, right?
Because if you're Mayor Bowser, so that's their leverage. It's like, well, we got the land anyway. We can do something with it regardless. Doesn't necessarily have to be a stadium. And if I'm Josh Harris and company, I'm looking at you in the face and going, well, why haven't you? You don't have any real plans to have this area developed to where it helps us out financially and it, fixes a lot of the problems that ail this city. I just feel like if it's not going to be the stadium, and this is me talking from the perspective of like a fan that wants it there. If it's not going to be the stadium, DC, then what else are we doing with the stuff? What else are we doing with that land that will get us a better return on our investment? Why are we playing hardball so much with the Commanders when they're in reality trying to do a good thing for us?
Well, but again, I don't want to make this like the football team's doing something totally altruistic. It's going to benefit. It benefits everybody.
It does, and
I'm saying it's not a charity.
Yes.
It's not the DC Stadium charity where everybody is getting well. But yeah, it's the right thing, and they get that. So a couple other things that I want to give you some nuggets on. There are levers that Trump could pull, again, without getting directly involved. And this is from the Axios story. So the president appoints members to both the Commission on Fine Arts, which I don't think has anything to do with this specifically, and the National Capital Planning Commission, or the NCPC, which would then advise on the design. In fact, the NCPC is handling the Capital One Arena overhaul, which I didn't realize. That's a detail that I had no idea
So
about.
the renderings that we've seen were from them.
I guess.
Okay.
A 71-page report is thick with demands like a lighting plan that's down to lumens and color temperature. I mean, it's like
details.
It's details, dude. So I just assumed, it's the, DC, whatever commissioner, but no. It's this NCPC that I've never heard of. But again, that shows you how complicated this stuff is.
Yes.
Somehow the Commission on Fine Arts, which is like, are we doing Swan Lake at the Kennedy Center? They're going to be involved in the stadium if they want it to be that. Anyway, the point is, there is a tangible, at least according to this, and real threat may not be the right word, but possibility of going, if you guys don't act right and do what we want, we will go over there. And you don't want that.
Yeah.
You don't want the Pandora's box of people that you may or may not like, may or may not be on their team. I don't care. I'm just telling you about the reality. We can put our big boy pantaloons on here and not get upset about the teams. I'm just saying, we'll go to the opposite team that's in charge right now and get this done without you. Real threat or negotiating? 800-636-1067. Do you buy it? Do you buy that this is a real strategy, a real threat, or is this just posturing for negotiating leverage? Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Hey, what's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. And if your home didn't sell the first time, don't give up. Call my friends Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They specialize in selling homes when other agents failed to deliver. They have a database of over 16,700 pre-screened, qualified buyers ready to make a move. That's more eyes on your home and more offers on the table. Just ask Lee and Deborah. After trying to sell their home for months and getting nowhere,
they turned to Reynolds' Power Home Team. Debbie and Sarah suggested an aggressive marketing strategy, and because of their track record of results, Lee and Deborah had complete confidence in the approach. What happened next? 101 showings, 25 offers, all in just 5 days. They walked away with $55,000 over asking. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their ability to get your home sold that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call them now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. It's great data here on the Fan. Linnell in for GP. Got a troubling ranking for the local 53. We'll do that.
Another one?
Another one. We'll do that at 5 o'clock. I got some special news for Darius. We're going to pack a lot into this segment. First, want to jump to the phone super quick. Catch up if you're just tuning in. There's kind of the pulse out there now. There's an Axios story. The team has stepped up their lobbying efforts, again, according to Axios, and basically, I don't want to say threatened, but made it clear that it's possible that the local D.C. government could be kind of cut out of this process when it comes to putting the stadium in D.C. Real threat or a little bit of bluster for negotiation? What do you think? Mo and Largo, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
What's up, Mo?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I think the real question is how long does the mayor want to stay the mayor? Because I believe if she goes over the city's head, she can cancel it. She will not be reelected because I know the people are not going for that. So I think that's what it really boils down to. How hard is she really willing to go for her legacy? Because, like I said, if she goes over their head, that's a wrap for her.
Well, appreciate you, dude.
That's a very interesting angle.
Well, but here's what I would say. It would cut her out of the process, too.
Right.
See
So
what I'm saying?
like,
So
okay.
she's not an opponent of it. She's
Right.
actually she's their number one advocate. I mean, she's put her what on the table for years about this, right? And so this would basically be cutting. It's about the council, it's about the city, it's about approval, and basically saying we're going to strip your ability potentially if we can come to some accord with again the feds who have again oversight's not the right word. I apologize for all my policy wonks out there taking a break from your podcast and being antisocial, but whatever it is. The feds, if they want, it sounds like, according to the Axios story and some of the things that I've read, could basically start flexing their muscle a little bit. Yeah, I know we leased it to you, but you didn't do anything, and now we're taking control back. I guess that's kind of the point of the story. But appreciate the thoughts on that. Before we get to the troubling ranking of a position group for Washington that I'm concerned about, Darius has some pretty cool news that you just shared with me during a commercial break. So when did you find out that this was going to be the case?
So a couple weeks back, I don't know, me and a couple of the friends were just randomly talking, and I don't know how it came up, but the fact came up that I had never been to a famous steakhouse establishment that I've heard about, all my adult life. I don't remember hearing about it as a kid, honestly. But yeah, they found out that I've never been, and they were like, "Oh my God, bro, are you serious? Like, we have to take you. You have to go. There's just no way you can't live your life never being there." Yeah, and then it came up early this week that we were going to go on Sunday to celebrate one of our friends' achievements. So pretty cool. I will be going for the first time.
Here we go.
To Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse, everybody.
There we go.
Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah.
It's the best role in the industry.
Yeah.
If you're talking about like restaurant game, I'm a big guy. I'm a big Outback spread. I love their pumpernickel.
Of course you do. It's delicious.
Absolutely. But the rolls at Texas Roadhouse with the cinnamon spread, elite.
Yeah, it's one of those things that now with the way social media is, I see it all the time. You always see like these food rankings and rankings of rolls and rankings so I always see Texas Roadhouse mentioned. There's one in La Plata that I pass by when I go, out to the great land of King George.
You always going down there to King George.
Yeah, I have family past King George, so I go down there pretty frequent. And then there's another one in Bowie that I've seen occasionally, but other than that, I don't see them that often, so it's never really on the brain.
So the _game 836 is Darius's Twitter.
That'd be me. Terrible Twitter handle.
_game 836. What you really need to do is go many times.
Yeah, one time's not going to do it justice. I already know that.
Because you're going to go, I should have got that. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you're going to Texas Roadhouse for the first time. What would you tell Darius to get? So my belief, and they've recognized this at Texas Roadhouse very, very well, anything is a side if you make it a side.
Ooh.
Right? So my philosophy, I introduced to the radio station, I think, I'd take credit for it as an innovator, the side of pizza, where you have a main dish. You get a sandwich or a sub or something like that, and you go, you want part of a pizza? And now all of a sudden that meat, bread, cheese, and sauce and the dough is a side. You have two slices of pizza to go with your sandwich or sub or whatever. Maybe it's 4 slices. Maybe it's an entire 7 pizzas from Pupatella. You just keep eating, and everyone looks at you like you're a fat, disgusting monster. They figured this out at Texas Roadhouse. You can get a side of ribs.
Oh. Oh my goodness.
Doesn't have to be that full entree of ribs. It could be a side.
It's a sidekick of ribs. So it'll be 4 bones, but 5 ribs. You follow that?
Oh, of course I do.
Yeah. You could also major in the ribs. It's hard to go wrong here. So I love the Texas red chili that they have there. I also love the mac and cheese. And what I like to do is have them get a seedy motel room together and just sort of see what happens.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You make them go together?
They go together.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah. And they fall in love every time. It's prom night and she's like, I'm ready. You know what I mean? And that's what happens. They have all kinds of combos, Darius. So tweet Darius at _game836.
Yes.
What does he have to get at Texas Roadhouse?
Can I give you a must have to get?
Get a must.
I don't know
get a
if
must
you've
get.
been to. I don't know if you've been to Outback, but Outback has a bloomin' onion. I think Texas Roadhouse calls it cactus something.
It's the cactus blossom.
It's the better
It's the
version
cactus-
of the
Whoa.
bloomin' onion.
Why
I
do
said
we have to compare?
No, yeah, I'm doing it. I am doing it. I'm comparing and contrasting because I want you to have the best possible time. Outback has to take one to the chin real quick. Their version of the bloomin' onion, the cactus jack, whatever the hell you call it, it is the superior appetizer.
All right. I like to hear that.
Okay, here's the problem. I'm sorry, Darius, go ahead.
No, well, I was going to say, what's the file on the rattlesnake bites? That's something else I've heard
that's your
about.
jalapeno and jack cheese
I mean,
served. The little,
sounds good.
Just
It
little,
doesn't get me going.
little fried balls. And again, we'll all be adults here.
Yeah, we'll be adults.
Just be adults. Their potato skins, known as tater
Oh,
skins,
yeah.
are excellent.
I could major in that.
I mean, they're divine.
They're good.
And we haven't even talked about the fried pickles. We haven't even had a conversation about the fried pickles yet.
That was the first thing Ryan brought up was the fried pickles.
It's the sauce that they do the cactus blossom with, and you're dipping fried pickles in it. And just it's the little they're not the dimes, but like whatever, the silver dollar pickles.
All that tangy goodness.
Oh, it's incredible.
Could you imagine?
So salty. I haven't gotten to the Devi eggs.
Their appetizers are crazy.
Their appetizers are outstanding. Yeah. They do a kind of the Fridays 3-for-all where you can get the combo appetizer, which is all the appetizers. You could pick a bunch of them if you can't decide. And people are like, oh, is that for sharing? And you go, no. And you hoard it. And if push comes to shove, you can lick each thing on the plate so that nobody else touches it.
So you can choose which appetizer you want. It doesn't have to be a set 3.
Choose 3 options from boneless buffalo wings, fried pickles, rattlesnake bites, twisted mozzarella sticks, or tater skins. And choose 2 dipping sauces.
Wow.
Sorry. Welcome to the amusement park.
Yeah.
And we haven't even gotten to the steak yet.
Oh. You
But
getting
got the
country
steak yet.
fried?
I think that's what I want to major in the steak. That's what I've heard great things about. So I do want to major in the steak. I mean, ribeye, of course. I'm sure there's other options, but why would I choose anything other than ribeye?
They have a good country fried steak. I don't know how you feel about that bit. Some people are in it. Some people are not.
It's fine. It wouldn't on my first trip. I
Well,
wouldn't
not
do
on
that.
your first trip. Of
No.
course not.
I'm excited, boys. I can't wait.
You should be so excited. So I'm begging you, eat too much. I'm begging you to eat this. In general, not my advice to everybody. I want you to eat to the point that you're uncomfortable.
Eat to the point where I consider calling out on Monday.
Yes.
Got it. Yep.
And I'm totally serious about it. I'm so jealous.
I hope CK didn't hear that.
We're just joking. It's jokes. I don't know how you choose. So I can when I go, I haven't been in a while, by the way. It reminds me, I need to go too. I might see you there. But when you go, it's because I had something in mind. You see what I'm saying? Like when I
craving.
When I roll into McDonald's, it's not because I'm going, what do they have?
Snack wraps.
I know what they have.
Yeah.
I know exactly what they have. And I had the number in mind already when I pull off the highway. Same deal for Texas Roadhouse, right? When I'm going, I want the strip, I want the mac and cheese and the Texas chili today. Or I want the wings, tater skins, and the Dallas filet. Like you already know in your mind. Going for the first time and not having a file on those things, I think would be really hard.
It is, which is why you have to go back soon.
All right.
Soon.
I'll make sure that happens.
If you want to make me seem like a hater of Outback, go to Outback in between. Have their terrible version of the Cactus Jack or whatever the hell it's called.
Terrible
so much
version.
flack. Wow.
I know.
I mean, we got a break. We're going to talk during the break. Speaking of that,
Let's do it.
man, that's a little too far. Little too far. That's Linnell. I'm Danny. We're going to talk during the commercial break about the bloomin' onion.
Bloomin'
The
onion.
pumpernickel bread.
I love pumpernickel.
Well, now you're trying to suck back up to
Well,
it.
there we go. If you're listening out there, Outback, I'm available.
That's Linnell who said that.
Yeah.
I'm Danny, and I love the bloomin' onion. A position group that I'm concerned about doesn't rank real high. We'll tell you about it.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. We had Nats baseball last night here on The Fan, and we got to hear the first win of the Miguel Cairo era as the Bats were talky hot out in St. Louis. The fellas racking up 9 hits, including home run number 24 for the 22-year-old All-Star James Wood. He also drove in his 69th run of the season in the Nats' 8-2 win. They're back at it again tonight with Michael Soroka getting the start, looking for a similar result. It's a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler get you warmed up with Nats on deck at 7:15. Other Major League Baseball news, athletic slugger Brett Rooker is adding his name to the list of home run derby participants. He joins Ronald Acuna Jr. from the Atlanta Braves. He joins Minnesota's Byron Buxton, Tampa Bay's Junior Caminero, Pittsburgh's O'Neill Cruz, Seattle's Cal Raleigh, and our own James Wood. Other Major League Baseball news, the Orioles have traded right-handed reliever Brian Baker to the Tampa Bay Rays in exchange for the 37th overall pick coming up in this Sunday's draft. NBA news, according to Shams Charania of ESPN, the Thunder continuing to do more work to lock up their young core. They announced a 5-year rookie max extension with Jalen Williams today that could reach up to $287 million. If you've been keeping score at home over the past week, Sam Presti has given out $822 million in extensions to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren, and Jalen Williams. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Linnell in for GP. This radio program, exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So we did this with running backs. What day was that? Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Day before? I can't. All the days run together these days, my friend. Where our guy Warren Sharp had that position group ranked really low, 29th in the NFL, I believe, ahead of a couple of running back groups you don't want to be associated with. Pretty much, right? Whether they were 27th or 28th or 24th, doesn't matter. Point is, not very well thought of league-wide. Nothing dynamic there. I understand not wanting to go spend $20 million on somebody, but an upgrade was available. They didn't. Now another position group comes out. This is PFF, Linnell, not kind to the secondary.
No, they are not. So there are only, we talked about the running back ranking not being kind to Washington. PFF's isn't either. Let's just start with the top 2 secondaries in the National Football League. I don't disagree with it, especially after the additions that these two teams have made. Baltimore comes in at number 1. And when you consider that they drafted the top safety in the draft of Malachi Starks out of Georgia, they brought in Jair Alexander from the Green Bay Packers. They already have Kyle Hamilton and Marlon Humphrey, who are considered, top of their league or top of the league at their position. It's a good group. It's a veteran
They're
group.
unbelievable.
They're
It's
unbelievable.
Humphrey, it's Starks, and Kyle Hamilton's probably one of the best 15, 20 players in the NFL. They drafted a guy in the first round last year that we never even talk about.
Exactly.
Just because the other guys are so damn good.
Talk
Yeah,
about
that's
Nate
the
Wiggins
best
out of
secondary.
Clemson.
That's right. That's the
Mhm.
best secondary in the NFL. No problem.
Number 2 is the Kansas City Chiefs. Trent McDuffie has been, one of the top 4 or 5 corners in the NFL over the past several years. I like the youngins that they have as well. They drafted Noel Williams out of Cal. He, to me, was one of the best young corners in the draft as well. So that's a legitimate group. Denver comes in 3 with Pat Surtain. Obviously, you get that. They drafted Jahdae Barron in the draft as well. The Texans, I love the Texans. I wanted Kamari Lassiter here last year. He is playing opposite Derek Stingley, and that group has been elite as well. Well, now go down to the bottom of the list because that's where the Commanders are at. Danny, there are 4 secondaries, rather, that PFF says is worse than Washington's. He has the Dolphins, Panthers, Cowboys, Raiders. You don't want to be in that company. He has Washington ranked 28th, talking about PFF, and they start off saying this, a shot in the arm to you. The Commanders' secondary was one of the worst in the NFL in 2024, yet the team still came 1 win away from a Super Bowl appearance. So they didn't like the secondary last year. They clearly don't like it this year as they come in ranked 28th in the National Football League. I'm not going to say that I think they're 28th. I think at their worst, they could be that. But I think if everything goes to plan, if Marshawn Lattimore is healthy and back to his, former Pro Bowl form, then I think he'll be good. if Trey Amos can show that, like, hey, despite there being a lot of volatility with young corners, if he can show that, hey, I can hold down one side of the island, then you'll feel good. I think the key part of this secondary that I think is going to be critical, how this transition works out, Mikey Sainristil going back to the slot. Now, I know all of you think that Mikey Sainristil is the greatest corner in the National Football League, but the reality is when he was playing in the slot in the first month of the season, he gave up the most touchdowns in the National Football League. Now, I know Washington faced some pretty damn good wide receivers during that first month plus of the year, but him in the slot, him moving back to the slot, is not some foregone conclusion that everything is going to be peaches and roses. I think he could play. I think he helps the run defense by playing in the slot because he is just hell on wheels and isn't scared of anything. But if his transition back to the slot does not go as planned, if Marshawn Lattimore isn't back to that Pro Bowl form, then what is this group?
So I think the one element that people aren't really ready for or seeing is when you look at Jonathan Jones and Mikey Sainristil, I think they're really similar pieces.
Me too.
So I think when, for the sake of argument, you motion somebody into the slot trying to get a better matchup, you don't have to worry about that because so sometimes it'll be Jones in the slot, sometimes it'll be Sainristil. I don't think they're just going to go mechanically, this is where you are. You are a boundary corner here, you're boundary there. I think there'll be multiple. That some of that diversity of the position, I think, is there. I like Amos a lot as a selection. I was all in on that. I thought that was smart. He was someone that I wanted, was thrilled that he fell to them or was available to them, whatever. So I like pieces. To me, it's less about Sainristil. I know I'm going to get, a guy that's going to punch above his weight class. That's going to be a bit of a bulldog. That's going to break up some of those bubble screens and fight through blocks and be tough. To me, the central thing is Lattimore. Like this, to me, is the alpha, the omega, and everything in between. Last year, it was Benjamin St-Juste. It was Michael Davis. It was Benjamin St. Davis. It was Michael St-Juste. And it stunk.
Yeah.
It wasn't good enough, period, end of story. They got destroyed. So everybody is focused so much on the run defense. And I get that. They gave up a lot of rushing yards to people. My point always was when they said, okay, we're going to stop the run, and they committed lots of resources to it, they did. The Baltimore game to me is a microcosm of who they are in the series. If everyone remembers the Baltimore game, here's what happened. They said, not Derrick Henry, not in the first half. Not going to happen. So Baltimore tried a couple times. They got stuffed, and they said, okay, Zay Flowers, go 9 for $1 trillion. And they had no answer. He ran around every one of those guys.
Including Mikey Sainristil.
And he was open.
Yeah.
So this is, God, we're getting killed by this. So let's actually try to cover somebody. And then Derrick Henry ran for 190,000 yards in the second half. Numbers approximate. That, to me, is who they were. They improved that, to me, by going, let's beef up the defensive front. What about the rest of it? We beefed up the defensive front, and that's the response, and that's the answer. It's counting on Lattimore to be something that he was not last year. The rest of the league, PFF, whoever, is looking at it the way I'm looking at it going, nope, that's a mistake. I still, annoyed's not the right word. This group, as you said earlier in the show, we're talking about something else, has certainly earned the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
In years past, when I would look at Marty and Ron, and their incompetence, when I would go, okay, I don't see this. And when I would say I don't see it, it would turn out bad most of the time.
Yeah.
This is one I don't see. And when I said that last year about their offense,
the offensive
line, and when I can't believe they're going into the season with this receiving core until they signed Noah Brown, someone that was cast off of a playoff team. It was cut. It was basically a training camp cut.
Yeah.
That became their number 2. I went, I can't believe this is your prize rookie quarterback. That's what you're doing. Worked out pretty good, didn't it? So that, to me, buys a lot of credibility. But in years past, when I go, I don't see it the way you see it, and it turns out your team's going to lose a lot and give up a ton of stuff, I don't get it. To me, this was a golden opportunity to go get Traverse Ward, Carlton Davis, Paulson Adebo, DJ Reed, Brandon Stevens, Darius Slay. I mean, that's an expensive one, a 1-year deal. But you could have upgraded that position, still drafted a rookie to be the heir apparent, but they didn't do that. They went middle tier, which is where they love to shop to get some value. They went middle tier Jonathan Jones, second rounder Trey Amos, and it's putting a lot of the eggs in Marshawn Lattimore's basket.
It is, and I also think it's putting a big onus on this front four. Because if you think about it, you were talking about investing money in a Carlton Davis or a Traverse Ward. Well, they're big money free agent signing was Javon Kinlaw. Now, we could argue till the cows come home about whether or not that's going to pay off or come to fruition. But to your point, I can agree with you when I say, money could have been better spent at the cornerback spot. But I think the reason it wasn't is a universal belief in that building, and this is where it goes back to what you're talking about, that Marshawn Lattimore is going to get it right. I thought, he won me over, and I know clearly it doesn't take much to win me over if this won me over. When he spoke during mandatory minicamp and said, yeah, man, I wanted to be out there for my teammates last year. I was hurt. I was trying to play through an injury and show that I belonged. While it hurt the team in the short term, in the long term, I think it's a play that earns respect in the locker room and earns trust amongst the coaching staff and gets you an attaboy from a radio host like me for playing through your injury. He can't be as bad as he was last year. When at times it was like, there's no way we gave up assets for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I give him the benefit of the doubt and want to believe that he was hurt. To your point, though, he is the linchpin in this secondary. Because if he can figure it out, it can hold down one half of the field. I can pick through Trey Amos, Jonathan Jones, and Mikey Samuelson to be my other outside corner. I worry about who's going to be stopping A.J. Brown, who lines up across from CeeDee Lamb, who lines up across from Malik Neighbors. When you're in this division, you need a bona fide number one corner, and Washington's thought process is that Marshawn Lattimore is that. Whether they're right or not, we'll find out, sooner rather than later. But I happen to believe Marshawn Lattimore will be good. The other part of this is the pass rush has got to get home. If they can generate a consistent pass rush without having to, send extra pieces out of the secondary, and you can have 7 in coverage at a time, then you'll be okay. But I know that's a big if.
No, it's a major thing. What did Lattimore say at OTAs? Do you remember? Oh, nothing. It was that. But anyway, so the big deal for me, I'm just doing his thing, is, again, if they're right and they're confident in him, because I said this at the time, it would have been a tough pill to swallow to move on from him, having given up a couple draft picks. And I get why they did. I endorsed the deal at the time. And we've gone through this a number of times this offseason, where the analogy I used, and I use this a bunch, so apologies if you're hearing it again, is if you ever watch Formula One or NASCAR or something like that, they're driving. They're really far along in the race, and they're going, oh, my God, we're way further ahead than we thought we'd be. We got a chance to win this thing. But we got a flat tire. Or the tire's about to blow. What do we do? And someone comes up next to you and going, I got a tire. You want to buy it?
Yeah.
That cost in that moment a little bit more than it would have cost in the offseason or
Totally
otherwise.
agree.
It was worth the risk to you to go, I need to buy this tire right now. Otherwise, I got no shot to win the race. So I'm gonna give it a go. I endorsed it. It made sense. I knew the risks. Oft injured, hasn't been healthy in a long time, hasn't played a full season, hasn't been that all pro in almost 4 years, calendar years wise. I got it. I endorsed the deal at the time. I saw him play and I went, oh my God, they got a lemon. Oh my God, this is terrible. Now, if he plays great, because I haven't seen him do that. If he plays great and they're right, egg on my face, I'll apologize to whoever I have to apologize to. I just don't share the confidence they do in this one. And it doesn't sound like PFF does either. When you're looking at this secondary that, again, was one of the worst in the NFL last year, I'm the only one. I know I sound very Chris Russelling in here, where I saw this and no one else did, and I'm smart, you're stupid. Again, I'm not saying everyone's stupid, but you're all stupid. I know I'm doing a Russell bit here. Everybody was so concerned about the run defense. I went, it's the pass defense to me.
See,
it's the pass defense. It's their secondary is one of the worst in the sport. They knew that, which is why they basically said, we'd rather give up 8 on the ground than countless first downs through the air and touchdowns and otherwise. Kenny Pickett took out that double-pronged fork
oh my goodness,
and the vibrating knife and just carved their asses up once Jalen Hurts went down. Okay? Anybody who wanted to throw could throw. That was the deal. And so they were willing to give up some ground gains. Okay? So my point is, they didn't care about that all that much and went after to beef up that run defense. That was their strategy this offseason to improve every element of the defense, Linnell.
So the thing, and our pal Warren Sharp actually put this out. I'm trying to find it and get you the exact names. If you're making the argument that Danny's making, that the secondary should have been addressed more, should have been considered more of a problem spot, think about the quarterbacks they played down the stretch last year. It's not Ben DiNucci, Jake Haener, Kenny Pickett, a rookie Michael Penix getting his second ever start, Trey Lance. So I can make the argument that, yeah, they didn't play great quarterbacks last year, and it still wasn't all that good. You now give them this year's slate of quarterbacks, and you go, if it's not better, then it could get potentially sticky at that position. I know it's a separate conversation, but I do believe their pass rush has a real opportunity to take some of the load off of the secondary. I think if they can get pressure with 4 and 5 and I have to commit 8 guys to rushing the quarterback, then maybe the extra guys in coverage help you out. Washington blitzed at like a top 8 rate last year in the NFL. So they were one of the most blitz-happy teams in the league. Why? Because Dante Fowler and the quietest 10.5 sacks you'll ever see, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. They did not consistently get pressure just by sending 4. I think the goal and the hope is that you get a little bit better pass rush from the guys that you have up front, and then the guys in the back end help you out. But a fan would say, well, they didn't really improve the pass rush. No, they didn't.
They probably took a step back.
They probably took a
to
step
your
back.
point, by the way, the 5th highest blitz percentage in the NFL last year, which tells you can't get home with 4.
Yeah.
It's time to do this right here, my friend. We got the poll of the day. Great Nanny's poll of the day is presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. The poll posted right now, 1067 The Fan. Pro Football Focus rank the Commanders secondary 28th headed into training camp. What's your confidence level in the local 53 secondary as currently constructed? Very confident, somewhat confident, kind of concerned, highly concerned. I said highly concerned, which may be an exaggeration, maybe too far, but that's where I'm at. PFF's got you 28th. Not to say that it's gospel, right? But this to me was the weakness. I am hopeful Trey Amos does what Mikey Sanders did last year. And I'm looking on paper here, Linnell, and I'm going, okay, last year at this time, Noah Igbenogany was going to get huge snap counts. It was going to be Michael Davis. It was going to be Benjamin St-Juste. It's not that anymore. They're different names. I would take Jonathan Jones over Michael Davis.
Yeah.
I would take Trey Amos over, again, Michael Davis or maybe again, we don't know, but I think over St-Juste. The idea of Benjamin St-Juste played well at points for this team. I know no one wants to hear that, but he did at various times.
I hear that.
With some of the strength and length and bothering people. Got a little handsy.
That's my worry with Trey Amos.
That's my worry
when
too.
you have young corners coming into the NFL and you think about what he thrived at in the SEC, it was bump and run. It was being handsy. It was being physical. Training camp is going to be big for him. It would not surprise me, and I know it would drive fans nuts, if your starting cornerback tandem week 1 is Mikey
Jones and Lattimore.
On the outside.
I think it's exactly what it's going to be.
And then Mikey on in the inside.
But you're going to live in nickel 90% of the time. Not 90, 78% of the time.
See, that's the thing that I go back and forth with too. They didn't want to play nickel that much last year, but the Jordan McGee injury really stopped them from playing their base more than they wanted to, where they would be in that 3 linebacker set where it's Luvu, Wagner, and then McGee.
We might fundamentally disagree there. I don't think they wanted to do that. I think that was going to be something they did. In other words, to them, Jeremy Chin doing both.
Right.
Now they got Will Harris trying to do both. Again, something I don't know about.
I have no confidence in that. I'm just saying.
And we haven't even gotten to that.
Yeah.
Right? 800-636-1067. You heard the question. PFF's got them 28th. I don't know that it's 28th. Maybe it could be 26th. Maybe it could be 29th. I don't care. Point is, they're at the bottom of the league. Did they do enough this offseason to improve that secondary? And you agree with me that it's as big a problem, and if not bigger than some of the other things they were facing last year. It's Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. We got Nats baseball on tap tonight here on The Fan, the series finale of Nats and Cardinals. The Nats looking to take 2 out of 3 versus St. Louis before they go on the road to take on Milwaukee. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling right here on The Fan at 7:15. Other baseball news, the Orioles have traded right-handed reliever Brian Baker to the Tampa Bay Rays in exchange for the 37th overall pick coming up in Sunday's draft. In the W, Mystics basketball on tap tonight via our sister station, the Team 980. The ladies looking to make it 5 out of their last 7. They play host to Asia Wilson and the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off for that one set for 7:30. To the ice, the NHL Board of Governors and the NHLPA's full membership have both agreed to ratify the new CBA, which begins in 2026 and then runs through the 2030 season. While the full details of the new CBA won't be released to the public yet, sources confirmed to ESPN that the new CBA will include an 84-game regular season, up from 82, as well as shortened max-term contracts. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Eight 800-636-1067 is the phone number to get in touch with me, Danny, with that guy, Linnell. Did they do enough in the secondary? My answer is no, but we'll get to that here in a moment. And a reminder, we're going to spin the wheel in advance of training camp for a Washington football player. We do not know who it's going to land on. Whoever it does, we will discuss that player. Ben, what happened in Summer League, buddy, just now? What's going on?
Well, I've been checking in on our Terp, Derek Queen, and he did have a nice behind-the-back pass to one Hunter Dickinson, which Maryland fans might not be too happy to see that connection come into fruition there. But anyways, Queen struggled a little bit. I think he's getting used to the NBA game, adjusting. I've seen a couple times where he's tried to put the ball on the floor, and the control just hasn't quite been there for one Derek Queen so far. A couple of good attacks to the basket, but has to be better finishing around the rim. That's what I've seen so far.
Yeah, so the reason I thank you for the insight. That is our Summer League correspondent from the update desk, or not the producer studio right there. It's just to tell Maryland fans, sorry.
Yeah.
Today, not great. I would, if I could just produce something, it's from deep in my pocket. It's a little bit of calm it down. Just calm it down.
Yeah.
Turn down the rhetoric. Slow your roll. Pump the brakes. I like Derek Queen too, but settle down.
How often do I get to say anything positive about Maryland athletics, Danny? Tell me.
Every day on your various platforms. You what you do is you're a shoehorner and you're my guy. But you take that conversation like Hercules' labors and you turn that river towards Maryland sports. That's what you want. That's where you live. You're a Maryland guy, and God bless you. You love he a Terp, and they a Terp, and he's a Terp, and everyone's a Terp, etc. But sometimes it didn't go that great. Today's one of those days. So today's not a win, but we'll be fine.
I've never said anything good about football. Have you heard me say anything
that
good
is
about
true.
football?
And to your credit,
that is
you've
true.
not.
How
and
could
good
you?
for you.
But how could you?
Good for you.
I know the limitations.
So my thing here is I'm taking a personal pat on the back. I obviously want him to succeed, but the trade that their GM pulled off was probably the dumbest in the past decade, giving the Atlanta Hawks a unprotected 2020, that's next year, a 2026 first round pick to move up for Derek Queen. Do the Pelicans think they're going to be in the playoffs next year? Do the Pelicans think they're going to be good? Why are you giving up that type of draft capital for that? He a Terp. And Derek Queen's great. He is what you call a collegiate basketball player, not an NBA guy, a collegiate basketball player. I do not see him having the same success in the NBA that he did in College Park in the 1 year. I just don't.
Well, they'll let him travel like he did against Colorado State to hit some shots. Come on, we're having fun. We're having fun. It's just fun. It's just fun.
Thank you.
I'm just funning. That's all I'm doing is having fun. We're joking around. We're having jocular times.
Oh, no.
Frank, no, not the time. We're just having it. We're high-fiving.
I'm happy to say.
Thank you, Coach. He gets it. It's just, we're just funning.
You know what's but this is the thing, and now I feel like I'm about to go on a tangent here because everyone tells me, do not fret over Summer League. Do not worry about what you see in Summer League. Johnny Davis happened, people. When Johnny Davis, the number 10 overall pick, went to Summer League and looked like he did not belong, even in like a Montgomery County pickup game, that's when I realized Summer League does matter if you're bad. Last year, Alex Starr was bad offensively in Summer League. He was bad offensively this year for the Wizards. When you look at the shooting splits, and everyone gets all horned up over the performance against Nikola Jokic, but he's got some work to do. I will blow a gasket tomorrow night if Alex Starr gets outplayed by Kamal Malawach. I will leave it at that.
I would leave some in the tank for gasket blowing. I'd pace yourself a little bit, but I smell what you're cooking there. So my axiom. We've worked together enough now. I think you're aware of it. Like great performances in Summer League. That's not something I get hyped up over. I used to. I'm like, this dude dropped 30 in the Summer League game. Now I know.
Yeah.
Okay. I will not make that mistake again. You can't even remember some of these names. It's like preseason superheroes for the then Redskins over the years, right? But we need the alarm bells to go off when you can't do it in Summer League. When it doesn't
looks
work,
hard,
when it's the Johnny Davis corollary, right? So I don't think Queen was that 13 and 10 today. 7 turnovers tells you kind of the story that Ben was talking about. But shot decent from the field and knocked down a 3. I think had a step back later in the game when things were a bit desperate, but totally fine. We're just funning around a little bit with you, Maryland folk. All right, that's all that happened. It's jokes. We wish him well.
I meant
Good
what
kid.
I said.
800-636-1067. I'm going to get back to the secondary. So their plan seems to be, talking about the Washington, the football guys, their plan here, Linnell, seems to be very clear. They think that stopping the run on first down, right, where last year you had a free 5 yards, 7 yards, whatever. They're one of the worst teams at run defense over the course of the year. We all saw that. They think that stopping that will give you more advantageous looks. This is just me looking at their actions, not any kind of statement. It's not like Dan Quinn was like, here's my plan for defense. But like this is what their actions say. They think that getting stouter, beefier, bigger, stronger up front was the key to everything with this defense. Because that's what they did. They didn't go invest in a corner. And I had a tweeter, I met Funny Danny, bring up that DJ Reed, by the way, did say it was between the Lions and Washington.
So they did. So they did make.
So they tried to a degree, which tells me something, right? That they recognize maybe a little bit, but they didn't go get into the other guys, which again is their prerogative. So what they did do was overhaul that defensive front, right? By saying we are going to get bigger, stronger, less. You're less able to move us around and push us off the spot. That, to me, was their solve for their defensive woes. And I get that. That's one strategy to go about it. That's an undervalued sort of way to improve a defense. In theory, if it works, is to make a team one-dimensional, then your mediocre pass rushers get a bit better. It's like finding a way, I don't know, this is not a great baseball analogy, but you play against a pitcher, and you go, if I never have to worry about the curveball, I'll be a better fastball hitter.
Right.
That's kind of the deal here. So I see the strategy. I don't know that it's enough.
So I do disagree with you with I think if you were to poll coaches at every level, defensive-minded coaches, defensive coordinators at every level, high school, little league, college, pros, the number one motto on defense is stop the run. Even Riverboat Ron, stop the run on the way. Stop the run on the way of the quarterback. I mean, really, it matters. And here's why it matters so much to me. You were kind of just making the point. If you can make a team one-dimensional, and they stunk at this, they were bad at this last year. If you can put teams in obvious passing situations on third down, your pass rush is able to tee off Panettiere's back, go get the quarterback. It's no fun when it's 3rd and 4, and you have no damn clue what the other team is going to do. You don't get out of your stance the same way. You don't fire off the ball as quickly. So I do think stopping the run was the most important thing, still should be considered the most important thing. But I want to go back to something you said a moment ago, and I said this earlier this offseason. Ben, you can attest to this. I think you're right, Danny. They're going to pump up Marshawn Lattimore. They're going to tell us how confident they are in him, and I'm sure they are internally. But the moves that they tried to make, though, suggest otherwise, right? Trying to throw a big bag at DJ Reed obviously didn't land him, but you tried. You bring in Super Bowl champion Jonathan Jones. You bring back Noah Igbenogany, right? You invest premium draft capital, a second-round pick at corner. So that tells me that maybe, just maybe, you're not all that confident in Marshawn Lattimore, or you're moving with extreme foresight and are trying to put yourself in position to where if something goes wrong, you don't have to hit the panic button like you did last trade deadline.
So we're getting off on a tangent here, but I think the axiom about run stopping, that's what everybody who played football came up in. Like for my son's 7-year-old flag football team, way more important to stop some of the handoffs and reverses than it is to stop the pass. Right? At this level, where the running back doesn't make $70 million, the quarterback does. And it's not because he's running. It's because he's throwing. Runs stop themselves. Holding penalties, blown assignments, TFLs, procedure stuff. The run eventually runs aground. Even bad run defenses aren't giving up 10 yards a carry.
So let me correct it then. It's the explosive runs that they need to slow down next year.
And that's obvious. Yes.
Like
Yes,
they were amongst the bottom 5 in terms of runs of 10 or more yards allowed.
Absolutely.
That is backbreaking. That is tough.
Right.
Like I think that's your point, and I agree with you on that. To me, it's more specific than just stopping the run. It's, to me, being better on first and second down against the run, and then limiting the explosive runs, the runs of 10 or more yards. And by the way, we're going to find out right off the rip whether or not they got better at stopping the run. You got joint practices against Mike Vrabel and the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think Travion Henderson's touching it a bunch? You got joint practice against the Ravens. 4 out of your first 5 games, you got Bijan Robinson, Amarion Hampton, Josh Jacobs. You're going to find out right away whether you're better.
And you could see, looking at their own division, they went, we can't let Saquon Barkley do that to us again.
Yeah.
Because he dictated everything in those games. Even when he was being held down, it was because they said we have to dedicate every resource to it.
It turned Kenny Pickett into a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and when we had to do a little bit extra, I mean, you saw that they had that back and forth game up there. It was ugly. It was the short week, I believe, when we were there in Philadelphia. And it was kind of a rock fight for a while. They didn't get the 4th down, and they were doing an okay job. Then all of a sudden, Barkley ripped off a couple big ones, big catch and run, big regular run, and the game was over. That was that. He's the guy that's on their mind, and that's why they did what they did. But looking at this secondary, again, I just kind of go, I get that. I get that Barkley monster is looming. But you got to stop, name that receiver, Neighbors, CeeDee Lamb. You got to deal with this upcoming schedule with excellent quarterbacks and excellent wideouts all up and down.
It becomes much easier to defend those top-of-the-class receivers if you don't have to worry about the running attack.
And that's the theory. That's exactly what they're going with.
That's the theory, yes.
Yeah. But to me, this league is what happened on 3rd and 10. That 4th and 8 in must-have time. Like down in, down out, these things kind of average out. They don't, though, in those winning time moments, right? And those, like, the things that everybody sort of remembers from games. Watching this quarterback show back, again, it's just so incredible.
I love
it. You forget some of the nuances in these different moments. Like, the Chiefs were going to lose to the Cincinnati Bengals, who got off to this terrible start, but they were done.
Yep.
Converted a 4th and 16.
Yep.
Right? I mean, that's the win right there. That's it. But did we stop the run, sir? The superstar playmaker making $1 trillion did the superstar playmaker thing. Anyway, it's a good thought. Good conversation on that. We're going to have a wheel spin. That's right. We spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
Talk about a member of the football team as we lead up to training camp. We do not know who it's going to land on. People think we do. You're wrong. We don't know who it's going to land on. And we'll discuss that player. We'll do that next. Plus, got a Nats leadoff for you in the 6 o'clock hour. Plenty to go. Don't go anywhere. The Nationals will get underway this evening, 7:45 first pitch, 7:15 pregame with a couple guys named Charlie and Dave, who I think you know. We are Grant and Danny, but you'll notice there's no Grant, just me, Danny, and my pal Linnell Willingham hanging out today and tomorrow as well. Get you a Nats lid off before we get out of here and discuss the player that's about to be named when we spin the wheel for the local football guys.
More pressure. Jackson slides up and goes down. Dietrich Wise gets to him.
Williams batted at the line and incomplete. Dietrich Wise swats it down. 2nd and 10.
Purdy wanted to go long. He was covered initially, still is, and he gets sacked. Dietrich Wise, captain of this defense.
Play action this time. Pressure coming. He's swarmed under. Dietrich Wise Jr. with the sack.
So I've been a Dietrich Wise guy. It's Dietrich. How about that?
Dietrich, yeah.
I learned something today. Egg on my face. This whole offseason, I've been Dietriching, not Dietriching. So good for you. There you go, Dietrich Wise.
Yeah.
This is one of those under the radar acquisitions for this franchise that I think might pay dividends. I don't know. It's in the unsexy category, certainly, right? But it's got that Dorrance Armstrong kind of feel where this is a rotational player that has never had gaudy stats, but maybe with a larger role, ... Again, he's here to set the edge. He's here to occupy a blocker or two and let some of the fast guys roam and get after the football. But I wonder how productive he can be in this system, Linnell.
I do too. The interesting thing to me is he is billed as this run stuffer. And I think the different body type being in that room is going to help out. He's 6'5", 275 pounds. It's just different. It's going to be better at, being physical at the point of attack, keeping the outside arm free. All things you need to do to set a good edge as a defensive end. His pass rush upside is actually really intriguing to me. He's got 17 sacks over the past 3 years combined. And when you think about the limited role that he was playing in New England, you put him in a situation where he's garnering more snaps. Is there some pass rush juice there that exists as well? The other thing that kind of made me fall in love with him right off the rip was out there for voluntary or mandatory minicamp. And the last guy off of the field after like Debo Samuel and company are eating ices in the locker room hallway, and they're doing on their Commando Socials bit, and it's Dietrich Wise,
see,
working by himself out in the sweltering heat, working on pass rush moves. No one else is on the field but Dietrich Wise. Having a guy in your program with championship pedigree that's done it at the highest level, that isn't a me guy, I'm always in for. You know what I compare this signing to and the similar impact that I think he'll have? I call him the 2025 Olamide Zaccheaus. When Zaccheaus was signed last year, most people were like, huh? Who's that? How do you say his name? Oz is what the damn offense coordinator didn't even know who he was. And yet he had major production and came up big for this organization a lot after not being signed for much and not having many expectations. I think you can say the same thing about Dietrich Wise.
I wonder with the increased role, because he a rotational piece in New England, spent his whole career there. Listen, defensive tackle position, defensive line position, DN rather. Unless you're TJ Watt or Myles Garrett, one of the stars, you're part of that rotation, right? You're coming off the field. So it's always kind of varies in terms of some of these stats, but listed as a starter only, a third of the time last year, right?
So
2 years ago, 13 starts out of 16 games, 16 starts in 2022, but a guy that plays a lot. Yeah. Right? He's going to be on the field. Same way with Dorrance Armstrong. You look at some of the numbers and go, what's the deal? So he maxed out at 7.5 sacks. And I kind of pencil him in that 5 to 7 range here. And I wonder what we'd be satisfied with.
From him?
From him.
See, for me, after last year, watching Dante Fowler get 10.5, I'm not so much so caught up in the number. It's the impact. Do you affect the quarterback enough? That's kind of how I'm judging him.
I just haven't seen those gaudy pressure numbers. So some of the times we'd look at like Jonathan Allen, for example. I know a different position, but you'd go, He had a year, I think it was 3.5 sacks, and you go, man, what's wrong with him? And my answer is nothing.
Right.
Look at the quarterback hits, look at the pressures, look at the percentages. If you redo all of that with those same qualifying numbers, you'd get 9 sacks, and that's what he did the following year. Right? I don't see that with him. I don't see that dynamic pass rushing chops, maybe. And I'm hoping they found something, that they unlock it, et cetera. But he's a guy that's basically playing around half the snaps on average over the last couple of years for a New England team that's going a different direction, wants to get younger, wants a different regime, et cetera. He's a rotational piece here that I think is going to see an uptick, but it's not going to be he doesn't come off the field until he's too tired.
I don't think it's that at all. I think the best way to categorize what his role is going to be, he will be your first and second down defensive end most likely. When you're in those clear rushing situations and you know you've got to set the edge, I think he's the guy. To me, I don't think this pass rush unit as a whole needs to have somebody that has 10.5 sacks per se, like last year with Dante Fowler. I'm more in your camp of where I'm okay with if we got 6 dudes that have at least 7 sacks or in that 5 to 7.5 range.
Then you're Philadelphia.
Then you're Philadelphia, and you're pass rush by committee, and you're not too reliant or dependent upon one guy.
So you need an uptick somewhere, though.
Something's got to happen.
I mean, you have to. And so I think the guy that's going to, I think the entire plan now is Luvu passing down pass rusher. Call him a linebacker, call him an edge, call him a stand. I don't care what you call him, but he's getting after the quarterback. I think you're going to remove a lot of his, in the flat, short route kind of, pass defense responsibilities and say get after the quarterback. I think that's kind of what they're going to unveil this coming year. Otherwise, I just don't know where the pass rush comes from.
So everyone's enamored by Dante Fowler's 10.5 sacks. Dorrance Armstrong actually led this team in pressures last year. So I think it's a John Allen situation where maybe his sack total, maybe he can
down
be
the stretch, he was good.
Yes, in the postseason, he was good. I think he's got that in him. He has those capabilities. It's a reason he was one of the few multi-year deals that they gave out during their first free agency here. I think he's got the chops to do it. I think Deatrich Wise, though, provides he's going to do the stuff that no one else wants to do. It's not fun. I got in trouble for it all the time in high school. Liddell, stay outside. It's so easy as a pass rusher to want to dip inside and take the quicker route to the quarterback, but you compromise the rest of your defense. And we saw that a lot with Chase Young when he was playing here. The key job of a defensive end, first and foremost, is to set the edge and do not let someone outside of you. You are the contained player. Funnel everything back inside. I think they have someone in Deatrich that isn't enamored by the glory that comes with getting sacked.
Stay in your lane, so to speak.
He just wants to play his role and be a star in it.
You want to chime in, 800-636-1067. Got a Nats leadoff for you. We'll do that next. Plus, just some stat ideas and prognostications on Deatrich Wise. Get that straight. Next on The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. Well, Wizards fans out there that were worried about the depth of the front court worry no more. According to Shams Charania of ESPN, the Wizards have agreed to a one-year deal with Marvin Bagley III. Bagley played last year with the DC family before being moved at the deadline. The hope is he can come in here and help this thin Wizards front court. Other NBA news, plenty of money being thrown around in Oklahoma City. Sam Presti and the Thunder agreeing to a 5-year rookie max extension with Jalen Williams. That deal could reach up to $287 million. I mentioned Presti and the Thunder throwing around money. They locked up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren all within the past week to deals totaling as much as $822 million. The Suns throwing out some money as well. They agreed to a 2-year max extension with franchise star Devin Booker that will keep him with the franchise through the 2029-2030 season. It's 2 years, $145 million, making it the highest annual extension salary in NBA history. And that's baseball on tap tonight here on The Fan, the series finale between the Nats and Cardinals before the fellas travel to Milwaukee tomorrow. The Nats hoping to keep the offense hot after last night's 8-run performance. It'll be Michael Soroka on the bump for DC. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Pregame coverage is rolling right here on The Fan at 7:15. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Final furlong here on G&D. We're brought to you, as always, by the law firm of Condori and Morad. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So our Commander Wheel, or the Local 53 Wheel, today landed on Dietrich Wise. Again, don't say Dietrich, because that's what I've been saying for pretty much his entire career, and I've been wrong, apparently.
That is not wise.
Oh, thank you. That's no, I'm dating. But in terms of his production this year on this revamped defensive line, you could see the theme, right? I like John Allen a lot. Consummate pro from here, did everything right at all times. I'm a big John Allen dude. But they wanted beef up front. Enter Javon Kinlaw. Enter Dietrich Wise. Enter Eddie Goldman. This is not a downsizing. This is an upsizing. This is a strength, power, immovable object type defensive upgrade, and he kind of fits into that plan.
I think he does. To me, this group as a whole is going to be looked at as two separate units, right? Joe Witt Jr. made the quote famous last year, we're going to roll with a deep crew. I think there's 8 starters up front along your defensive line. Your first group that starts the game, and then the 4 rotational pieces. So I'm looking at guys like Deron Payne, Dorrance Armstrong, Johnny Newton, Dietrich Wise, Eddie Goldman, as you mentioned, Javon Kinlaw, Jalen Holmes, a guy that didn't mention a lot. So in terms of trying to come up with a statistical projection for Wise, look, I think anywhere between 4 to 7 sacks, I'm okay with. Because I understand that the opportunities may be scarce. He may not get a whole bunch of pass rushing opportunities, right? There are other guys that can get after the quarterback better than he can. So honestly, I would love if his pass rush snaps were limited, because that's not what he does best. I think his biggest impact probably comes by way of analytic. How many run stuffs do you have? Dietrich Wise, that was a category that I thought John and Duran should be measured by more last year when we were talking about the run defense woes and that they're getting double teamed.
No, I think that's fair. Everybody always looks at sacks as the end all kind of be all. I think that's fair to broaden the scope there.
There are other metrics to evaluate these defensive linemen, and I think for Dietrich, see, I'm doing it again. That may be the metric that you look at. It may not be sacks or tackles for loss. It could just be run stuff. The other thing is the eye test, right? Maybe I'm a little bit different because I played, the defensive line, offensive line when I was having my hand in the dirt back in the day. I look at the O-line, D-line first and foremost when I'm watching a game. It's the thing that naturally catches my attention. I just don't want to see him put on his ass, right? I want to see him upright when the play finishes. I want to see him keeping the outside arm free and doing all the badass run stuffing things that I think he has the potential to do. But in terms of getting caught up on a sack number, I'm not too worried about it. Maybe the percentage of snaps that he plays could be indicative of how well he's performing as well.
So go back to it. 2022, he played, I think it was 70% of the snaps. Like he was the dude.
That's a lot for a defensive
That's a lot for a D lineman.
Yeah.
7.5 sacks, career high. That number dipped over the last couple of years, 57, 43 for a defense that was kind of moving on, getting younger.
Yeah.
You know, so now he's part of a rotation. Do you think he tops 55%?
Probably not. They're deep at
What about 50?
I think he can play 50% of that. 55 may be realistic. I think we're deeper at that spot that people are giving it credit for. I got the chance to talk to Daryl Tapp, the defensive line coach, at the conclusion of mandatory minicamp, and one guy that they were blushing about at that defensive end spot. We haven't even mentioned my guy, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, as a part of that defensive line rotation. Jalen Holmes. They brought in Jalen Holmes during the season. He's got a different type of body type to where he's thick enough to play on the edge. And he's mobile enough to give you pass rush juice, but he's also strong enough to take on blocks on the interior. I view Dietrich as that same type of guy.
Well, it's crowded
where he's
now
got
all of
the
a sudden.
inside-outside
So,
versatility.
How many D linemen are you keeping?
11.
You're keeping 11?
11, yes.
Do you not have a kicker, punter, or backup quarterback?
I'm keeping 3 running backs. You need more. That is a position group where you don't want to not have enough.
I think 11 would be pretty unprecedented.
So you got your 4 starters.
Yeah.
There are going to be 4 guys that play behind them.
I get that.
And then you got 3 fringy dudes.
I mean, if you've got some practice squad flexibility there for some, I guess I get what you're saying.
11's crazy. Maybe 10.
11 on the active roster?
10. I will go with 10. How many did they keep last year? I mean, we could do the numbers game real quick here, but it's a position group.
I think it was 8 or 9 last year for the most part. I can look that up for you, though. I can get
maybe
the
9 is
specifics.
the right number. It's your 2 sets of starters and then 1 guy that's kind of like a hybrid. But I think that's a crew you want to roll pretty deep at because a lot of everybody that makes the roster is going to play. It's not one of those situations where you're like, your 6th offensive lineman is not really getting burned unless somebody gets hurt.
So I'm looking up in season, January 1st, 2025, they had 9 on the active roster. That included Jalen Holmes, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, Johnny Newton, Sheldon Day, Cleveland Farrell. We haven't mentioned Day either.
Yeah.
Fowler, Payne, Allen, Armstrong. So, yeah, I mean, 11, I think would be pretty unprecedented. But I get your point.
Yeah.
There are a lot of names here. And that's, if you can't do we got Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
We got, I don't know, Jared Verse or one of these badasses, guys on the rise. You go, we got to do it this way. We're going to throw fresh bodies at the problem every down.
I think that's the way to do it because there's nothing like being a defensive lineman in a game and you're tired and you can't fire off the ball the way that you want to and you can't set the edge and you're having to think too much. I think keeping these guys fresh is the way to go, especially when you don't have a real difference maker along this group to where if you take them out, you're feeling like you're losing a whole bunch.
Right. I mean, I want on both sides of the ball, especially offense, but at a couple defensive spots too. Because Grant and I differ on this in general. He's I need monsters on defense. And I, in general, I've seen too many good defenses with guys just playing their assignments. Not great defenses. The great ones have guys that play their assignments.
The cyborgs.
And also cannibals that don't allow any forward progress and hate you. You know what I mean? Like with the dark hearts that are pursuing and hunting for joy. But to me, I saw too much Warwick Holdman and dudes you've never heard of just keeping leverage on the outside shoulder of the guard and being very sound on defense, or Greg Williams and company to ascribe to that. That said, to be great, to be really, really good, you need an unblockable, uncheckable force, right? And
all the good teams have it.
And that's my view on offense. Is I want guys that I don't care what the scheme is. If you throw it up to A.J. Brown, he's coming down with it. I don't care what the scheme is.
Yeah.
You throw it to Justin Jefferson, he's going to do a catch it with his left or right pinky finger and haul it in 17 people, right? Yeah. And that's kind of my view. So I want studs. If I can't get them, and the defensive end market was paper thin this offseason, just as it was last offseason, too, to be honest with you.
It's a position group to where if you're hitting free agency, you're probably
Same
there's something wrong with it.
Same with the tackle market, right? So I get it. And I also thought that there might be, again, a different investment. Maybe I thought trade. I don't know. But they went with the by committee approach here, which is always, to me, I don't say a risk, but it's a little bit, not having that, okay, it's 4th and 7.
And look,
from your 20, you got to get a stop. Do you have someone that can bother the passer?
We still got some time. No. We still got some time. I have not closed the door on Trey Hendrickson.
What?
I haven't. Some people have.
I have.
I have not because
it's
one of those situations where Think about when Noah Brown was brought in. They want to see you go through camp. Let me find out that my guys internally can't do it before I call on outside help. I think the same thing's coming with defensive end. It's going to be a big camp for Javonte Jean-Baptiste, for Jalen Holmes, for name your edge rusher that's on this roster right now. They are going to have to earn it. If they don't, Cincinnati, I have a 3rd round pick. I have a 4th round pick. What is the price on this cat? We need pass rush help. And I think by the time it gets to that point, Hendrickson's probably doing his own holdout song and dance, and that thing, the price is probably lowered on it. But I think it'd be foolish to shut the door on that, because you still, as much as you want to believe and buy what they're selling, this group on paper does not put fear in the heart of like Quince Orchard High School. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In terms of getting after the quarterback.
I mean, again, the money they spent on Javon Kinlaw, and I know we're talking about Dietrich Wise here, but I would have used that on Harold Landry, right? I mean, I
guy that's done it before has had production.
There aren't a ton of great options again in the pass rush space. Like if you've got one, you lock him up. The same way if you got a superstar quarterback, you lock him up. The free agent market in all the sports, really, especially basketball and football, isn't what it once was. There are a few positions, though, where you can go shopping and get something good. I get to see the cornerback spot.
Yeah.
Defensive end, it's, Josh Sweat, Chase Young got the 2nd most money AAV this year.
Yeah.
I have no interest in spending $17 million on that guy. Same way with Hassan Reddick at this stage after a couple different fiascos. A few years ago, unbelievable for Philadelphia. What a story. No thanks. I'm not going to the Joey Bosa market either. Like after all the wear and tear there. So I understand that. But I don't know. To me, this again was a spot. If you're going to give Javon Kinlaw that, I think it was 14.5 for him, or something or close to it. Or maybe a little bit less. I would have done that for Harold Landry. But they're going again by this. We're going to stop the run and basically turn our guys, or allow them to pin their ears back, that old cliche, and be one-dimensional when it comes to pass rushing downs.
You know what now can't be an excuse is we don't have the personnel. They have said, hey, we're going to do everything we can to stop the run. If they can't stop the run, and like I said last segment, we're going to find out very early in the season how much better they got in that department. I'm going to have issues, and I'm going to question how they're allocating their resources. And that would be the first time, I guess, that we're doing this as a fan base when it comes to this front office group that simply can do no wrong at this point.
Well, to a degree. I mean, I've asked questions, and I think that's fair to do, by the way. We're just talking about football now. We're not talking about scandal or nonsense or
it's okay to do.
Or weird immaturity contests that, Bruce Allen grudges that he's having with various players that you hope are playing for you or not, or I don't know what you're hoping.
Yeah.
But I think it's fair to ask questions. I wonder about certain things where I'm going, this plan seems a little, I'm doing the Michael Scott gift. Like, it seems a little tenuous to do this at defensive line and in the secondary. Like, this plan seems a little tenuous at wide receiver or whatever. Now you enter Deebo Samuel, I think it's a change. But, the running back room, for example, we talked about. And I know you can't have an all-star team. This isn't, you turn the salary cap off on a Madden simulation.
Yeah.
You can't do that. I understand that very well. I get how the league works. And there are going to be positions always where you got to get by.
You're a little thin at.
Especially given how unbelievably terrible the previous regime was at adding quality talent. No first rounders from their regime on this roster now, which is unfathomable.
Literally, yes.
Unfathomable. They have a couple hits, and we know them, right? Quan Martin, and you go down, Sam Cosmi was a hit. A couple other guys are players here, and that's fine. But I don't know about building blocks and stars, but I digress. You've got to go cheap in some spots.
Yeah.
Whether it's a linebacker, whether it's running back, and if there was more done in other areas, like had they gone big game hunting and outbid Detroit for DJ Reed, or had they gone and gotten Carlton Davis or somebody to upgrade that cornerback spot, and now you're looking at the cap going, okay, I get it, they had to go cheap at the end. I get they had to go cheaper at running back.
Yeah, there isn't that move, though.
But they didn't do any of those corresponding moves. So it tells you that they like their group? Question mark?
They do, and I think similarly to how we saw it last year with, and the two guys I'm going to use is an interesting example. The rest of the National Football League was ready to cast Zach Ertz off, myself included. The rest of the NFL,
wrong about that. I go, oh, nice signing, that'll be fun.
The rest of the NFL was ready to cast Austin Eckler off. Now, hindsight maybe 2020 on that. You may be right because of the injury history, but I think with a guy like Javon Kinlaw, they really feel like they know him. It was everybody else. their scheme's going to allow him to be the best version of himself. If their little bets on guys like that end up paying off, this could be a really good defense. Like, I can see it. Right? It's like, I got to, rub my eyes a little bit and like look down the pipe, but like there is light at the end of the tunnel. I can see a way in which this defense figures it out. But if you can't, I go back to it. If you can't stop the run, you're going to be just as bad or worse on defense than you were last year. Point blank. And I think it's a non-negotiable. I know some people think it's just a thought process, a prerogative, whatever. No, it's football gospel to me. If you can't stop the run, you're not a good football team. Go look at the teams that are bottom 5 in rush yard in yards per attempt last year. Only one of them was a playoff team outside of Washington. I think it was Buffalo. Like, you just don't. Good teams can stop the run. It's just something that translates here.
Chargers were in the playoffs, lit up a huge chunk of yards per carry. Rams in the playoffs in the bottom 10. Lions in the bottom 10. Bills. Yeah, I mean,
bottom 5. I'm talking about bottom 5 where Washington exists.
They were also bad at those teams were bad against everything. The Carolina Panthers couldn't stop you or me. Neither could the Saints or the Bears or the Cowboys. But that's neither here nor there. Again, I know that's what everyone's raised in, but I think the league has given us so much data that says I'd rather be able to stop the run than
Excuse
not.
me. Here's the.
Yeah.
I keep messing up the metric. I think you're looking at NFL Pro.
Yeah, Pro Football Reference. The yards per attempt.
Okay, NFL Pro gives you the runs of 10 or more yards allowed.
You're talking about those. Yes,
that can't happen.
That can't happen.
Like the teams that are in the bottom 5 in that, I think Washington was the only one with Buffalo that made.
Now
the
that's
playoffs.
sort of the right. So whatever you call it, explosive runs, etc.
Yeah,
that's got to change. 100%. I think there's no doubt there. You'll never. Because my point is, explosive plays have to stop.
Period.
I don't care how you get it. I don't care if you pitch it to somebody. I don't care if it's a double reverse. I don't care if it's the quarterback goes out for the pass.
Yeah.
You cannot give up explosives in this league. And that's where the league is going, by the way.
Yeah.
The league basically said we got to stop trying to blitz guys like Pat Mahomes and company and back the hell off and make them check it down 15 times.
It down the field.
Right? You will count on a drive sabotaging for whatever reason. You guess right. You make a play call right. A penalty happens, a drop pass, whatever. That's the way to do it. If you try to get after these guys, they're going to destroy you.
Yep.
That's the league now. Everybody plays too high shells or clouds or different kinds of zones and stuff just to back the hell off, keep it in front, daring athletes to be athletes. That's why all of a sudden the run game is back in vogue.
Yep.
That's why you line up nickel. Watch what my 240-pound bowling ball of knives, Derrick Henry's going to do to your ass. Anyway, good conversation there. Started on Dietrich Wise, touched on everything else.
Dietrich, one more time. Dietrich
Wise. It's time for the leadoff. Brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Here's your Nationals lineup. Behind Michael Soroka, leading off playing shortstop C. Jake Abrams batting second in left field. That's James Wood batting third, playing second base. Luis Garcia Jr., not the pitcher Luis Garcia, throwing 98-mile-an-hour sinkers the other night. Luis Garcia Jr., the second baseman, please and thank you. Josh Bell, DH hitting fourth. He's playing first. He's batting fifth. Nathaniel Lowe, batting sixth at third base. Paul DeYoung batting seventh in right field. Dalen Lyle batting eighth, doing the catching. Drew Millis, and batting ninth in center field. Jacob Young. That is your lineup today in the series finale against Miles Michaelis and the St. Louis Cardinals. Check out first pitch tonight, 7:45. Nats on deck starts not long after we're done at 7:15.
Boys got a chance to win a series tonight.
Wouldn't that be nice?
You got 6 on the road before you enter the break. You're in Milwaukee this weekend, and then I think they go into that All-Star break, and there'll be a whole lot of me at night next week.
Oh, just a lot. I remember those days doing nights, dude, where you used to kind of getting interrupted sometimes doing the Nats. You do a 2-hour show, and it's just 4.5 hours, and you're like, is anybody
here?
Are you driving a truck or something?
Yeah.
Let me know what you see on
Talk
the road.
to me.
Just come talk to me. Good to hang out, man. Always fun.
Of course. We'll do it again tomorrow, bro.
That's right. We will be back at 2 p.m. Thank you to Darius, to Corporate Claret for keeping the lights on, for Strobes, for little tiny Wesley who enjoyed his little snack, his little dinosaur chicken nuggets with the dipping sauce. He's so little.
Got a Mott's applesauce.
He's so little. He's such a nice little guy. To Noka, which gives him a little protein. I'm worried about him growing. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.